Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. 20 years ago, Speechy, a witch, was falsely accused, driven from her country, and exiled to a remote land. Now, 20 years later, a knight from the very kingdom that exiled her suddenly appears to ask for her help. The king has issued a request for your investigation. You're to uncover the cause. No thanks. Thus, the Witch of Sloth reluctantly begins to unravel the ugly truth behind the pitiful kingdom that was on the verge of collapse without her, though she's not particularly motivated to do so. Chapter 1. Long ago, the ancient gods gave birth to a world of land called Koa, born from chaos. As time passed, the gods disappeared, and the world became one of humans who sought to imitate the divine. They fought, cooperated, and struggled against the chaos that tore open the land, and in doing so, they spun stories. At the center of the continent lies the kingdom of Grastel, and at its northernmost edge, the remote frontier land of Zeraid. In this land, where those who commit crimes in Grastel are exiled, the story begins. She had once been called the Slothful Witch. Speechy let out a sigh as she looked at the young, truly young, boy knight bowing deeply before her. Boy, you see, it's a little inconvenient having you kneel there like that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, isn't the problem here. Far removed from the royal capital, in this remote land where vile criminals were sent away, stood a watchtower meant to prevent such people from escaping into the outside world. And that watchtower was incidentally Speechy's home. Although calling the boy a guest might have been giving him too much credit. After all, she hadn't summoned him. She hadn't invited him. He'd entered on his own and was now kneeling on his own. Anyone would be troubled if an uninvited guest wandered into their room and knelt without warning. In fact, Speechy was deeply troubled. And to make matters worse, so you're saying you want me to return to the capital? Yes, ma'am. If this guest had brought her trouble, then he was already an enemy. An enemy, plain and simple. As I recall, I was exiled 20 years ago, by the current king, who used to be my fiancé. Yes, ma'am. And then I was thrown into this tower at the edge of the world. Yes, ma'am. With barely a single servant to help me. Not that my family ever sent anything either. Yes, ma'am. And the reason for all that was, what again? Suspected of plotting to assassinate Queen Priscilla, a baseless accusation I knew nothing about. Yes, ma'am. No one would listen to my side of the story except a few friends, and so I was thrown out. Yes, ma'am. They told me to never set foot in the capital again and called me something like, right to my face. Yes, ma'am. And now, 20 years later, you're telling me to come back. That's correct. I see, Speechy said, nodding slowly. She sighed again, then shifted her gaze toward the boy knight of Grastel still bowed low, not once lifting his face, and asked, could you do me a favor and ask His Majesty if he knows the meaning of the word shame? I am not in a position to advise the king. How serious. That was a joke, although His Majesty's order sounds more like a joke than mine. Back in her school days, she had been called slow, dim-witted, filth, a stain her classmates had said all kinds of things. But even she, despite all that, couldn't help feeling something after being hit with such rudeness, no, such absurdity and thoughtlessness. Ordinarily, someone might have raged and shouted at this point. In that sense, maybe she was dull, Speechy thought. So, why try to bring back the exiled former fiancé now? You've heard of the mysterious plague currently spreading in the capital, haven't you? I haven't. The boy knight fell silent. His face suggested he had just heard something he couldn't believe. Speechy simply shrugged. I haven't heard a thing. Boy, do you honestly think news from the capital reaches this place? Zeraid, the frontier land. It sat at the northernmost tip of the kingdom of Grastel. Transportation was abysmal. Several abysses, regions where monsters frequently appeared, surrounded the area, making outside visitors rare. In short, it was the worst place imaginable. To begin with, no one in their right mind would willingly come to a place used as a penal colony for criminals. In other words, no information ever reached this place. Oh, but now that I think about it, I do recall a friend I correspond with for research mentioning something, I think. Well, I wasn't really interested, to be honest. They had seemed a little flustered about it at the time, but she'd just woken up from a nap then, so she'd been too groggy to remember much. Besides, that friend didn't live in the capital either, so it was probably fine. A mysterious illness is currently spreading throughout the capital. Even in the face of Speechy's indifferent response, the young knight before her showed no signs of anger or frustration. He simply endured it patiently and continued speaking. And? His Majesty has issued a request for you, a royal order to investigate the cause. Speechy went silent upon hearing those words. Not because she was seriously pondering them or anything like that. She was simply, completely unable to comprehend what he was saying. A royal order, from the former fiancé who had abandoned and exiled her. To investigate a disease? Yeah, no, I refuse, Speechy answered honestly. In fact, did they really think someone would say understood to that? I'm genuinely curious here. Yes, ma'am. Do you actually think I have any obligation to investigate this for them? It is an order from the king. And, so what? Really, so what? Maybe if you're a citizen of that kingdom, an order from its ruler is absolute. Maybe you're expected to bow and tremble, sweating as you obey. But pressure through authority only works on those still under that authority's protection. Or, at the very least, the violence that authority possesses has to be a real threat to someone for it to work. It's my nap time. It was a sacred hour for her beauty and well-being. Neglecting sleep diminished her daily performance. It hurt her looks. It even chipped away at her lifespan. Nothing good came from skipping rest. Back in school, there had been those who boasted about how little sleep they got. But reckless behavior in youth always came back to bite you later. He was probably suffering from it now. And he just so happened to be the current king, her ex-fiancé. If you refuse, just as Speechy was about to head for the breezy rooftop for her nap and began preparing her parasol, the boy knight spoke in a small voice. His tone was subtly more threatening than before, and Speechy, intrigued more than she had been through the entire conversation so far, looked his way. I've been ordered to bring you back by force. He drew his sword, a jet-black blade matching the color of his hair and eyes. It radiated a sinister aura, far darker than what one would expect from a knight's weapon. It was likely a cursed or demonic blade. No proper knight would wield such a thing. A proper knight would possess magic of their own and wouldn't need to rely on such a sword. Then again, what kind of proper knight comes alone to a place like this without even bringing backup? Clearly, he wasn't normal. Probably an assassin from the kingdom's dark underbelly or something along those lines. Still, pathetic. Still all surface charm, I see. Just like always, you pretty boy. Her former fiancé, Loafin Clan Grastol. She finally remembered the name. A top-tier magic user, always polite and gentlemanly. Back in school, women adored him. But at his core, he was prideful and arrogant, or so she thought. Wait, was that right? She tried to recall, only to realize she couldn't picture his face at all. It had been 20 years after all. To be honest, until this boy barged into her room, she hadn't thought of Loafin even once. Actually, she couldn't even remember having that many conversations with him back then. My apologies, the boy knight moved in. Soundless. Fast. Fluid, well-trained. Speechy, being the research-focused, stay-at-home type, wouldn't have stood a chance if he closed the distance. But Nenan Korari. Lullaby, lullaby. Before he could get too close, Speechy lifted a single finger and flicked it, producing a soft snap. That much, at least, she could still do. Bring back the slothful witch and eradicate the problem plaguing the royal capital. The order from his master was heavy and absolute. The intensity in that sharp gaze had said more than words. That failure was unacceptable, and speed was paramount. It wasn't the look one gave a subordinate. It was the gaze one cast upon a tool. Still, he felt no dissatisfaction. He was a tool, after all, meant to be used by his master. That's why the boy knight serving under him obeyed without protest. Though he was called a knight, he was no noble. He couldn't even use magic. He was one of those known as the Shadow Knights, created for the express purpose of handling missions too dark to ever be made public. a secret organization founded by his master to solve problems that couldn't be exposed to the light of day. They were far from what one would call proper knights. Unlike those noble and radiant warriors who basked in glory and were immortalized in bardic songs, shadow knights worked in darkness. Naturally, the missions they received were just as far from righteous. The lazy witch Speechy may Crossheart the Crossheart family, one of the 4 great houses, was a name known in noble circles. But the name Speechy was almost never spoken among the common folk. That is, until 20 years ago when it became infamous, and not in a good way. Fiancé to the first prince and reviled as the vilest of villainesses. A witch expelled from magical society for conducting numerous heretical experiments. Eventually accused of plotting the assassination of her former classmate, Priscilla LaFilance, and spared from execution only by the prince's mercy, exiled instead. Bringing her back, that was the boy's new mission. Whatever intentions lay behind the order, he did not question them. He simply carried them out. Boy, it's kind of awkward having you just sit there like that." The slothful witch, Speechy, was far removed from the image of a witch he'd had in mind. Her hair was a pale, almost colorless blonde, with tight curls that billowed down to her waist. Her face looked young, long lashes, ivory skin, and crimson lips. She wore an unadorned black robe, but her figure beneath it was curvy in all the right places, with a slender waist. With such a youthful, doll-like face, she could easily pass for someone in her 20s. But if she had been exiled at 18, then she had to be 38 now. Calling that witch-like youth might be a stretch. Either way, she looked more like a beautiful, gentle woman than some wicked spellcaster. But the boy didn't let his guard down. His instincts, sharpened by a life in the shadows, screamed at him that the woman before him was dangerous. My apologies, but no matter how dangerous she was still a mage. She didn't carry a wand. She didn't look like a combat-specialized sorceress. The distance between them was only a few meters, and he had multiple wards of resistance on him. He could close the gap and knock her unconscious in a flash. He was confident in that. Drawing his beloved cursed sword, he lunged forward. Nenin Korori, and in the next instant, consciousness left him. Oh my, good morning, boy. He awoke atop a hammock set up on the tower's rooftop. The witch sat at a nearby table, working through stacks of papers. She now wore reading glasses she hadn't been wearing earlier and didn't spare him a single glance as he stirred awake, completely focused on her work. Huh? He reflexively checked himself. His armor had been removed. He was left in his underlayer. His cursed sword was gone. No injuries, no signs of restraint. It seemed he'd simply been disarmed and carried to the hammock. Even the talismans he wore affixed directly to his skin were untouched. And that was what didn't make sense. What did you do to me? I cast a sleep spell. You went down like a rock, but I had resistance talismans prepared. He wouldn't go against a mage without proper precautions. He'd been fully equipped. In fact, those very talismans had allowed him to subdue or eliminate numerous mages in the past. And yet, with her, the talismans hadn't even activated. Well, I was the one who created those talismans, Of course, I know all the backdoors built into them. What? I never imagined they were still using something I made 20 years ago. Is this country seriously okay? Speechy wondered aloud, as if commenting on the weather. She spoke so casually, but her words left the boy stunned. The talismans he used had been around since before he was born. They were a type of magical artifact now widely used not only in the kingdom of Grastol, but across the entire continent. From wars between nations to duels between mages, everything involving magic was structured around the presence of these talismans. To think she had created them. He found it almost impossible to believe. And if they didn't work on her, then no form of defense they had would work on her either. Because there existed nothing stronger than the talismans they relied on. He spotted his gear propped up near the hammock and reached for his cursed sword. But he felt nothing. He couldn't even draw it from its sheath. That dangerous sword of yours has been sealed, of course. People say I lack a sense of urgency, but I'm not so reckless that I'd leave an assassin unattended. Oh? Just then, he pulled a knife from within his armor and in a flash, had it pressed against the witch's throat. Clearly, you do lack a sense of urgency. You should have killed me while I was asleep. You look well rested, though. Your complexion's lovely. It was true, his movements felt sharper than usual. It had probably been years since he'd slept that deeply. Proper beds weren't a luxury he often had access to. Still, that didn't mean he felt grateful. Nor was he about to lower his weapon. You will come with me, and if I refuse, then I'll roll you up in a mat and drag you back. My, how bold of you. He gripped the knife tighter. He should have held the upper hand, but the tension in the air was suffocating. From what he remembered just before losing consciousness, her spell activation had required only a single motion. She was undeniably a top-tier mage. And now that he knew no defense would work against her, even the most seasoned warrior wouldn't stand a chance. The moment she made any suspicious movement, he would plunge the knife into her and incapacitate her. He was prepared for that. Well, I suppose that's fine. But contrary to his expectations, her reply was astonishingly nonchalant. You're agreeing? Why wouldn't I? You're the one threatening me and trying to drag me off against my will. She had a point, a painfully valid one, but it was unexpected. He wasn't allowed to let emotion influence the mission. Still, he understood full well just how unreasonable this all must have seemed from her side. She'd been exiled to a forsaken frontier crawling with abysses, ordered to act as a warden for criminals. And now, the very person who exiled her, the one who ordered all of this, wanted her to help. A selfish, one-sided request from her former fiancé. Of course, she had every right to refuse. As he stood there, unsure what to make of her response, she added, "Tell me, boy, if you fail your mission, will they kill you or something?" The concern in her voice was the last thing he expected. It was genuine. It was probably the first time in his life that an enemy had worried about him. He hesitated, but answered, "They wouldn't go as far as to dispose of me like that." "Really? But they'd punish you somehow, wouldn't they?" "Ah, I see. So they would." She took his silence as confirmation and nodded to herself, satisfied. Yes, he would be punished, but probably not in the way she was imagining. Still, he chose not to correct her. If she wanted to feel sorry for him, that worked in his favor. "Well then, it's fine. Let's go together. Would you mind escorting me?" And just like that, it seemed her misplaced sympathy had worked in his favor. Pity, compassion. He didn't care what it was. As long as the mission succeeded, the method didn't matter. He lowered the knife, then knelt once more before her. Whatever her current status, she was still the former fiancée of the king and the eldest daughter of one of the 4 great noble houses. A carriage is prepared. A carriage, if we're going by carriage from here, that's going to take a while, sounds like a hassle. We'll arrive in a full day. Wow, definitely a hassle. Then, just as he began preparing to escort her, the next moment his neck was suddenly yanked back, his neck guard being pulled tight, cutting off his breath. "GGH?" He turned to look, only to see the witch grabbing his neck guard. He had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, she looked genuinely startled by his reaction, quickly releasing her grip in a mild panic. Sorry, hold on a moment. What is it?" "Actually, I haven't finished my work yet, and I still need to contact a few people." Sure enough, when he looked again, the rooftop table was piled high with documents, some completed, many still unfinished. So, why don't you sleep a little longer?" There was a sharp click, a sound from her tongue. He only realized it had been the trigger for her magic after he woke up on a soft, fluffy bed. Just like the first time, he hadn't even had a chance to resist. He had fallen into her spell again, completely helpless. Coupe, and perhaps the most terrifying, or perhaps simply the most audacious, thing of all. The lazy witch was now asleep beside him, using him as a body pillow. It was in that moment that he truly understood. He had absolutely no way of doing anything against her. Chapter 2, a single worn-down carriage rattled along the ruined road that stretched from the frontier land of Zeraid. An old horse pulled the shabby, mud-stained carriage, its joints groaning with every bump. It was such a pitiful sight that even bandits would likely pass it by without a second thought. No one would ever imagine that inside this battered vehicle rode one of the four great nobles, once infamously feared as a wicked woman. Coupe, and certainly no one would believe that inside that carriage, filled to the brim with magical dandelion cotton, that same woman was peacefully napping. The young Shadow Knight was at the reins, driving the carriage that carried her. Technically, he was supposed to have her bound, restrained to prevent escape, but as it stood, she was completely free. Why? Because there was absolutely nothing he could do to stop her. It wasn't for lack of trying. Using cursed tools, inflicting injury, robbing her of freedom and mobility, those were his specialties. While he had confronted her openly under the pretense of a formal summons for the eldest daughter of a noble house, his true methods were always from the shadows, surprise attacks and swift takedowns. Even if Speechy was an exceptional mage, she didn't seem like the kind who had real combat experience. So he had believed, if I can attack from outside her awareness, I should be able to restrain her. Nenan Korori. He couldn't. No matter what method he used, she would simply lull him to sleep. He sealed her magic tools, gagged her mouth to stop incantations, restrained her fingers to prevent sigil casting, yet even then, he couldn't stop her magic. The conventional wisdom of how to neutralize a mage, do this and they'll be powerless, meant absolutely nothing in her case. He had no means of resistance. The only reason she was quietly going along with him now was because she felt like it. To be honest, he was troubled by this. Calling this a completed mission felt questionable at best. You look gloomy, boy. And as if she had read his thoughts, perhaps she really had, Speechy spoke up. Please rest inside the carriage. I've slept enough, I'm bored. She leaned out the window and yawned. Then she glanced around at the monotonous scenery of the plains, looking a bit disappointed. Slowly, she turned back to him and smiled slyly. Let's have a chat, boy. Let's kill time with this one. That's what her eyes clearly said. The young knight frowned bitterly. I have nothing to say. It wasn't that he intended to be rude to her. He genuinely had nothing to talk about. Even if he tried to make small talk, he had no cheerful experiences to share that would interest her. His life was soaked in blood and violence. And if the conversation bored her, she would absolutely get sulky and start throwing strange, unreasonable demands his way. She had done it constantly while they were still in the tower. He had learned his lesson. Apparently, so had she. She was the one who steered the conversation next. Shall I ease your worries? Worries? The source of his worries herself was offering help. You're worried I might try to run away, aren't you? Worried? She could escape right now if she wanted. And there was nothing he could do to stop her. The young knight silently nodded. If you keep your promise, I won't run away. Promise? Protect me during the investigation. The meaning behind those words, the knight could not immediately grasp. Your job is to have me investigate this mysterious illness, isn't it? Then guarantee my safety during that time. Whoever or whatever the enemy may be, protect me. If you can't promise that, I'm going home. His mission was to bring the lazy witch to the royal capital. After that, most likely, others would take over her escort and protection. He hadn't been assigned anything beyond that. But if she wouldn't agree to go unless he accepted her condition, then he would have to comply. Completing the mission was his top priority. The young knight thought it over for a moment, then responded, without my sword, protecting you would be difficult. It wasn't really a negotiation, but he did want to recover the cursed sword she had taken from him. The sword of darkness was essential. It needed to remain within arm's reach at all times. There was always the chance that the mission could change in order to eliminate her. He couldn't risk being unarmed when that happened. Of course, she must understand that as well. There was no way she'd hand it over, or so he thought. Here you go. She handed him the sword of darkness with shocking ease. Despite having searched everywhere while she was asleep and finding nothing, it was now casually resting in her hand, as if she were about to say, "Oh, I just found it lying around." Annoyed by how nonsensical it all felt, the young knight took it back. Then he noticed something strange. I made a few adjustments. All Shadow Knights carried this sword of darkness. To them, the blade was like a lifeline but also a collar, placed by their master. It was rigged with constraints to ensure absolute loyalty, to prevent any possibility of rebellion. But now, those constraints were completely gone. It should be much easier to use now, and safer too. The power output's also been increased. Of course it had. The sword had been intentionally weakened by design to prevent it from being used in ways the master didn't approve of. It was modified to suit combat needs, but also tightly restricted so its power couldn't be misused. Now, those limits were gone. It was far more usable than before. But he couldn't help but wonder, if his master saw this, would he be labeled a traitor? By the way, what do you go by? Seemingly unconcerned with his growing anxiety, Speechy asked the question. The young knight strapped the sword to his waist and answered, "I have no name." He had used false identities during certain missions, but they weren't real names. He didn't know his birth name, never had one. He didn't see the need for one, and neither did the other Shadow Knights. To that, Speechy responded cheerfully, "That's awfully sad," though she didn't seem the least bit sad. She hummed thoughtfully for a moment, then said, "In that case, I'll name you. How about Kuro?" Kuro? He didn't particularly care after all, it was probably just a temporary nickname. Still, it was strangely simple. He glanced over at her, wondering about the origin. Speechy smiled sweetly. "I was torn between that and Pachai. Please call me Kuro, Lady Speechy." "Oh my, I'm so glad you like it, Kuro-kun." He mentally took back what he said about not caring. Being treated like a dog was crossing a line. And then, some time after she had given him a name, we can see it now. While she had passed the time by playing with his hair, tying ribbons into it, changing his hairstyle, he finally caught sight of their destination. Kuro let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided being made to wear an absurdly frilly dress whose origin remained a mystery. Chapter 2 Part 2, The Royal Capital, Grastolol. Following the magical revolution over a decade ago, it had become the most magically advanced nation on the continent. Even from afar, the towering structures centered around the colossal central spire appeared grand and majestic. No one would ever suspect that such a nation was now being ravaged by disease. Ah, how nostal? Actually, no, not nostalgic at all. I don't recognize any of these buildings. Speechy gazed at the capital's skyline and gave her lazy observation. It had been 20 years since her exile. This was her first time back in her homeland in 2 decades, but no trace of sentimentality could be seen on her face. In fact, she looked more bored than when she had been toying with his hair earlier. Was that just his imagination? Regardless, her feelings weren't what mattered. Kuro felt a small sense of relief just knowing he could finally fulfill at least the bare minimum of his role. They really went and built that thing, huh? So when she murmured that quietly to herself, he didn't pay it any attention. The royal capital, Grastol, capital of the kingdom of Grastol, a nation that had existed on the continent for centuries. It was a city steeped in history. The occasional old buildings that dotted the cityscape testified to that heritage. Whether one viewed them as dilapidated eyesores or proud symbols of a long legacy depended on the person. There wasn't really a right answer. However, to the current rulers of the capital, old buildings were clearly seen as eyesores. The central district, the grand avenue leading to the royal palace, had been completely rebuilt. Sleek white buildings made of brilliant materials stood in orderly rows. There was a refined beauty to the uniformity. But something felt off. The avenue, which should have been bustling with visitors and residents alike, was eerily quiet. The fresh gleam of the new buildings only emphasized the lack of life and made the scene feel even lonelier. "Now then, young Kuro." "Yes." As they stepped onto the main avenue, Speechy stretched with a wide yawn, then turned around with a dignified expression. Kuro dropped to one knee. After all the time it had taken, he was finally ready to fulfill his true purpose. To investigate the root cause of this empty avenue, the terrifying stagnation disease. "Shall we go sightseeing?" "Pardon?" Apparently, he was the only one planning to do that. The investigation. I mean, even if you tell me to investigate, it's been 20 years. I don't even know where anything is anymore, you know? She had been exiled to the frontier and banned from even setting foot in the capital. Telling her to suddenly begin investigating was, indeed, unreasonable. It had been an absurd order from the very start, and now that it was being pointed out, he couldn't exactly argue. I don't know much about the disease either. I'll have to tour the city before I can do anything. There was no room for rebuttal. Kuro had no choice but to nod. Seeing his reaction, Speechy nodded in satisfaction and held out her hand. Come now, it's a date with a lady. You'll be my escort. Lady, shall I rename you Pachai? Kuro gracefully took her hand and kissed it. Lady Speechy, allow me to invite you on this date. I graciously accept. Thus began a date where failure to maintain her mood would result in him being renamed Pachai. To get straight to the point, Lady Speechy's shopping spree was utterly merciless. Oh, the clothing store's still open. The designs aren't bad, so let's buy something. Oh my, what is this? A bizarre-looking craft piece. But I like it, so let's buy it. Oh, what a terribly drawn painting. It made me laugh, so let's buy it. She made full use of some mysterious funds as if the reputation of a pitiful noble lady, exiled to the frontier and fallen from grace, meant absolutely nothing, and began buying up everything that caught her eye. There was no restraint to her purchasing. It was less about the items themselves and more like the act of spending was her true goal. And, of course, the one burdened with carrying all her spoils was Kuro. She showed no consideration for how manageable or heavy the load might be for him. Bit by bit, Kuro's standing figure vanished behind an ever-growing mountain of bags and boxes. After about 2 hours of this, my, that was rather fun. Yes, well, I suppose, if you say so. With a satisfied smile, Speechy finally seemed to have had her fill, while Kuro let out a ragged sigh behind her, barely catching his breath. Around them lay the spoils of her spree. You could probably open a general store just from these alone. Though they had loaded some onto the carriage, there were still plenty left over. Kuro couldn't help but wonder. How does she plan to take all this back? Just as he was thinking that, she nodded to herself with satisfaction. All right then, shall we go home? Please wait. I beg you, please wait. Kuro grabbed her shoulder as she turned to head back toward the carriage. He was desperate. If they returned now, he'd be nothing more than a glorified baggage mule. Don't give me that. What about the patrol? He managed to scold her, though she made no attempt to hide her dissatisfaction, giving a dramatic shrug of her shoulders. Well, I mean, honestly, there's nothing I can really do, is there? What do you mean by that? Just as he was about to ask for clarification, a loud commotion broke out across the otherwise empty main street. Footsteps heavy, thunderous, and the harsh grinding of metal echoed out. It was a very distinctive sound, and Kuro immediately recognized it. In fact, anyone who lived in the royal capital would know it. 2-meter-tall full-body armor made from magic-forged steel. An equally massive magic steel greatsword. Shoulder-mounted magical artillery units. And, most importantly, a mana tank connected to the tower, allowing for infinite magical energy supply. The Magic Armor Knights, the most elite soldiers of the Kingdom of Grastol. Speechy, the Witch of Sloth, you are hereby placed under arrest as the root cause behind the spread of the strange disease in Grastol. They had mobilized in full force, and all their weapons were now pointed at Speechy alone. See, I told you we should have just gone home, Speechy sighed, and for once Kuro had to agree she was absolutely right. Chapter 3, The Royal Galbard Academy of Magic. The most prestigious institution of magical learning in the royal capital of Grastol, and a sanctuary of wisdom founded to produce the next generation of great archmages who would follow in the footsteps of the legendary sage Galbard. It was a place where nobles, those who were also mages, gathered to study magic. However, Galbard's original mission had shifted with the times. As magical power became a symbol of nobility and was elevated to something sacred, the academy transformed into a battleground for political intrigue. The children sent there no longer focused on studying magic. Instead, they spent their time reinforcing noble connections and engaging in factional disputes. And so, Speechy, who devoted herself wholly to magical research, was treated as a complete outlier. Despite being the eldest daughter of one of the four great noble houses, the Crossheart family, she never appeared at social functions. Instead, she was constantly holed up in her laboratory. She invented bizarre spells and earned nothing but scornful laughter for her efforts. The Crosshearts were ridiculed for raising such a daughter, and her parents could only sigh bitterly whenever they looked at her. But Speechy herself was completely unfazed by the gossip and insults around her. She simply found magic research fun. While other nobles were content to flaunt the divine gifts granted to them and wasted their talents on parlor tricks, Speechy saw magic as an uncut gem, something still waiting to be refined. The more she learned, the more discoveries she made. She never tired of reading the magical research texts from eras when magic had truly flourished. It seemed ridiculous to her how the other nobles pasted on fake smiles and flattered one another with insincere words. Why, she wondered, would anyone ignore something as fun as magic to attend those painfully dull parties? What others thought of her didn't matter in the slightest. She wanted to do what she wanted, the way she wanted. Back then, Speechy truly believed that. If present-day Speechy were to look back on that version of herself, she'd likely call her immature. Because if one truly wants to do what they love, there are things in life that must be done first. She had chosen to ignore the fact that the only reason she'd been able to indulge so freely during her academy days was because of the support from the very father she despised. And now, that negligence had come back to bite her. Speechy the Witch of Sloth, I hereby exile you. Her fiancé stood before her, hurling insults and scornful glares as though she were some common criminal. He accused her of delving into the study of wicked, forbidden magics, sabotaging a major national infrastructure project, attempting to assassinate a girl named Priscilla out of jealousy who now wept beside him. All these charges were thrown at Speechy. And Speechy's response, "What is that? I've never heard any of it. Creepy." Of course she didn't know. She was always locked away in her lab. A few of her rare friends had warned her now and then, but she had never truly tried to grasp what was going on in the outside world. She hadn't even wanted to know. Truly, the title Witch of Sloth fit her far too well. Speechy had indeed committed the sin of sloth. While she indulged only in what she wanted, neglecting what she needed to do, the girl crying beside the prince who seemed to be weeping but whose eyes coldly and precisely observed everything, had neatly set a trap for her and sprung it. Speechy let the prince's shouting wash over her and turned her gaze toward Priscilla. She still didn't fully grasp what was happening, but she did understand one thing. This entire scene had been orchestrated by Priscilla. While everyone else was swept up in the hysteria of this impromptu witch trial, Priscilla alone remained calm. Her tears were just for show. She whispered to the prince at key moments, sobbed theatrically at perfectly timed beats, and controlled the mood of the crowd with expert precision. It was a performance Speechy could never hope to replicate. She was impressed and annoyed. She genuinely respected people who could do what she couldn't, but being blindsided by a girl she'd barely spoken to, that pissed her off. So, with a face still awkward and unskilled in makeup, Speechy twisted her lips into a wide, smug grin and said, "I'll remember that face of yours." Upon hearing that, for just the briefest moment, Priscilla's perfectly trained expression cracked at her brow furrowed in displeasure. Surrounded by fearsome, seemingly immortal warriors clad in Magitech armor, Speechy showed neither surprise nor fear at the situation. She simply sat on the edge of a nearby fountain and sighed at the soldiers brandishing their ominous blades at her. Honestly, it's not like I didn't expect this. Expect? Something similar happened 20 years ago, after all, though this time they've decided to pin the blame entirely on me, so who knows how it'll turn out. Kuro understood the situation well enough. As far as the Magitech Knights were concerned, they were acting on the belief that Speechy was the source of the plague currently spreading through the royal capital. But Kuro knew she couldn't possibly be the cause. She hadn't even known about the capital's tragic state until he'd told her himself. There was no way she could be the origin. Speechy, Witch of Sloth, if you have any excuses, let's hear them. but the man who appeared to be the commander of the Magi Tech Knight Corps had already made his judgment. He was acting under the assumption that Speechy was guilty. In the first place, there couldn't be many who even knew Speechy had been summoned back to the capital. And of those, even fewer had the authority to command the Magi Tech Knights, the kingdom's greatest weapon. That alone narrowed the list of suspects. But if that were true, then by all rights, Kuro should be assisting the knights. He should be helping capture Speechy. Of course, he knew she wasn't the true culprit, but if the people at the top of the kingdom wanted her detained, then, well then, Kuro-kun. Huh. Before he could complete his thoughts, Speechy suddenly stepped behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders. Kuro felt a deep and immediate sense of dread. She was smiling, a very cheerful, very mischievous smile. As promised, you'll protect me properly, right? Well, that's, needless to say, Kuro was a loyal subject of the kingdom of Grastol. And yet, here she was, asking him to turn against the kingdom to protect her. Even if she brought up some so-called promise, he wasn't actually obligated to follow it. He wasn't, and yet, if you won't protect me, then I'll just go home, you know? You'd leave in this situation? Yes, I'll go home. The threat Speechy delivered froze Kuro's thoughts solid. Leave, go home, she said. In the middle of being surrounded by elite Magi Tech Knights, warriors powerful enough to obliterate massive magical beasts on their own, rationally, there was no way she could possibly escape. That's what Kuro's logic told him. And yet, another part of him, his instinct, warned him otherwise. If it's this woman, she just might actually pull it off. Two opposing thoughts clashed violently inside Kuro, muddying his ability to decide. Meanwhile, the Magi Tech Knights slowly tightened their encirclement. At the same time, Speechy was beginning to sketch an elaborate magical formula into the air. He had no idea what kind of spell it was, but the smile she gave him as she worked made one thing very clear: it wasn't going to be anything pleasant. Guess there's no helping it. Kuro's mission hadn't changed. Escort the Witch of Sloth, Speechy, and have her investigate the plague afflicting the capital. Whoever had activated the Magi Tech Knights was trying to pin everything on her and have her captured, but his true master, the one who'd issued the mission, had sent no such updated instructions. If this had all been a setup from the start, the original orders would have stated so. Which meant there was only one thing Kuro had to do right now: not let her leave. Kuro drew his magic sword. You fool. I don't know what unit you're from, but you're a knight of the realm, aren't you? What do you think you're doing? My apologies. There are circumstances. Imbecile. The commander's angry shout rang out in shock at Kuro's betrayal. Honestly, even Kuro admitted that his current actions were nothing short of madness. Logically speaking, Speechy should have no chance of escaping from the likes of them. After all, the Magi Tech Knights had been created to counter the threat of foreign mages. Their invincible armor could resist all forms of magic. Even if physically destroyed, the suits regenerated instantly. Powered by the infinite magical energy supplied by the tower, the kingdom of Grastol had forged its strongest warriors. They couldn't lose, they weren't supposed to. But then, I know where all the backdoors are, you know. With that smug declaration from behind him, Kuro realized, this woman wasn't planning to go down quietly. I always dreamed of being rescued by a handsome knight from some evil thugs, you know. Kaya, just like a princess. The Witch of Sloth squealed with delight. He wanted to point out that threatening a knight and sixing him on his comrades wasn't something a princess would do. It was exactly what a witch would do. Did you say something? Not at all, princess. Please don't stray beyond my reach. I won't be able to protect you. Kaya, how cool. I feel like I'm getting younger. The princess, witch, seemed to be having a great time. Chapter 3 Part 2 now then. Behind Kuro, who had been dragged into a full-on battle against what were more or less his fellow soldiers, the Magi Tech Knights, Speechy let out a little sigh and plopped herself down on the edge of a nearby fountain. She rummaged through her robes and pulled out a pair of beautifully crafted spectacles, slipping them onto her face. Oh my, the calibration's a bit off. I really should have done maintenance on these. Even as she fiddled with the lenses, she kept her eyes fixed on the battle unfolding before her. A short while later, she let out a satisfied little murmur. Ah, yes, I thought so. This is exactly what I expected. Before her, the battle was evenly matched. Yes, evenly matched. Despite being surrounded by overwhelming numbers, Kuro was somehow holding his own against the elite Magi-Tech Knights, the strongest fighting force the kingdom had to offer. What the hell is going on? That was the shared thought running through the minds of both the Magi-Tech Knight captain and Kuro himself. The captain hadn't underestimated the black-armored boy before him, but neither had he expected much resistance. Sure, the kid wielded a magic sword, but he didn't use any spells, making it clear he wasn't a conventional mage. On the other hand, the kingdom had deployed 20 Magi-Tech Knights for this mission. It was a ridiculously overwhelming show of force, far beyond what should be needed to apprehend a single mage. With this number, they could conquer a small, unprepared nation with ease. The odds were decisively in their favor. To worry about losing here would be like fearing the sky might fall. Naturally, the captain had believed the fight would be over in moments. The witch, Speechy, suspected to be the root cause of the plague afflicting the capital, would be captured in no time. But then, he's fast. The young knight's movements were shockingly nimble. He dodged every blast of the Magi-Tech Knights' artillery. For every one swing of their swords, he struck back threefold. He darted through the streets, using the city's structures as footholds, weaving around them and disorienting them at every turn. The captain began to wonder if there was some hidden trick in the magic sword the boy carried. But no, that didn't seem to be the case either. Some degree of physical enhancement was expected, but they had that too. There shouldn't be any enhancement greater than what the Magi-Tech armor provided. And yet, they couldn't keep up. What is this? Some kind of illusion? It felt like he'd been bewitched by the witch. But on the other hand, Kuro himself was having the exact same reaction. They're slow. The Magi-Tech Knight's movements felt sluggish, like they couldn't keep up with him. Kuro wasn't one to underestimate his own abilities. In order to fulfill his missions, he trained hard to at least resist enemies on par with spell-wielding knights, even if he couldn't match them outright. His primary focus had been honing his physical capabilities. At the very least, in close-quarters combat, there weren't many knights who could rival the elite Shadow Knights, his own cohort. Even against a Magi-Tech Knight, he figured he could probably hold his ground one-on-one. That was the extent of his strength. He'd believed he could maybe just barely hold out against one. That was all. So then, what was this? Gah, he's so fast, is he a monkey? No civilians in the area, don't hold back, fire the cannons. The Magi-Tech Knights were completely thrown off. Kuro would land a strike, then vanish. The knights couldn't keep up, swinging into the air and missing completely. The magical artillery mounted on their shoulders standard for all Magi-Tech Knights couldn't even graze him. Instead, their blasts destroyed the beautifully constructed buildings of the city one after another. This shouldn't be happening. Even Kuro himself found it hard to believe the outcome he'd brought about. They were up against the strongest warriors, soldiers who had trampled the monsters of neighboring countries with sheer power. Sure, they were a bit sluggish, but even so, they weren't the kind of foes who would be defeated so one-sidedly by someone whose only advantage was speed. Or rather, it shouldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened, because if it did, surround him. But, as expected, the Magi-Tech Knights had begun to notice that Kuro's only weapon was his magic sword, and that he wasn't some versatile fighter. They adjusted their formation, keeping a proper distance, slowly encircling him. At that point, no matter how well Kuro was dominating in close quarters, there was nothing he could do. He had always been outnumbered, after all. This outcome had been inevitable. No amount of clever movement could overcome sheer numerical superiority. Capture the witch Speechy? And of course, they turned their attention to apprehending Speechy. That, too, was expected. They probably thought Kuro's strange performance was some kind of trick engineered by the witch Speechy. From their perspective, it only made sense to subdue the root cause first. Even Kuro, for all his doubts, couldn't shake the idea that maybe what was happening to him was something she'd orchestrated. So, the Magi-Tech Knights charged toward her in unison, Nen and Korori, only to be completely wiped out. Sleep. Why? Well, that went about as expected. Stepping right over the knights who'd fallen for her bait and dove straight at her, Speechy casually made her way toward Kuro. She must have used that same sleep spell she'd hit him with so many times in the Tower of Exile. The strongest Magi-Tech knights were now nothing more than snoring lumps of iron, sprawled out in deep sleep. Of course, they should have had anti-magic barriers in place, but clearly those didn't mean a thing to her. I figured, but I really didn't need to protect you at all, did I? Soaked in sweat and burned in several places from narrowly avoiding magical cannon blasts, Kuro shot her a bitter glare. But Speechy just smiled at him with a completely unaffected look. Oh, but you were extremely helpful. Thanks to you, I had such an easy time. You damn, what's wrong? Should I start calling you Pachai? I actually bought a collar. You want it? Never mind, princess. Kuro gave up on saying anything more to her. But the one who couldn't afford to give up was the commander of the Magi-Tech Knights. Staring at his fallen comrades, his voice trembled with shock. Why didn't the resist work? Was it some kind of witch's secret art? It's a hassle to explain, so sure, let's go with that. Witch's secret art. Yup, Kuro couldn't bring himself to call the man's panic pathetic. That was exactly how he had reacted when he'd first met Speechy. Still, the captain's panic worked in their favor. The knights were clearly rattled, and they held their ground without attacking. If they had launched a barrage of Wideria magic cannon blasts, Speechy might have survived, but Kuro would have been toast. So, what now? Still very much in a crisis, only Kuro, that is, he asked Speechy. Naturally, he had no means to break through the current situation. He wasn't the kind of hero who could charge in and turn the tides with a single bold move. If there was any hope of a breakthrough, it was her, but she looked positively bored. I could just put everyone else to sleep, but you can do that. It's just really annoying. So you can. If she could do it, he wanted her to, but all she did was grumble. Of course, Kuro had no way to make her do anything. All he could do was hope she felt like it. But then, just as he was thinking that, help arrived from the most unexpected place. Oh, the thunder of hooves slamming into the ground. The roar of wheels carving through stone. A massive carriage easily over 3 meters tall, pulled by a colossal white horse tore through the battlefield, cutting between the Magi-Tech Knights and Speechy. It looked like the kind of extravagant carriage nobles or top-level merchants might use. It skidded to a stop in front of Speechy and Kuro, and the door flew open. Oh my, Minya, long time no see. Speechy, what the hell are you doing in the capital? Are you stupid or something? The pink-haired woman's first words were a string of insults hurled directly at Speechy. Chapter 4. That's why I told you 100 times, you idiot Speechy. 20 years ago, Minya Hollow Valentine found herself going through the unprecedented experience of watching her friend be sentenced to exile. Speechy May Crossheart, there had been plenty of times she thought becoming friends with her had been a mistake, but today, she felt that way from the bottom of her heart. Why had she become friends with such a troublesome, exhausting, disaster magnet of a woman? If you just handled things a little better, the exile wouldn't have. The political battle to claim the seat of the next queen consort. It was obvious that the moment the prince's enrollment in the academy was finalized, that battle would ignite. And it was just as obvious that the one to stand on the front lines of that war would be Speechy, the eldest daughter of the Crossheart family, the house with the greatest power. Minya had explained this to her over and over. She had urged her to make the necessary arrangements to do some groundwork. And yet, this was the result. Don't tell me, you actually did nothing. I did absolutely nothing. You absolute idiot. What made it worse was that among those on Prisha's side was none other than Speechy's older brother Bernald, the eldest son of the Crossheart family. The Crossheart family chose not to protect Speechy, their own daughter, but instead to cut her off in order to protect the house itself. Should she lament the cold-bloodedness of the Crossheart family for abandoning their daughter? Should she be awed by Prisha's cunning, manipulating things to the point that Crossheart had to make that choice? Or should she be appalled at this slothful witch who hadn't even realized the danger she was in until things had gone that far? Minya couldn't decide. Well, it's fine. Even though it's called exile, apparently it's more like a surveillance job in some remote land. Yeah, no. It's definitely all your fault. Minya revised her judgment the moment Speechy brushed off her concern with a casual, well, I'll be fine. True, if it were her, even if she were tossed alone, with no attendants, into some ruined land full of exiles, she'd probably survive just fine. Some people didn't understand, but Speechy was, without question, a true magical genius. As long as she had her body and mind, she could create anything she needed. She was like a witch out of a fairy tale. So, well, she probably wouldn't die. That didn't make her any less infuriating, and it didn't stop Minya from worrying. Why did I ever become friends with her? Wasn't it because you fed me when I collapsed that one time? That's right. It all started when Minya accidentally fed this woman, who for some reason had nearly starved to death in the courtyard. So really, she had no one to blame but herself. Gods, what a mess. Well, it's fine, Minya. I won't die after all. Yeah, you'd survive even if someone tried to kill you, and I'm sorry. Ha! Hearing that unfamiliar word, Minya blinked in disbelief. Speechy gently wrapped her arms around Minya, who was clutching her head, and softly murmured, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm sorry, too. Even though I call myself your friend, in the end, I couldn't help you. Minya returned the hug, wrapping her arms around Speechy's back. This hopeless friend, obsessed with nothing but magic research, even so, having her go away felt lonely. It was frustrating. She swore to herself she would never forget this regret. A month later, Speechy, who had been exiled, promptly gained total control over the tower she'd been half-forcibly confined to, thoroughly grasping its structure and internal workings. And then, she invented a brand new communication spell to get in touch with Minya. It was at that point that Minya would be left utterly speechless. But right now, she had no way of knowing any of that. Inside the Valentine Company carriage, so, why the hell did you come back? I told you over and over, don't come no matter what. I even said it in our last transmission, didn't I? Minya Hollow Valentine, owner of the Valentine Trading Company, one of the royal capital Grastol's premier confectionery shops, was trying to suppress her growing headache. Because a woman who absolutely should not be anywhere near the chaos-ridden Grastol had shown up. And to make matters worse, that woman was her friend of 20 years, who had, for some reason, just barely avoided being captured by the strongest soldiers in the kingdom. Minya had no choice but to leap into action, rushing out in her carriage and practically yanking her to safety. Honestly, she felt bad for the servant who was now driving the carriage at full speed and on the verge of tears. Hayafohaha. And now the woman in question was stuffing her mouth full of sample sweets meant for their next product launch, mumbling incoherently with a face full of sugar. Minya was starting to regret rescuing her at all. Swallow before you speak. She handed over some tea, half exasperated that this woman could still be so relaxed even while fleeing from Grastol's most elite armored Mage Knight Corps. She downed the tea in one gulp and nodded calmly, with the same expression she'd worn 20 years ago. I was kidnapped. Don't give me that crap. Noble kidnappings did happen now and then, but with this woman, absolutely not. The only beings who could possibly pull it off were either some monstrous gorilla or a literal magical beast. Minya said as much with certainty, prompting Speechy to puff her cheeks in mock hurt and jab her finger toward the black-haired young knight who had escaped into the carriage with her. I'm not lying, see? This Kuro-kun here kidnapped me. I'm a tragic princess, you know? You're more like the great demon king in a disaster epic. Minya had a good idea of the boy knight's true identity, even if Speechy hadn't said anything. But that wasn't important right now. She peeked out the carriage window, checking for pursuers. No sign of the armored mage knights. Then again, the horses pulling Minya's carriage were elite breeds, trained to deliver even fragile goods at lightning speed. Not even night division mounts could keep up with them. But the problem was this massive carriage stood out way too much, no matter how fast it moved. She'd need to figure out how to shake any tails or find a place to hide. Will you be okay, Minya? I mean, you helped me. Doesn't that make you a traitor to the crown? Unlike you, I actually know how to lay proper groundwork, so don't worry. Besides, the fact that the mage knights were even being used inside the capital in the first place was outrageous enough. Their original duty was to patrol outside the city and exterminate magical beasts, not to be summoned here and start firing magic cannons in the middle of town. Sure, Grasstol had become a half-abandoned ruin, but that didn't mean the chaos was entirely their fault. And if others were crossing the line too, that meant there was still plenty of room to maneuver. More importantly, we need to think about how to hide this carriage. Mekakashi Otanashi. Before Minya could finish, Speechy chanted something and snapped her fingers. In that instant, a spell wrapped around the entire carriage. I've applied invisibility and silence enchantments. You really haven't changed at all, hopeless in every area except magic, yet she could still solve almost any problem with just that. It was the same lawless brilliance she'd had 20 years ago. Of course, Minya had kept in frequent contact through letters and magical communications, so she knew nothing had changed, but seeing it in person made her head spin. And combined with the fact that her appearance hadn't changed much since their academy days, it made Minya feel like she'd been yanked straight back 2 decades. Minya, you've gotten older. Oh, is that a fight you want? 'Cause I will throw hands. Even her ridiculously rude attitude hadn't changed a bit. Minya seriously considered punching her. Of course she'd aged. It had already been 20 years since their student days. 20 years, a long time. Her sons, who only felt like babies not long ago, had already grown enough to enter the same academy she once did. Aging was only natural. The wrinkles on her face had stopped fading a while ago. It wasn't as if she still longed for her youth, but having someone her own age, with flawless, glowing skin, pointed out like that was just infuriating. Isn't it fine? You've got that commanding presence now, like a reliable lady shopkeeper. It's cool, I like it. Well, thanks for that. Meanwhile, I'm still young and fresh as ever, you know. Okay, that's it, I am fighting you, you little. And so, Minya had her first face-to-face fight with her friend in 20 years. Chapter 4, Part 2, the magically invisible and silenced carriage continued to wind through the streets for a while, until they arrived at one of the Valentine Company's branch stores on East Street. Minya dropped Kuro and the others off there. She had already given orders for the carriage to leave the capital and return to the Valentine territory. I came to the capital to deliver relief supplies. And then I run into this mess, seriously. Muttering under her breath, Minya led them toward the store. None of the clerks said a word about her arriving with the suspicious-looking Speechy or the even more questionable Kuro. They silently guided the two inside. Speechy had called her a reliable lady shopkeeper, and clearly Minya commanded the respect and authority to match. They passed through a narrow back corridor meant only for employees, then climbed a steep staircase. As they ascended, Speechy, who had looked completely at ease until a moment ago, suddenly wore an exhausted expression. Can I just float? Don't. The shop staff will double-take if they see that. Anyway, what are you going to do? I'll say this now, if you plan to escape the capital, I will help you. That's... Wait, Kuro tried to speak up, but faster than he could finish, Minya turned around, her sharp gaze cutting him off. It wasn't the playful look Speechy always gave. It was pure, unmistakable hostility. I wasn't talking to you, Shadow Knight. So you knew, Lady Valentine. Of course I did. Unlike dumbass Speechy, I consider you the enemy. It was a painfully accurate assessment. Kuro had been working for Speechy only because she'd strong-armed him into it, but fundamentally, he was her enemy. In fact, just walking behind her like this was already wrong. He was supposed to be the one dragging her around against her will. Oh my, how mean of you, Minya, Speechy said, chuckling softly as she hugged Kuro from the side. You just lack any sense of danger. That's the problem, no, forget it. Not the time. With that, Minya briskly resumed her climb. Downstairs, the shop was being maintained with only the bare minimum staff, but the upper floors were completely deserted. A strange chill drifted through the air. Anyway, you shouldn't be here. You've looked around, haven't you? So you must know. Saying that, Minya opened one of the upstairs doors. The capital is hell right now. What she revealed inside was a room full of beds, each occupied by people lying down, clearly employees. There were 5 simple beds in the small space, each holding a young man or woman. None of them reacted at all to Kuro and Speechy's sudden entrance. No turning heads, no eye contact, not even the slightest movement. Their skin was pale, almost grayish, so much so that, at first glance, they looked like corpses. But they were alive. Kuro wasn't surprised. This scene had become all too familiar in Grastel lately. "Are these your employees?" "They're kids from our territory who came to the capital for work. I can't send them back home. They say it's not contagious, but I've heard stories. Someone went back to their village sick and got ostracized, treated like they were cursed." Minya gently brushed her hand across the forehead of the youngest, practically still a child. Of course, the girl didn't react at all. She simply lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling in pain, her face twisted in suffering, like she was dead inside. There's nothing unusual about kids like her anymore. You see them like this everywhere. This illness, now called the stagnation sickness, had started spreading about a year ago. The first to show symptoms had been, of all people, nobles, or more precisely, magicians, minor physical discomfort, shoulder stiffness, joints beginning to feel sluggish. At first, everyone assumed it was just fatigue, but gradually more and more people began reporting the same symptoms. Her body felt heavy, walking became a chore, and eventually she couldn't even get out of bed. In the end, she slept as if dead, completely unmoving. She took neither food nor water. Her body became stiff like stone, but she wasn't dead, nor did she rot. The grotesque symptoms of this disease terrified everyone in the royal capital the moment they became known. At first, because it seemed to target only mages, the disease was named the noble sickness. But before long, it began to spread through the general population, even to those without magical ability, causing the same symptoms. The panic when people realized it could affect non-mages too was awful. Up until then, most citizens could convince themselves it had nothing to do with them. Maybe it was just a kind of escapism. A terrifying illness that even stole away the right to a proper death. To escape it, countless countermeasures were proposed. Every kind of magical potion and ritual imaginable was attempted. Some took advantage of the crisis, peddling suspicious remedies to make a fortune. Others turned to strange new faiths to escape their fear. But whether one tried to remain righteous or strayed from the path, the disease fell upon them equally. And this was the result. The royal capital Grastel stood on the brink of collapse. Outside Grastel, the disease was rare. In fact, there were even rumors that those who contracted the illness had begun to recover after leaving the capital and resting elsewhere. As a result, many fled. Those with nowhere to go outside the capital stayed hidden, praying the disease wouldn't touch them. Others clutched what little they had and ran, hoping to find refuge somewhere, anywhere. Some of them, unfortunately, were swept into crime by those looking to exploit the desperate. We still don't know the cause or a cure or even how to prevent it. Right now, the royal castle is overwhelmed, cries for help from the people, accusations flying in from the nobles surrounding the capital. It's a full-blown national crisis. Oh, how satisfying! How awful. Yes, truly terrible. At the very least, these kids didn't deserve this. Speechy gently stroked the heads of the small children lying in the beds. As expected, they showed no reaction. But then, why were they trying to capture me? Even if they did, that's not going to cure this disease. You can guess, can't you? I told you they're under fire. They want to redirect the blame. Opening the window to let in fresh air, Minya spoke, her voice thick with both exasperation and contempt. If they capture you and pin everything on you, even if the disease continues, they can at least say, "We've caught the one behind it." That'll cool the outrage for a little while. Such a pathetic stopgap measure. Should he laugh at how crude it was? Or lament the fact that the kingdom had become so desperate it would deploy the armored mage knights for such a flimsy move? Kuro couldn't decide. Not that it was his place to ponder it in the first place. "So, Kuro boy, are you here to capture this idiot girl, or what?" Minya's blunt question hit him hard, laced with open hostility. Kuro shook his head. My mission hasn't changed. I just want Lady Speechy to investigate and solve the cause of this disease. You know, every mage in the kingdom's been breaking their heads over this, and still come up empty, right? I don't care how much of a genius she is, you can't just drag her here and expect her to magically figure it out. Too late. I already did, you know. A heavy silence fell over the room. Obviously, the cause was what Speechy had just casually claimed. This witch, what did she just say? That she figured it out? What? Yes, I've got it. The cause. Minya and Kuro turned to look at each other, then stared back at Speechy. She was happily munching on a Valentine brand sweet she must have brought from the carriage. Tilting her head like this was all perfectly normal. Wait, are you seriously telling me? Minya lunged forward, reaching for Speechy's shoulder in disbelief. But Kuro noticed the disturbance before she could. From the window, a faint flicker barely perceptible caught his eye, just enough to mistake it for a trick of the light. But his instincts, honed by his profession, knew better. It was a distortion caused by light-based invisibility magic. Get down now! An ambush. He realized it in that split second. Kuro dove over the two women just as a spell shot burst into the room, detonating in a blinding flash of light. Chapter 5. A few years ago, Grastel Kingdom, Stanhall Knight Training Facility. Nobles, gifted with the power of magic, left behind as remnants or imitations of the gods who had long since departed, bore a certain obligation due to that power. With privilege came duty, to serve as knights and protect the kingdom. From the dimensional rifts known as abysses, magical beasts would crawl out into the world. Behind them lurked demons, the true masterminds of such horrors. And of course, there were also other nations with ambitions of conquest. To train knights capable of opposing such threats, the kingdom maintained this facility. Why must nobles become knights? Because only magic can oppose magic. So said Gigan, commander of the elite armored mage knights and the most battle-hardened knight in the kingdom. That day, he had come personally to the training grounds to conduct instruction. Those who, at 15, had chosen the path of the sword, rather than becoming mages, underwent 1 year of rigorous training here, before being assigned to their respective knight orders. Among them, some were sure to join the armored mage knights one day. Thinking that some of these youths might be his future subordinates, Gigan didn't find it a burden to come all this way and teach. Our mission is to fight the overwhelming enemies that ordinary soldiers can't stand against. Stay sharp. There is no easy path once you become a knight. With a stern expression, Gigan laid out the role of a knight. The apprentice knights listened to him with serious faces, very different from how they treated their usual instructors. Instructor Gigan, I have a question. But of course, there was always one bold apprentice in every class. Speak, is magic really that powerful? A rather provocative question. We have magic sealing charms, anti-curse amulets, healing potions. We've got plenty of ways to resist magic now. And anyone can use them, not just mages. So isn't it kind of stupid that we nobles, the privileged class, have to go out and fight directly? So, what? You think it should be the soldiers fighting instead of you? I just think the current way of doing things is outdated. And more importantly, this kingdom has the tower, doesn't it? With its endless mana, we should be able to turn even the non-magical into the ultimate soldiers. The apprentice spoke without reservation, full of confidence. He clearly had considerable knowledge of magic, even if he had chosen the path of the knight. It wasn't uncommon, these types who excelled beyond their peers and in doing so, gained the arrogance to match. Gigan didn't immediately reject the boy's claim. Instead, he nodded slightly, murmuring a soft, fair point. Very well. Let's test that in combat. He brought the apprentice to the front and laid out a full set of real knight armor before him, gear that trainees were normally not allowed to wear. It was originally prepared for a later training session, but he handed it over now. The armor you wear now is fully equipped to face mages and magical beasts. Even without the ability to use magic, wearing it grants you significant protection. Once he'd put on the armor, the boy looked visibly excited. Though clearly trying to hide it, his flushed face and downcast gaze made it clear, an endearingly age-appropriate reaction. As for me, no weapons, no armor, I will face you with bare hands. Gigan now stood before him. Just as he said, he had removed even his light armor and bore no knight's sword. The only thing in his hand was a small portable wand, one commonly used by mages. Your task is simple. Restrain me, the mage, without using any magic of your own. I won't move a single step. You have 10 seconds. The apprentice grinned challengingly. Then, without warning, he charged straight at Gigan. His speed wasn't bad. Certainly not the movement of someone who slacked off during training one. Gah! The moment Gigan began counting, he moved his wand just slightly. In that instant, a massive stone pillar suddenly erupted from the ground right beside the apprentice knight, slamming into him with full force. The armor the apprentice wore was designed to ward off magical shock, but it had its limits when it came to absorbing pure physical impact. The apprentice was sent flying in a spectacularly pathetic fashion. 2, 3, 4. Agia. Gua-ag-goo, the count continued. The stone pillars kept slamming into the knight as he rolled across the training ground like a ball. He was tossed around as if hit by a speeding carriage, yet miraculously, he didn't die, likely because the armor's protective charms were working overtime. 5, 6, 7. Biga, gua. Then, water came pouring down from above. While some of it was neutralized by the armor's built-in nullification magic, the sheer volume of water couldn't be suppressed entirely. What wasn't cancelled out pooled around the boy, surrounding him like a prison of liquid. 8, 9. Now engulfed in water and unable to move a muscle, the apprentice flailed helplessly. Sadly, while the protective charm ensured his survival, that was all it could do. It didn't dull the overwhelming sense of powerlessness, if anything. Being unable to lose consciousness only intensified it. 10. Now then, Gigan finally moved his feet and lowered his wand. The poor apprentice lay sprawled on the ground, twitching faintly, barely able to groan. Thanks to his armor, he probably hadn't suffered any major injuries. As for psychological trauma, well, that was another matter entirely. If there's anyone else here who doubts the strength of magic, I'm happy to give you a taste in live combat. No one raised their hand. Naturally, anyone stupid enough to volunteer after witnessing that would be a concern. Analyze your opponent's magic, disrupt it with nullification, defend with barriers, counter with curses. Unless you can fluidly execute those responses as a mage, you're not even qualified to participate in a magical battle. The same applied when fighting magical beasts. Against any opponent wielding mana, whether born from it or using it as a weapon, you needed your own means of resistance. Of course, the apprentice's earlier claim wasn't entirely wrong. Magical tools and items that didn't rely on personal mana had advanced significantly. Gigan acknowledged that much. But still, magic users remained a tier above. Those who could generate mana held an overwhelming advantage over those who couldn't. If you aren't a mage, you're not even on the battlefield to begin with. Sure, if you had a powerful divine artifact, a legendary magic sword, or the like, it'd be a different story. But even those have limits. The apprentice slowly pushed himself up, shoulders slumping in defeat. Maybe Gigan had gone a bit too hard on him. With a light pat on the boy's back, he gently guided him back to rejoin the others in formation. So, mages can fight any kind of enemy then? Another apprentice raised their hand with a cautious question. Gigan nodded, but added only if their abilities are roughly equal. And if they're not? The apprentice asked timidly. Gigan shrugged. Then even among mages, tragedies like the one you just saw still happen. The soaked apprentice flinched. The rest of the trainees all stiffened with serious expressions. It hadn't gone exactly how Gigan expected, but it had turned into an effective demonstration regardless. Do you understand now why we have to train like our lives depend on it? No matter how infinite the mana granted by the tower may be without skill, it's nothing more than pearls before swine. Gigan's voice thundered across the training grounds, and every apprentice instinctively straightened their backs. Today, I'm going to drill magic combat into your skulls until it sticks. You're doing 100 laps around the field under beast reinforcement magic. You've got 1 hour to finish." With Gigan's roar, hellish training commenced. This was a moment from the shining days of the past, before Grastel was ever touched by the dreadful stagnation disease. Chapter 5, Part 2, the one recalling the memory of the training facility, was none other than Gigan, captain of the Magitech Knight Order. Why such a memory would surface in the midst of this dire situation, he knew the reason. Even so, he couldn't afford to stop moving. "Secure the building. Do not allow any counterattack. They'll use bizarre magic." He barked orders to his subordinates as they began the assault on the store the Witch of Sloth had likely fled into. Shoving aside the terrified shop clerks and breaking through some merchandise in the process, the knights stormed upward through the building. It was disgraceful behavior, unbefitting the proud Knight Order, no doubt about it. But if it meant they could capture the source of the disease plaguing the capital, no sacrifice was too great. Why the people of this Valentine-owned store were aiding a witch was unclear, but that could be dealt with after they had her in custody. He was the sharpest blade of Grastel. He could not return without results. Shame was not an option. "We've located the witch on the upper floor. Surround her, stay alert, prepare sealing and restraint spells, layer the nullification magic. Shall we use talismans as well?" Useless. They won't work on her. And then, perhaps as expected, they successfully surrounded the witch in the blink of an eye. She stood at the back of a room where infected citizens lay sleeping. The black-clad boy knight from earlier stood in front of her protectively, while the witch in her black robe stood behind him, surrounded on all sides. This time, they kept a larger distance than before. The building was secured layer upon layer in case she cast another spell. "There's no escape now, witch. My, you're energetic, aren't you?" Despite the situation, the witch Speechy remained calm. The boy knight who shielded her had no room to maneuver in the cramped room, yet neither of them showed even the slightest hint of panic. Does she still have something up her sleeve? By now, Gigan understood clearly, this witch was no ordinary mage. At the very least, her magic was on a level far above what even the Magitech Knights could contend with. But even so, he couldn't let that shake him. If she truly held the key to the stagnation disease, then letting her escape was unacceptable. No matter how strange the orders he had been given, the kingdom itself was at stake. Initiate the restraint formation. Non-lethal restraint spells were deployed. The surrounding knights moved in unison. Their spells weren't unified different types, different elements, different techniques. Some were curses, some physical restraints. Even if one countermeasure was neutralized, others would still hit. A formation built for overlapping containment. "Fire!" As commanded, a barrage of spells activated. Countless lights erupted toward Speechy all at once, but mirror, mirror on the wall. "What?" The moment the spells hit her, they rebounded. The curses, the magic ropes, everything bounced back at the casters. Several knights were immediately bound and dropped to the floor. Gigan instinctively leapt backward, but he couldn't move in for a follow-up. He couldn't grasp the nature of her magic. It was undoubtedly some form of curse reflection, but he'd never seen one this precise before. Oh, was there a paralysis spell mixed in just now? That knight over there's twitching like crazy, how funny. This is no time for jokes. Speechy giggled to herself, while Valentine's eldest daughter, clearly her ally, snapped at her. From what he could see, Valentine was clearly siding with the witch, but harming her was not an option. The kingdom was too fragile right now. Making an enemy of the wrong noble could be fatal. Valentine knew that, which was why she refused to step away from the witch's side. She was acting as a restraint, preventing them from launching a wide-range magic attack. Apparently, she had been friends with the witch since their student days. Truly a troublesome woman. If attacking the witch meant harming her, then wide-scale magic was off the table. In that case, flame, become might? Gigan cast an enhancement spell on himself and launched forward, crushing the floor beneath his feet as he closed the distance in a single leap. The boy knight stepped in front of Speechy with his magic sword raised. Their blades clashed with a dull clang of metal. Gah! Out of my way, brat! The darkness of the magic sword pulsed and wrapped around the boy knight's body. He was layering his own enhancements through the magic sword as well. Gigan had witnessed his terrifying agility earlier, but here, there wasn't enough space to dart around. More importantly, the witch he was protecting stood right behind him. He couldn't move from that spot. If he couldn't maneuver, then he was just a powerless child. Go! At his command, Gigan's equally enhanced subordinates lunged from the sides. They pried Valentine away and moved to restrain the witch Speechy. They'd reached her, or so it seemed. But the witch's smile didn't falter in the slightest. Ah, what a shame. I happen to be good at that. Gah! In the next instant, the knights collapsed to the ground as if their bodies had malfunctioned. They rolled over the floor, groaning. Simultaneously, Gigan felt his own body grow rapidly heavier. A binding spell of earth magic? That was his first thought, but no, it was different. The enhancement magic he'd cast on himself earlier, particularly on his limbs, had reversed, turning them into dead weight. This was enhancement reversal. They were being toyed with. The difference in magical skill was merciless. No matter how much preparation one had, when faced with a truly exceptional mage, you were powerless. It was like being a monkey dancing in the palm of the gods, just like how he had once toyed with that knight in training himself. To her, they were no different than magicless soldiers. The gap between them was that vast. Gigan ground his teeth. He couldn't even picture a way to apprehend her. He was an elite knight and a skilled mage, and that was why he could tell this woman was hopelessly beyond them. And yet, even knowing that, he couldn't give up. Now. Looks like it's about that time, said the witch casually. The next moment, several of the Magitech knights encircling her suddenly dropped to their knees. My body, one by one, they began to fall. This time, the witch hadn't even spoken a chant, and yet the effect rippled outward, silent and unstoppable. Gigan shouted, what did you do this time? Nothing at all. Well, at least I didn't. Even as she spoke, more and more knights collapsed. Gigan instinctively supported a nearby subordinate who had dropped beside him, quickly removing the knight's helmet to assess the situation, and was struck speechless. No way, this is. The subordinate's face had turned an ashen gray. Even the muscles in his face were locking up, his expression twisted in pain, frozen in place. He reached out to Gigan for help, but before Gigan could take his hand, the movement ceased, his arm stiffening midair. The stagnation? It was progressing far faster than usual, but there was no mistaking it. This was the stagnation disease. They had always known the disease struck without warning, but this was far beyond even the worst-case scenarios. Which meant, so it was you're the source, witch. That conclusion was inevitable. The timing was too perfect, too unnatural. Gigan gently lowered his paralyzed subordinate to the floor. Dragging his increasingly heavy limbs, he took one step after another toward the witch. He ignored the risk of contracting the stagnation spell himself. He had to finish her here, or the kingdom truly would fall. You're wrong, though, she said. Even in the face of Gigan's lethal intent, the witch didn't move an inch. But, well, leaving things as they are would be a little too cruel, wouldn't it? Guess I've got no choice. Gigan raised his sword and swung it down. He was the captain of the elite Magitech knights. His swordsmanship was undoubtedly that of a master. Even if his opponent was a practitioner of dreadful forbidden magic, he had full confidence he could cut her down in a single strike. Nenin Kurari, had it not been for the enhancement reversal weighing down his body. Had he been at full strength, perhaps he could have at least cleaved through the magic sword of the boy standing guard before her. But his blade never reached. And with that bitter regret, Gigan's consciousness faded into darkness. Chapter 5, Part 3, Valadan. The next day, he woke up. What? Yes, Gigan had awoken. The progression of the stagnation disease was, as far as he knew, virtually irreversible. Once it took hold and the body began to seize up, there was nothing that could be done. The eyelids would grow heavy, and eventually the afflicted would sleep forever. There were only the rarest exceptions, or so he had believed. And yet, here he was, awake. The Magi-Tech armor that had encased his body had been completely removed. He sat up on the old, musty-smelling bed and checked the condition of his own body. The paralysis he had felt just before losing consciousness was gone. He was, for all appearances, completely fine. But rather than joy, suspicion filled his mind. What about my subordinates? He looked around and saw them lying in beds surrounding him, just like he had been. Moreover, despite having been afflicted with the stagnation disease as well, none of them had completely shut down. Some were even mumbling foolish sleep talk, but all of them were alive. He couldn't make sense of it. He wasn't going to delude himself into thinking they were somehow special. If so, then the only reasonable explanation was, "Oh, you're awake, beard man." Witch, the Witch of Sloth, Speechy. You're controlling the stagnation disease, aren't you? If that were true, then it would also explain the mysterious recovery. If she could control the disease, then of course she could heal it too. It was a natural conclusion to draw. But the witch only puffed her cheeks in mock offense and poked Giggins' forehead with the tip of her staff. Wrong. Wrong? He couldn't resist. Even though he had recovered, his body was still wrapped in an overwhelming fatigue. Instead, he chose to speak. He had to gather information, no matter what it took. Speaking casually with a first-rate mage was practically suicide, but given he was already within her grasp, there was no point pretending pride. Then, why were we afflicted with the stagnation disease? What did you do to us? Nothing at all. But the answer that came back was utterly useless. Giggin groaned. That's impossible. You brought it on yourselves. You're sleep-deprived. Or rather, the entire capital is. What are you talking, NGH? So with that said, just go back to sleep, okay? I'm heading out now. Click, the witch clicked her tongue. In an instant, an overwhelming drowsiness overtook him. It was different from the stagnation disease, but no less irresistible. Giggins' head swayed groggily, but he quickly punched himself in the cheek. Unable to control the force, he split his lip, but the pain helped stave off the sleep somewhat. You think I can sleep now? Tell me everything, witch. He reached for her arm, but she slipped away with a flutter. Still, he couldn't let her get away. She was the one closest to the truth in this chaos consuming the capital. Oh dear, what to do? If I put him to sleep by force, he might bite his tongue this time. You should probably just tell him already, Speechy. Valentine's eldest daughter appeared, carrying a water pail and other supplies. From the looks of it, she had been tending to them this whole time. She pressed a roughly wrung cloth against one of the knight's foreheads, then glared at Giggin. I know who he is. That's Knight Captain Giggin. He risks his life to protect the people of the kingdom of Grasstole. He's too upright to climb the ranks, but his loyalty to the people is the real deal. If you just leave him here and walk off, don't be surprised if he shows up at your tower someday. That's called stalking, isn't it? It was a harsh accusation, but unfortunately, her assessment was accurate. If he let Speechy escape here, he had every intention of chasing her to the ends of the earth. That was how dire the current crisis in the royal capital truly was, even if she had saved their lives. Even if what he had done could be considered an unforgivable outrage, he had no intention of hesitating. He's not hard-headed. He's just gotten tunnel vision because he's so desperate to protect the kingdom from collapse. If you just explain things, he'll calm down. Honestly, I want to hear it too. Saying that, the eldest daughter of Valentine glanced over her shoulder. There, behind her back, a group of young girls was hiding, peeking out nervously. Like how you saved our employees from the stagnation disease. Apparently, they too had been afflicted, just like Giggin, and they had been saved by Speechy. This only strengthened Giggins' resolve not to let her go. Suppressing the tremble in his body, he stood and planted himself in front of her. Seeing this, Speechy let out a deep, long sigh. Well, fine. That said, this really isn't something I can do much about, you know? With that, she sat on one of the empty beds and crossed her legs. Then she tapped the bed with her staff, and the furniture in the room began to move. Without chanting a single spell, she manipulated objects as easily as breathing. And with the composed voice of a schoolteacher, she began to speak. As I said earlier, sleep deprivation. More precisely, your bodies are running out of mana. Now then, pop quiz, how is magical power created? The witch asked this while looking directly at them, and for some reason, she was now dressed like a schoolteacher, complete with uniform. No one knew where she had gotten the outfit or when she'd changed, but at some point, she had. And Giggin and the others now found themselves seated before desks and tables that Speechy had arranged, like students attending class. His subordinates, Valentine's eldest daughter, and even the black-haired boy knight were all seated in neat rows before her. It was absurd, like some kind of childish play pretend, but Giggin said nothing. He couldn't risk ruining the mood when she had finally decided to talk. Perhaps sensing Giggin's intent, his subordinates seemed to play along. The one sitting next to Giggin timidly raised his hand and answered her question. People with aptitude, mainly nobles, absorb mana into their bodies and refine it. Correct. Then what happens to that magical power after it's used? It disperses and reverts to mana. This much was common knowledge, basic facts that any noble who practiced magic would know. Everyone here, being part of the prestigious Magitech Knight Order, was expected to understand this. Why was she asking about something so elementary? Can magical power be generated instantly? No. To create new magical power, we must absorb more mana. It also takes time to convert it into usable magic. Very good. The witch smiled softly. In that moment, she truly looked like a gentle magic instructor. The subordinate who had answered seemed almost pleased with himself, forgetting the gravity of the situation for a moment. Giggin felt the urge to scold him, but resisted. He didn't want to disrupt the atmosphere. Even creatures capable of generating magical power require time to convert mana into magic. This was already known, however. What wasn't known until recently is that mana itself has properties. Properties? The conversation took a turn. The process of creating magical power was foundational knowledge, something any magic user should know, must know. But when it came to the source itself, mana, there was little known. Giggin glanced around and saw his subordinates all exchanging puzzled looks, each one shaking their heads. After mana is used as magical power and disperses, it enters a dormant state. Dormant? Yes, mana needs rest too. After functioning as magical power, it stops moving for a while. Eventually, it returns to its original mana state. We were able to observe the mana that floats in the atmosphere, but it wasn't until recently that we could capture and examine mana right after it had been used. That's why this wasn't discovered earlier. Mana particles are unimaginably small entities. Giggin knew that much. They existed everywhere, saturating the world around them. Regardless of one's aptitude for magic, everyone was in constant contact with them. But due to their minuscule size and overwhelming abundance, observing them directly was next to impossible. He recalled hearing that in some lecture long ago. That was also why their properties remained difficult to study, or so he had been told. And now, here she was explaining those very properties. When the proportion of these dormant mana particles increases, the organisms that absorb them are pulled into the same dormant state. This is what people are calling the stagnation disease. Absurd! Giggin couldn't help but raise his voice in denial. But it wasn't out of rage. He was calm. It was because he was calm that he could reject her claim. If your theory is correct, then shouldn't people recover once the mana particles naturally awaken from dormancy? But the people of the capital have remained asleep all this time. Exactly. Exactly. Despite his rebuttal, the witch didn't flinch in the slightest. In other words, this is the situation. The majority of the mana in the capital is currently in a dormant state. There's no way that could possibly be. He tried to deny it again, but Giggin's words stopped mid-breath. He was not a fool. As a commander of the Magitech Knight Order, he had long trained himself to remain composed and capable of sound judgment under any circumstances. And because he was calm, he understood. He couldn't help but understand. There is something in the capital, isn't there? Something that immediately harvests any mana that recovers, converting it into magical power without pause. The culprit, she implied, was close. The tower, of course. That's why this disease only spreads within Grastol, visible even from the window of this very room. The massive structure, standing tall in the center of the royal capital. Built 15 years ago, it was the glorious tower that had bestowed Grastol with endless wealth, prosperity, and mana. And as she pointed toward it, the witch Speechy gave a mischievous smile, as if mocking the look of despair slowly spreading across the faces of the knights before her. Chapter 6. The ability to refine mana was once believed to be granted only to the chosen few among humanity. This revolutionary structure shattered that long-standing belief. Its function is strikingly simple: the production and storage of mana. That's all it does, and yet, no one in the world had ever achieved such a feat. Because of that, the kingdom of Grastol gained an overwhelming advantage across the continent. It goes without saying that those who possess mana mages can decide the course of war. But even mages are not invincible. Among the several weaknesses they possess, the most problematic one is mana exhaustion. While potions exist to replenish mana, they're extremely difficult to mass-produce. The Tower of Divine and Demonic Power solved that issue at its root. No matter how much was used, the endless flow of mana granted Grastol's knights seemingly limitless power. The dangerous magical beasts, once rampant both inside and outside the kingdom, were trampled in an instant. Peace was restored. The promise of future prosperity was made clear, and with its overwhelming presence, the tower forced the nobility and neighboring nations into submission. This very structure was what made the name of Mage King Rofin clan Grastol known across the continent, and marked the beginning of his rise to absolute authority. And it is also the source of all stagnation. Kuro, who heard this from the witch Speechy, was struck by shock, and rightly so. Anyone living in this country know, even those outside it, would be equally shocked. That's how immense the glory and prosperity brought forth by the Tower of Divine and Demonic Power had been. Wait just a moment. Are you saying that if we shut down the tower, the people currently suffering from this stagnation disease would go back to normal? Yes, though it will take some time. I'd estimate recovery within about a month. Even those who can still move are affected by the mana particles, so you should see changes in how their bodies move. Then, what if they go far away from the capital? If they just get outside the tower's influence? They should recover. They just need to distance themselves from the affected area and find a safe place to rest. There must have been people who recovered that way, right? Yes, there were. Cases like that did exist, which is exactly why so many vanished from the capital in the first place. It wasn't as though everyone who fled recovered, but there were indeed rumors of those who escaped far, far away from this kingdom and later got better. Yet few were willing to abandon everything: their homes, their wealth, their lives, and with no guarantee of recovery, the stories remained mere rumors. Still, the rumors existed. As a result, speculation spread that it wasn't the people who were cursed, but the very land itself. The royal court dismissed it as baseless gossip, never imagining how close it might be to the truth. So effortlessly, almost too casually, Speechy offered the answer. It made all the years of anguish and despair from the kingdom's finest mages seem almost laughable. There's still something I don't understand. If it really were that simple, then even without Speechy, the kingdom's elite mages would have figured it out. Clearly, the matter was not so straightforward. The reason why the rumors about people recovering outside the capital didn't spread much, Speechy continued, is because the illness has been steadily expanding beyond the capital. People began to believe that fleeing wouldn't help. But why would the sickness spread even to areas without the tower? The true terror of the stagnation disease lay in how rapidly its area of effect expanded. It no longer confined itself to the royal capital. It had already engulfed surrounding towns and villages and continued to spread. In that process, both those who fled and those who once recovered were consumed again by the disease. If the tower was the cause, then simply distancing oneself from it should have been enough. So why wasn't it? Because there's a shortage of harvestable mana particles, most likely. Speechy answered the question without hesitation. If all the nearby mana particles have gone dormant, then of course it would reach toward places where active mana still exists. That's probably how the tower was designed. Then, the tower continues to generate mana as long as there's demand. In that process, it keeps consuming mana particles. And as long as the rate of recovery can't catch up with the consumption, the spread of the disease won't stop. Well, eventually it should settle down, I'd think. How long until that happens? Well, at the current rate of expansion, maybe once the entire territory of the kingdom of Grastol is dead. Kuro imagined it and shuddered. Not long ago, the tower had been the heart of the nation, a symbol of prosperity and triumph. But now, it looked like nothing more than a tower of abomination and ruin looming over all the people of the kingdom. He shook his head, as if trying to drive away the dark thoughts. There were still things he didn't understand. Then next, what's the difference between those who get sick and those who don't? There are natural individual differences, of course, but those who routinely generate and use magic are more likely to fall into stagnation. That's why people with no ties to magic were less affected. Still, it's just a matter of degree. As long as you're within the tower's range of influence, you're affected by the stagnation disease to some extent, no exceptions, not even non-humans. Then, am I afflicted with the stagnation disease too? When Kuro asked, Speechy nodded. Yes, me too. We've probably already absorbed a fair amount of stagnated mana particles. So later, we all need to take a proper nap together. Even those who could still move were afflicted. They just hadn't lost mobility yet. That was all. But Kuro had a thought. Could it be that, back then, we were able to stand against the Magitech Knight Order because those mustached uncles were already in a state of severe stagnation, most likely. Their bodies had probably been feeling off lately, haven't they, Uncle? Yeah, the disease had already spread to the Knight Order, and the manpower shortage was worsening. We thought it was just fatigue from working nonstop, but Captain Gigan of the Magitech Knight Order nodded bitterly. And in contrast, Kuro-kun had me forcing the mana particles inside his body to sleep and recover. That made all the difference. He remembered how, while bringing Speechy to the capital, she had repeatedly put him to sleep. At the time, he thought she was just toying with him for fun, but in truth, she had been healing his body. In that sense, she had saved him from the stagnation disease. He didn't exactly feel eager to thank her, but still. But now, the cause is clear. At that moment, one of Gigan's subordinates who had been listening to the explanation with him suddenly stood up. Likely one of the younger knights in the Magitech Knight Order, he shouted with a voice trembling with hope and joy. If we stop the tower's function, we can save the capital. But no one responded. All of his fellow knights around him fell silent. Even his superior, Gigan, who had felt the gravest sense of duty and crisis regarding the capital, said nothing. If anything, he lowered his face, scowling with a pained expression. The young knight, puzzled by the funeral-like atmosphere around him, glanced around in confusion, unsure of what to do. I did tell you, didn't I? That there's nothing I can do. Speechy let out a sigh, as if she had expected all of this from the beginning. Kuro understood now. He understood why the young knight's words were met with such pained silence. And he understood the deeper meaning behind what she had said. I walked around the royal capital and saw magical machinery powered by mana everywhere. Isn't Grastol's current infrastructure almost entirely dependent on mana? Speechy didn't drag out the confirmation. Gigan replied to her question with a bitter expression. That's right. By royal policy, everything was supplied with mana because it was more efficient. I figured. If you have something like the tower generating limitless mana, it's only natural that machines dependent on older forms of energy would be phased out. Yes, after the completion of the Tower of Divine and Demonic Power, the royal capital of Grastol had undergone massive infrastructure development. They made full use of the endless mana it produced, overhauling everything: old buildings, roads, every part of the city, and all of it now ran on mana. This royal capital, the Kingdom of Grastol, spent 20 years. No, the tower was completed 15 years ago, so maybe 15? Well, not that it matters. Anyway, this country is deeply entrenched in its reliance on the tower. After all, mana would never run out. If it could be used without limits, then not using it to its fullest would be inefficient. That kind of thinking had firmly taken root in Grastol, and honestly, it wasn't wrong. At least, not until the flaws in the tower were exposed. Not until the problems began to surface, that mindset had been the most efficient one. Thanks to it, the nation flourished, right up until the disease began to spread. But now, the veil of illusion had been torn away. If we were to suddenly take all of that away, what do you think would happen? All the mana-reliant infrastructure of the capital and the kingdom would fail. Of course, humans can produce mana, but not in the quantities needed to run an entire city. But still, if we don't stop the tower, we know, but damn it all, we can't do it, can we? To Gigan, who was groaning in agony, Speechy spoke with a voice that almost sounded sympathetic. Even those clunky suits of armor you wore were dependent on the tower, weren't they? Didn't you use them to strut around and intimidate the surrounding nations and nobles? Her tone was slightly teasing, but her point was accurate. The Magi Tech Knight Order used their overwhelming power to intimidate. And that overwhelming power was naturally woven into the kingdom's political structure. No nation could match Grastol in military might. All diplomatic negotiations with neighboring countries were built on that premise. But now the country was weakened by disease, its infrastructure was failing, and if its military might crumbled too, how would other nations or the nobles see that? Even if the disease disappears, this country— As the captain of the strongest Knight Order, Gigan understood all too well how precarious the kingdom's situation was. That was also why he had chased after the witch Speechy with such desperation. He knew that if this situation wasn't resolved immediately, even a single day sooner, it would lead to catastrophe. But all his desperate efforts had ended in vain. He now understood. The kingdom was already checkmated. "I did tell you to stop it, though," the witch murmured softly, as if pitying his despair. "Kuro couldn't let that slip past. What do you mean by that?" "Exactly what it sounds like. 20 years ago, when the tower was first proposed, I said, you really shouldn't go through with it. They ignored me, of course." The room stirred at her words. Even Minya looked visibly startled. Only Speechy remained completely unbothered, yawning lazily. Kuro let out a breath to calm himself, then pressed further. "So you're saying you foresaw this possibility 20 years ago? I was the one who identified the properties of mana particles, after all. At the time, I didn't even know if the tower could actually be completed, so I only had a vague sense of, this might happen." More information, more surprises, Speechy continued to reveal layers of depth. She was truly unfathomable. But that wasn't the point right now. The problem lay elsewhere. "Then, why was your proposal rejected? You can't expect a nation to shut down a major state project just because something might go wrong, right? Besides, the one who conceived and initiated the tower was the current king, wasn't it? There couldn't be any flaws in it, could there?" "Not that I know," she added flatly. What have we done?" Unable to contain it, Gigan let out a groan that sounded like his death cry. Kuro understood the feeling all too well. To be honest, he felt the same. This country is going to fall. All because it cut the lifeline that had been offered by its own hand. Chapter 6, Part 2, the atmosphere in the room was the worst it had ever been. You could call it despair. Gigan, who had once been so fired up, storming after Speechy in righteous fury, now sat with his face buried in his hands, looking on the verge of death. He mumbled things under his breath and shook his head repeatedly. He was still desperately trying to think of a way to save the nation. "I do hope he gives it his best." That's what Speechy genuinely thought, as if she were a complete outsider. "Well then, I'll be heading back. You really are unbeatable when it comes to ignoring the mood, aren't you?" Minya let out a sigh of exasperation at Speechy's attitude, but Speechy didn't seem the least bit bothered by the criticism. "Because really, there's absolutely nothing I can do." It wasn't that Speechy was so twisted that she found amusement in their despair. and she didn't feel smug satisfaction at watching the people who exiled her 20 years ago fall into ruin. Well, not too much. If they had been the same people directly responsible, maybe she'd have felt more strongly about it, but they weren't. She did feel pity. After all, their desperation wasn't for their own sake. They were trying, desperately, to save the suffering, despairing citizens of the nation. Yes, they had hunted her down, but Speechy didn't hate them for it. Still, despite that, whether to shut down the tower or not, that's a decision for the country to make. I've given you the cause and the solution, just like you asked. There's nothing more for me to do. Truly, there wasn't much Speechy could do from this point on. Maybe things would have been different 20 years ago, but even back then, her concern had only been a vague, this might happen, she hadn't had any certainty. If she had really, absolutely known this was the future, even someone as antisocial as she was back then would have tried to do something about it. Probably. But there had been no proof. She couldn't clearly explain the reasoning either. All she did was worsen the impression she made on the prince and his entourage. And with that, and various other contributing factors, she'd ended up being exiled. That was everything. Now that things had turned out this way, there was nothing she could do. As long as the tower was being operated by the nation of Grastol, it was up to them and their king to decide what to do about it. Yeah, you're right. Just like you said. Hearing that agreement from a friend, Speechy looked relieved. Stretching with a yawn, she turned her gaze to the young knight who'd brought her here in the first place. Well then, Kuro-kun, be a dear and escort me back, will you? It wasn't that she couldn't get home by herself, but she'd bought a lot of souvenirs in the capital. Carrying them all without help would be a pain. Just like before, she intended to have him help her again. Wait. But the boy, Kuro, stepped forward to block Speechy's path. What is it? Did you suddenly need to use the restroom? Please, I'm begging you. Won't you help us? And then, right there in front of her, he dropped to his knees. I already fulfilled your request, Kuro-kun. She had identified the cause of the disease spreading through the kingdom of Grastol and presented a solution. Speechy had indeed completed Kuro's original request. There was no longer any reason for her to stay in this country. After all, she had no fond memories of this nation to begin with. The only reason she had come to the royal capital was because of a one-sided sense of pity toward Kuro, nothing more, nothing less. Even so, Kuro did not move aside from in front of her. If this country is headed for ruin, then can't you, at least, steer it toward a slightly better ending? It wasn't a desperate plea for a miracle, it was conviction. He had only spent a short time with her, but in that time, he had come to understand what kind of person she was. 20 years ago, when her proposal was dismissed for being unfounded, she had surely thought, I'll make them eat their words someday. She wasn't the type to just roll over and accept defeat. She had a high, if eccentric, sense of pride. She must know more about this issue. At the very least, more than they had just learned. This country brought its own ruin upon itself. You owe it nothing. Even so, I'm asking you, please help us. Kuro bowed deeply. It was nearly a full prostration, an earnest, desperate plea. Speechy looked down at him, half exasperated, half impressed. Surprising, really. I didn't think you had that much loyalty to the country, Kuro-kun. My loyalty is to my master. Kuro held no particular love for the kingdom of Grastol itself. In fact, like Speechy, his bad memories outweighed the good. But he had loyalty to the master who had lifted him up from nothing. For that master, he had no reason to hesitate to bow his head. If necessary, he would become a dog. If it meant convincing Speechy to act. Lady Witch, no, Lady Speechy. Apparently, the others shared his sentiment. Captain Gigan of the Magitech Knight Order and his subordinates rose and, all at once, lined up beside Kuro and bowed deeply. In that narrow room, the sight of a group of burly men lowering their heads to the floor before a single woman made for a rather overwhelming scene. I beg you as well, please save this country. Ah, what a pain, yet even in the face of that display, she didn't flinch in the slightest. Kuro knew she wouldn't. She wasn't the kind of woman who'd be swayed so easily by pressure or pity. Even her initial sympathy for Kuro hadn't been because someone asked or manipulated her, it was her own decision. She wasn't some saint who extended a merciful hand to the desperate. "You're really immovable, aren't you? Well, it's kind of reassuring, honestly." The voice came from Minya, the owner of the store and the room they were in. One of the kingdom's nobles, she had undoubtedly suffered from the stagnation sickness as well, yet she didn't show any sign of bowing with the others. "Oh my, Minya, aren't you going to try persuading me?" "Not a chance." She responded immediately to Speechy's question. Hearing that, Gigan looked at her with a pained expression, but Minya only shook her head. "No point in trying to guilt-trip her. I'm on Speechy's side." But the country, you're a noble of this nation too, aren't you?" Gigan's voice was almost a whisper, as if choking on his own guilt. Still, Minya remained unmoved. She sat down casually in a nearby chair and let out a sigh. "This country threw Speechy away like trash, and my family, even if indirectly, helped cast her aside. All I could do was watch with my hands tied." A deep wrinkle formed on Minya's brow. It was anger directed at herself for standing by helplessly while her friend was exiled from the nation. "I decided 20 years ago. No matter what happens, I'd always be on her side. That's why I won't ever force my will on Speechy, though I'll still lecture her when she neglects herself." "Please stop with the lectures too." "No can do. You're better than you used to be, but there are still parts of you that are completely clueless." Though Speechy pouted and protested with an exaggerated grumble, Minya clearly had no intention of changing her stance. Even in the face of the surreal scene, hardened men groveling on the floor, she stood as unshaken as Speechy herself. "If you want to save your country from ruin, then don't go begging to Speechy. Any nation that has to cling to someone it cast out for its own convenience doesn't deserve to survive." It was a brutally sound argument, one that silenced all rebuttal. No matter how great the mission may be, there are still fundamental lines of pride and dignity that must be protected. Groveling to Speechy had already crossed those lines, no matter how one looked at it. "I understand what you're saying, but even so, of course, this is just my opinion. I don't think you're wrong for casting aside pride in order to save the country, so I won't stop you from pleading to Speechy." If they tried anything harmful, she'd kick them out, that much was made clear. But she had at least declared she wouldn't interfere with their negotiation. That was already a huge concession. Still, that meant they had to convince Speechy on their own. "If you're going to negotiate, please make it quick. I'm starting to get sleepy." As Speechy let out a big yawn, Kuro quietly closed his eyes. It's not like he doesn't have a trump card to play on her. It was something entrusted to him by his lord, a bargaining chip meant specifically for Speechy. If it became absolutely impossible to gain her cooperation, he was told to use it. Truthfully, even Kuro didn't understand what it meant. He had simply been told, "Say this, and she'll definitely bite, but do not use it unless absolutely necessary." And now, with all avenues blocked, he had no choice but to use that. "You remember how I told you it was the king who sent for you and requested this investigation?" Kuro steeled himself as he began to speak. Speechy gave him a curious glance as he suddenly returned to a topic from when they first met, but she answered anyway. "You did say that, and the truth is it was a lie." "A lie," he said. Speechy didn't seem very interested. Her expression was still drowsy, bored. "Hey, well, I wasn't actually told to investigate anything, so I guess that tracks." "No, it's not that." "What?" At Kuro's unexpected denial, Speechy tilted her head. But Kuro noticed it, the faintest flicker of light in her sleepy eyes. "It was the king who tried to pin the blame on you, but my master isn't the king." Yes, even for Kuro, the Magi Tech Knight's attempt to apprehend Speechy had been unexpected. The Shadow Knights rarely, if ever, cooperated with other knight orders. That's why they were called the Shadow Knights to begin with. The Shadow Knights were created to fulfill the will of a certain individual. He hesitated. He still didn't fully understand the consequences of saying this, but he did understand that this was a bombshell to Speechy, and it was the only card they had left. "We act under the direct orders of Her Majesty, Queen Priscilla Clan Grastole." Chapter 7, Wah? Gigan was rendered speechless. He'd only ever heard of the Shadow Knights through vague rumors. An organization said to deal with the darker affairs of the Grastal Kingdom. But never, not once, had he imagined they were Queen Priscilla's personal soldiers. But that wasn't the real issue right now. The problem was that the one whom the young knight served was the very person responsible for Speechy's exile 20 years ago. Gigan didn't know the truth of what had happened back then. He had still been a rookie knight at the time. Though the royal capital was in an uproar and gossip ran wild, every rumor remained unsubstantiated. Still, nearly every version of the story shared one common thread. That Speechy had tried to harm Priscilla and was exiled because of it. That was exactly what the king himself had announced. If that were true, then Speechy had every reason to bear a grudge. Even if the rumors weren't entirely accurate, the fact remained Priscilla had been the cause. So why had the boy knight revealed such a truth to her? The Shadow Knights are Princess Priscilla's private soldiers. We serve under her. It was by her order that I was told to gain your cooperation. Gigan wanted to scream. It wouldn't be surprising at all if she took offense and stormed out of the room right that instant. With bated breath, Gigan watched Speechy's expression. She said nothing. Everyone in the room was waiting for her response. And then, Kai, what's that supposed to mean? Before anyone could finish the thought, she suddenly hunched forward and heart. She leapt into the air, shrieking with glee. Gigan was stunned. The other knights, still kneeling, flinched backward in unison. Up until now, Speechy had looked utterly bored and half asleep. But now her cheeks were flushed red, and she practically flew at the young knight in excitement. Wah, what? Is that true? Seriously? By Priscilla's orders? Her? Why, yes, it is. Even the knight who brought the news was shaken by her reaction. Speechy, unable to contain herself, grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard, bouncing with excitement. No way, I can't believe it. That Priscilla, the one who, just 20 years ago, screamed that if I ever showed my face again, she'd ram 100 demon swords into me, she's the one who asked me for help. She spun around, arms wide, like she was dancing. She's the one asking me for help? Then she burst out laughing, as if she truly couldn't hold it in anymore. Everyone else could only gape at her maniacal joy. Only Minya was scowling, muttering, "Here we go again," under her breath. This is a dream come true. What kind of face was she making when she sent that request? I bet it was twisted up in agony. I bet she looked horrendous. I'm going to go see her right now. Please wait. Please, really wait. I'm begging you. Without a care for the knight still bowing before her, Speechy shot to her feet and put a foot on the window frame, ready to leap out. Kuro managed to stop her just in time, grabbing her by the waist and holding her back. Don't get in my way, Kuro-kun. My top priority just changed to drinking wine while laughing at Priscilla's stupid face. Please put that wicked priority on hold for now. I'm begging you. Thankfully, Speechy still retained just enough intelligence to respond to reason. She reluctantly stepped back into the room, though her restless excitement made it clear she could bolt at any moment. You can't meet with her anyway. What? Why not? I'll go whether I'm permitted or not. That was a very dangerous thing to say, but now wasn't the time to argue. She's currently in the detached palace. She's under heavy guard. If it's just 100 of those iron lump soldiers from earlier, I could mow through them no problem. Are you a monster or something? Thwack. One of the knights couldn't help blurting out his thoughts, only to be immediately crushed by a high-pressure water bullet from above. He collapsed to the floor, twitching, as the remaining knights collectively shut their mouths. Even if you could break through her guards, it wouldn't help. She's sick. She's been afflicted by the stagnation disease. Oh, that. I can cure it. To prevent contamination, the detached palace is currently protected by a white shadow magic barrier. The moment she heard that, Speechy clicked her tongue. A barrier against infection. They used infection prevention as a pretense to put up a barrier for protection, even for me. A shadow is a bit much to deal with, Speechy muttered, then clapped her hands together and looked at Kuro with hopeful eyes. You can disable the barrier, right? since it was cast by those who serve under it. It's not something I can decide on my own, but if the stagnation disease is resolved, I believe permission will be granted." At Kuro's response, Speechy pouted and fell silent. Then, after a few seconds, "Even if I was exiled, this country is still my homeland." She stood up, clasped her hands like a saint, and declared with solemn conviction, "I cannot turn a blind eye while innocent people suffer. I will save this nation." This woman, Kuro couldn't help but mutter it. Everyone else in the room had the exact same thought. Chapter 7, Part 2, and there it is. Minya observed her friend Speechy's manic outburst from the side. Ever since she realized Kuro was a member of the Shadow Knights, she'd figured this might happen. Still, in her opinion, Speechy had resisted longer than expected. Now that it had come to this, there was no stopping her. She was absolutely going to involve herself in solving the problem. Well, that in itself wasn't an issue. Minya had said some unusually noble-sounding things earlier, but if Speechy was choosing of her own will not forced by anyone to save this kingdom, then Minya had no objections. What she valued was Speechy's autonomy, not harboring resentment toward the kingdom of Grastol. The only problem was what would happen afterward. That friend of hers, currently sparkling from head to toe in pure joy, probably wouldn't stay quiet and composed when it was all over. Lady Minya." "Yes, Captain Gigan," Minya responded as Gigan cautiously approached, trying to stay out of Speechy's line of sight. He looked thoroughly bewildered, casting a glance at Speechy filled with disbelief. What exactly is going on?" It was an awkward, vague question, but his intent was clear. He simply couldn't make sense of Speechy's frenzied joy. His confusion was understandable. Even Minya didn't fully grasp how her friend's mind worked and didn't really want to. But she did at least understand why Speechy was so happy right now. Basically, it's as you're thinking. Speechy hates Queen Priscilla, and Priscilla hates her right back. Then, what was that all about? Gigan's eyes turned to the woman currently bouncing up and down, holding Kuro's hands as if they were dancing. There was no mistaking her delight. If she were simply mocking the queen's desperation, her contempt would have been more obvious earlier. And she certainly wouldn't be saying, "Let's save this country so I can go meet her." He clearly couldn't wrap his head around it. But that's exactly what made Speechy so weird. Speechy can hate and respect someone at the same time. Respect. 20 years ago, Priscilla had Speechy exiled. She was flawlessly removed from her place as the crown prince's fiancée through a brilliant series of machinations. And Speechy was in awe of that. Minya still remembered clearly how Speechy had reacted when she told her the full details of what Priscilla had done to disgrace and outmaneuver her. Speechy had eagerly listened to every tactic, asked what the intentions behind each move were, and every time had reacted with surprise, admiration, and praise. Amazing, amazing. To manipulate someone's heart like that, how brilliant. Up until that point, Speechy had only ever cared about magic. The first time she'd ever taken interest in anything else was the drama of her own exile. It had left Minya with some very complicated feelings. Speechy had even started taking better care of her appearance afterward. She'd begun mimicking Priscilla, who had always kept herself elegant and refined to influence others. Speechy, whose hair and skin had once been a complete mess, began grooming herself, learning to apply makeup. Alone in that abandoned tower, where no one was allowed to visit, she spent her days practicing cosmetics. When Minya had finally gotten in touch with her again, Speechy's transformation had been so drastic, she hadn't even recognized her at first. "Why do you look more stunning now than before you were exiled?" And it didn't stop there. She cleaned up that forsaken tower, used her magical knowledge to quietly establish contact with various mage guilds, and began amassing influence. Eventually, she became the de facto ruler of the remote region of Zeraid, and started interfering with Grastol's royal capital again. Interfering how exactly? Well, to put it bluntly, she started harassing Queen Priscilla. Minya hadn't heard all the details, but from what she knew, Speechy had been relentless. Any time she caught wind of a project Priscilla intended to launch, she'd preemptively create a similar one. Not so obvious as to draw attention, but always positioned just right to be a thorn in Priscilla's side. Is it for revenge? Of course, I'm sure part of it is payback, but Captain Giggin, do you have children? Huh. I have a son and a daughter, yes. Didn't they go through that phase where they'd do things just to annoy you because they wanted attention? Yes, both of them did. At some point, are you saying Lady Speechy is the same? They say people can stay children no matter how old they get, but there's got to be a limit, right? Naturally, Speechy had kept her name hidden, but if she kept pulling those kinds of stunts, it wasn't hard for Priscilla's side to catch on. They realized that the woman they had exiled was secretly scheming in the background, and Priscilla responded immediately. Then Speechy retaliated once again, and for the past 20 years, the two had been in a constant state of war. That's why Speechy has zero interest in the kingdom of Grastol or her former fiancé, the king. But when it comes to Queen Priscilla and only Priscilla, she's incredibly invested. So if Queen Priscilla dangles herself as bait, of course Speechy's going to take it. I had no idea any of that was going on. Of course you didn't. Queen Priscilla went out of her way to keep it all under wraps. And Speechy didn't want interference either, so she never broadcast it. However, within the world of commerce where both women fought their battles, it was actually a fairly well-known tale. The ongoing conflict, quietly dubbed the Great War between the Queen and the exiled princess, had roped in countless merchant guilds and was still raging strong after 2 decades. And so, the grudge match between Speechy and Priscilla had continued like that all this time. So, what happens now? Well, at the very least, now that she's fired up, I'd say there's a good chance this whole stagnation fiasco will be resolved. If it's for the sake of aggravating the queen, that girl would absolutely save the entire country. What happens after that, though, is going to be a problem. That said, Speechy might be a genius, but she was far from omnipotent. When she'd initially tried to leave, saying there was nothing more she could do, that wasn't just her being stingy or holding back. In the end, the kingdom of Grastol wouldn't escape unscathed. But that much had been clear from the beginning. And cleaning up the aftermath, that was something Minya and the rest would have to handle themselves. I'm prepared for that, but, what's going to happen to Queen Priscilla? At Giggin's question, Minya gave a dry, wry smile. She's in for a rough time. A rough time? Think about it. This is the first time in 20 years that Queen Priscilla has been forced into a position of public vulnerability. And now, on top of that, she had to ask Speechy for help. Who knows what that girl's going to do with that? Giggin fell silent, lowered his head, and finally squeezed out a strained whisper. I just hope Her Majesty retains some shred of dignity. I hope so too. Minya didn't like Queen Priscilla, especially not after the whole mess with Speechy's exile. But even so, she wasn't heartless. She had enough humanity in her to feel sympathy for Priscilla's plight. I wonder what we should say when Priscilla wakes up. Let's come up with something together, Kuro. Making me think about that is a bit cruel, princess. And as if completely unaware of her friend's faint pity, Speechy was still happily dancing with Kuro, utterly absorbed in her joy. Chapter 8, Royal Capital Grastol, Main Street. Well, that said, there's actually not that much I can do from here on out. Though she had agreed to cooperate once again after being offered an audience with Queen Priscilla as bait, Speechy, her earlier excitement now faded, spoke with a touch of resignation. It's not like I lied about anything I explained earlier. It's a fact that if we don't do something about the tower, this country is doomed. Yes, Giggin responded, now clad in regular knight's armor instead of the magic-powered gear of a Magitech knight. The Magitech armor ran on magical energy supplied from the tower, meaning it was directly contributing to the spread of the stagnation disease currently afflicting the capital. Even if the effect was marginal, wearing it wasn't an option. His subordinates accompanying him had likewise removed their armors. Only 5 of them remained. He had ordered the rest back to their regular patrols, with strict instructions not to speak a word of what was going on. Their remaining companions included Kuro, the Shadow Knight, and Valentine's eldest daughter. To any onlooker, It would have been an extremely strange group striding down an utterly deserted main road. But still, there are a few things that don't sit right with me. Such as, for one, I still don't fully understand how the tower works. But you're the one who pointed out the flaw in the system, aren't you? It was precisely because of that insight that she had been able to uncover the core of the nation's problems. The blueprint I saw for the tower 20 years ago wasn't complete. At the time, it was barely more than a theoretical draft. All I did was point out the potential problems that would arise if the tower were completed exactly as planned. I see. So I have no idea how the blueprint was actually finished. Until I examine the real thing, I won't know. That's the first issue. The second one is, Speechy twirled a hand through the air as if drawing circles in the void. The speed at which the stagnation disease is spreading the rate at which the mana particles are going dormant. It's too fast. The cause of the stagnation disease had only just been explained to Gigan a short while ago, so the implications didn't immediately register with him. But Speechy continued. Back then, I did the calculations and predicted that symptoms would begin to appear around 30 years after construction began. But in reality, the first signs of the disease emerged only 15 years after the tower's completion. In simple terms, the problem had manifested in half the predicted time. But that was a decades-old projection. Isn't some margin of error to be expected? I don't make calculation errors well, half joking, but even so, the discrepancies way too big. She claimed she had even factored in the possibility that magical energy consumption would increase due to the tower's dependence on mana. Yet even with those assumptions, this degree of deviation was abnormal. And if something so unpredictable had occurred, it meant there was something unaccounted for. So, if we could eliminate that something, we might be able to slow the progression. With how dependent the capital is on mana right now, I think the rate of mana replenishment could actually outpace consumption. If that happens, you can just come up with some excuse in the meantime. Say the tower had a malfunction and needed to be throttled back or something. Her phrasing was casual and a little flippant, but her suggestion was undeniably a ray of hope. Even if it proved impossible to completely shut down the tower, if they could buy enough time to prepare, the worst-case scenario might yet be avoided. Yes. If we can gain even a little time, we might be able to know we will make it work. Well, I'm just saying there might be something. No guarantees. With that, she came to a stop. Before the group loomed the colossal tower at the heart of the royal capital, a massive cylinder of stone without a single window, bizarre and unlike any normal building. Born 15 years ago, it stood as both the symbol of the nation and the root of its downfall. It was the Tower of Divine Magic. Well then, shall we enter the tower? Only royalty and designated court magi are permitted to enter the tower. Okay, open sesame. Did you say something? No, nothing at all. Gigan no longer had the energy to comment on how Speechy casually manifested a door in a wall that had no visible entrance. Inside of Tower Divine Magic, the inside of the tower, accessible only to those chosen, was a bizarre sight. It was a vast space, both vertically and horizontally expansive. There were no visible light sources, and yet the magic that filled the air itself glowed, illuminating the area. It was built from the same pure white stone as the outer walls, that much was certain, but that was about all they could tell. Countless magical lights surged through the space, while floating stone cubes carved with glowing runes hovered in the air, their inscriptions flickering intermittently. What roles those devices served was completely beyond Gigan and the others. Though they were knights and had some knowledge of magic, their expertise was in combat. Their understanding couldn't even begin to grasp what they were seeing. Ho-he, ha-ha-ha. Wandering aimlessly and mumbling to herself, Speechy continued her examination of the chamber. Of everyone present, she alone seemed to have any inkling of what was going on before them. Under normal circumstances, they might have offered to help, but their knowledge fell so short, they couldn't even tell how they might be useful. She's been muttering to herself for a while now. Has she figured anything out? Minya asked, but Speechy gave no sign she'd even heard the question. Ah, no good. She's totally tuned us out. Once she gets like that, we may as well just leave her be. Is there anything we can assist with? Nope. All we can do is stay out of Speechy's way. Then, at the very least, I'll try searching for some kind of document or record. But, as one might expect, they found nothing of note. Even when they climbed the spiral staircase leading to the upper levels, there were no rooms of interest to speak of. At the very top of the tower, there was a chamber with a scrying crystal used to observe the capital. But even there, nothing particularly useful turned up. More than anything, there were barely any signs that people had ever used this place. Of course, only a select few were ever allowed to enter, so that was understandable, but even so, could a place really be this devoid of life? I see now. This is quite the place, isn't it? Just as everyone was on the verge of giving up from sheer boredom, Speechy finally snapped back to awareness and spoke. Giggin immediately stopped what he was doing and turned to her with a hopeful look. Have you discovered something, Lady Speechy? Nope, absolutely nothing. Giggin nearly stumbled from the shock. If even their last hope had come up empty-handed, then what were they supposed to do now? But just as despair began to set in, Speechy continued speaking. Yup. I have absolutely no idea what any of this is. That they'd go to such absurd lengths for something so utterly meaningless is just. That means exactly what I said. She spread her arms wide. Magical light surged around them, with countless devices floating and intersecting through the air. In the middle of this surreal space, like something plucked from a far-off future, she wore a dazzling smile. Every single one of these is completely, utterly fake. Her declaration of joy struck the others completely dumb with shock. Chapter 8, Part 2, Hold on a second. What did you just say, Speechy? Minya was the first to recover, though she clearly hadn't escaped unshaken. Her face a mix of disbelief and confusion, she glanced around before questioning her. Fake, this place, this tower? Yes, all fake, every single machine and magic formation in here. Speechy answered immediately, without hesitation. But no matter how confidently she said it, it was impossible to just accept. The Tower of Divine Magic, which had stood at the very heart of Grastel Kingdom for the past 15 years 20, if you included the construction period, was fake on the inside. Everything. No, that's ridiculous, that can't be right. Well, I understand why it's hard to believe, but here, look at this. Speechy pointed to the nearest Magi machine. It stood vertically like a column, its smooth surface covered in magical inscriptions that glowed and extended toward the central magical core. What do you think this is? Well, I'm not nearly as versed in magic or Magi machinery as you are, so what is it? Beats me. Hey! The reply was so flippant that Minya had to call her out, but Speechy's face was relatively serious. I really don't know. What is it, I wonder? I mean, look here. She pointed to a particular magic formula. Minya, though she no longer used it much, was still a graduate of the Galbard Academy of Magic. She had at least a baseline level of magical knowledge. Her memories were fuzzy, but she tried to dredge up what she could from past lessons, then frowned deeply. This is so hard to read. The formula Speechy had indicated was just that convoluted. It wasn't unreadable. It was written in the Grastel Kingdom's native script. Even a child could probably read it word by word. The problem was that the way the spell was constructed, it was absurdly roundabout, needlessly long-winded, and full of deliberate use of obscure terminology. It's like the kind of paperwork you have to submit to the royal palace, all gummed up with excessive phrasing. Standing beside her and reading the formula as well, Giggin grimaced. It seemed the phrasing was familiar to him from his time serving in the Night Order. Spatial regulation? Probably. It's a spell meant to manipulate the magic particles in the air. So, this Magi machine is for that. She looked up at the machine in what seemed like realization, but Speechy simply shrugged in response. Nope, it doesn't have any such function. What? See, the component in the center of this thing, it's a measuring device, you know, for gauging the amount of magic power in the surrounding space. What's the point of that? Logically, there's no obvious reason why a measurement device would need to be linked with a spell designed to manipulate mana. Sure, maybe there was some complex interaction beyond her comprehension, Minya considered, but Speechy just tilted her head with an utterly puzzled expression. Who knows what the point is? Linking a manipulation spell to a sensor like this, what kind of effect is that supposed to create? It's totally beyond me. And if it was beyond her knowledge, then there was probably no one who could understand it. There's also this amplification spell that's been carved right smack in the middle in huge letters, but it's not amplifying anything. And that Magi machine over there? It's floating, sure, and it looks important, but really, it's just floating. That's all it does. Maybe it's interior decor. Speechy went on, one by one, pointing out how every aspect of this space was completely pointless. With every explanation, Minya and the others felt their minds go blank. Because none of it made sense. What is this, I mean? What's the point of doing something like this? Minya voiced what everyone in the group was thinking. There had to be some kind of rationale behind this incoherent space. Well, I don't claim to understand what was going through the creator's mind. But I can tell you what the goal was. Minya, what did you think when you first saw this space? Asked that, she cast her mind back to her initial impressions when they had first arrived here. Well, I thought, this is beyond what I know, obviously. That's exactly what they were aiming for, I'd say. As she said that, Speechy touched various Magi machines scattered around. They made the formulas hard to read, inserted countless Magi devices with unclear purposes to black box everything, and created enough out-of-specialty areas so that even skilled magicians would struggle. The big picture becomes blurred. If someone only looks at the part they're familiar with, it'll look like it's functioning properly or at least appear that way. Useless, meaningless, chaotic. And yet, all of it adhered to one single consistent point. This is incredible. You don't often find a space that's this completely specialized in just making itself look good. Appearance, that's all it was designed for. But the tower does function? Yes, it does. And that fact is exactly what clouds judgment. Sure, there are a few odd parts, but I'm sure there's some hidden meaning beyond my understanding. After all, it's working, people will think. If I had just been shown this without explanation, I'd probably have gone, well, maybe that's just how it is, and moved on without questioning it. With that, Speechy laughed cheerfully. She was the only one enjoying this. Everyone else looked as if they were trapped in some inescapable nightmare. One of the knights, unable to contain himself, shouted out, "Then why is the tower functioning? What is this space even for?" I'm telling you, I don't know that part. All I can understand is the intent behind this space. Speechy repeated herself once more, and truly, there was no point in pushing her further. Today was the very first time she had ever set foot in this tower. She hadn't built it, nor was she involved in any part of its design. If you want to know, wouldn't it be best to ask the person who made it? The person who made it? What Speechy said made sense. If they wanted to uncover the truth, they had no choice but to go directly to the creator. And the one who created this tower was, you'll have to ask the current king, Rofen clan Grastol, her former fiancé, and the ruler of this country. Chapter 9, the relationship between the first prince, Rofen clan Grastol, and me, Speechy, was extremely shallow. Even when we were engaged, there wasn't much of a connection. Of course, you could say that was because I never made much of an effort to build relationships with others. And that would be true. But looking back now, I don't think it was entirely my fault. Naturally, there were a few occasions where we interacted as fiancés. I remember once being forced by my parents to attend a royal party hosted by the royal family. Of course, for me at the time, it was an annoying ordeal, but I wasn't so unreasonable as to reject the opportunity entirely or run away. So, I did talk to him a few times. A slender young man with golden hair, always wearing a gentle smile, with graceful manners. The treasure of Grastol, bearing the destiny to carry the long-standing kingdom into the future. He had the kind of demeanor that women would likely find charming, kind, and talkative. Even to someone like me, who was sullen and utterly unbefitting of nobility, he never once made an unpleasant face. He simply threw conversation after conversation my way, smiling as he did. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. But now, looking back, I realize it hadn't even been a real conversation. He talked a lot, that's true, but he never once paid attention to my disinterested attitude. Normally, one would get annoyed or confused in such a situation. That's how it should be. And yet, he never showed any sign of such a reaction, not once. Surely, even if he had been speaking to a wall instead of me, he would have smiled the same way. He wasn't looking at me. What he was seeing was the gaze of those around him, watching him with his fiancée. He was good at keeping up appearances, and it was clear now that he put all his focus into doing just that. Looking back, that's how I see it now. So when I was banished from the country, I didn't feel the slightest bit of sorrow. I wasn't even surprised. I must have just become an obstacle to his vanity, I thought, and found myself almost agreeing with his decision. So no, I don't feel anger about being exiled. Or rather, I never had enough interest to even reach anger. But now, I find myself just a little curious. I want to see what his face looks like now. The heart that seeks vanity, his heart, has taken on a monstrous form far beyond what I could have imagined. And now, I find myself wondering, can he still wear that same good-natured smile in front of the person I've become? Inside the tower of gods and demons, well then, shall we go see the king? With a startlingly casual voice, she declared her intention to have an audience with the leader of the great nation of Grastol. But of course, no one present could respond with, "Sure, let's do that." The Shadow Knight, Kuro, shook her head. The king is shut away in the royal castle's research tower. He's continuing his research to break the queen's curse. Oh my, how noble. And aside from a select few, no one is allowed inside the king's research tower. The king of Grastol, famous as a magic king, was currently devoting himself to overcoming this national crisis and saving the queen. He handled state affairs from within the lab as well, a level of dedication that permitted no interruptions, no matter the reason. As the ruler of a great magical nation, it was a praiseworthy display of resolve. His subordinates once sang his praises for it, some even moved to tears. After seeing the reality behind the tower, though, I couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up my spine. Audiences are rarely granted, as they're considered a hindrance to his research. Truly, how noble of him, and yet, the moment he heard I'd arrived, he leapt straight into witch hunt mode. Even if you were to request an audience, it would take time. Honestly, I don't believe such a request from you, Lady Speechy, would ever be approved. Well, of course not. I was exiled for high treason after all. So cruel. I'm hurt. Liar. She was as carefree as ever, but the truth remained. The label of evil witch exiled from the kingdom hadn't exactly been peeled off me. If someone like that were to request an audience with the king, it would surely be mistaken as an attempt to take revenge. In fact, my motive for trying to save this country was hardly noble. Even if I explained it, I doubt anyone would understand. Well, I could always just barge in, beardy captain. Yes, Lady Speechy. Giggin didn't even flinch at the bizarre nickname anymore. As she tapped her foot lightly against the ground, Speechy asked, "This research tower in the royal castle, does it have an underground section?" If I recall correctly, one was included during construction. Compared to this place, the Tower of Gods and Demons, the research tower built in the royal castle wasn't that old. It had been built roughly 5 years ago as a laboratory exclusively for the King of Grastol. Even Giggin didn't know all the details, but he had observed the construction from a distance. He remembered seeing them build an underground space and passageways beneath the tower. Then this might be it. What do you mean by that? Instead of answering, she struck the ground with a sharp clang. At that very moment, everyone present felt it, an unmistakable tremor beneath their feet. Their gazes darted around, searching for the cause, and soon they realized. The shaking was coming from directly below. This tower has an underground chamber. I noticed it while we were investigating. The ground, which had shown no seams before, split open, revealing a staircase descending into the depths. A staircase and a passageway. Can you tell where it leads? Giggin quickly checked the direction of the underground path. He had memorized the entire layout of the royal capital, and it didn't take him long to reach an answer. It's leading straight toward the royal castle, a direct route. What kind of national defense is this, not even knowing a place like this existed? Giggin shouted in anger, more at himself than anyone else, but in truth, he had no reason to blame himself. The fault lay in the king's obsessive secrecy, hiding even a place like this. The other knights, too, wore expressions of confusion and unease. A physical connection had just appeared between this mysterious tower and the very king they were sworn to protect. It was only natural for fear and anxiety to take root in their hearts. If everything above ground in this tower is just a pretty facade, then what lies beneath the heavy makeup, I wonder. What do you think, Kuro-kun? Only Speechy, who was filled with curiosity. Her face must have looked just like a child discovering a toy box whose contents were a complete mystery. It was troublesome how that very curiosity of her was proving to be so useful right now. Shall we go? Please stay close to me, Lady Speechy. Oh my, how dashing, dear knight. No matter what lies ahead, make sure you protect me, won't you? Be it demon or devil, I won't let a single finger touch you. As she squealed with delight and laughter, Minya looked at her with an expression somewhere between bafflement and exasperation. But Kuro was entirely serious. After all, it wasn't out of the question that true demons or monsters might actually be waiting ahead. Because the true source behind everything trying to destroy the kingdom of Grastol was just beyond this passage. Chapter 9, Part 2, the passage was wide and stretched on endlessly. Underground facilities likely existed throughout the royal capital of Grastol, but this subterranean tunnel ran deeper and longer than any of them. We advanced through it step by step. This path IIS Lung, can I just float already? Do as you like, I'd rather that than have you collapse. Yay, I cheered as I started to float. No one bothered to comment on my laziness. Everyone understood the one they were relying on to solve the current situation was me, and I needed to conserve as much energy as possible. Everyone had already sensed it. This space was abnormal. No one knew what could happen here. The tunnel continued on. Kuro had begun to sweat lightly, but it wasn't from fatigue. He wasn't weak enough to be tired by something like this. He wasn't me, after all. The humidity and temperature in the space were rising. At the same time, the structure of the passage itself was beginning to change. What had once been a sterile, white, inorganic corridor was starting to grow dirty. Its shape warped, the floor becoming uneven and bumpy. When I touched the wall, it felt oddly warm, slimy, even. It's like the inside of a creature's stomach, Minya muttered, and her comment hit the mark. A raw, visceral sensation crept over all of us, exactly like being inside some living thing's belly. The stickiness was starting to reach the floor. With each step, the viscous substance clung to our feet. We had to be careful not to trip and fall. The lights that had been evenly spaced throughout the corridor were starting to flicker, some even went out entirely. A few of the knights conjured magical lights to illuminate the way, but the unease remained. Minya, maybe you should turn back now? Don't joke. I'm not going to let an outsider like you do the dangerous work while I wait somewhere safe. You're so serious, honestly. Knights, please make sure you protect Minya, okay? Of course. The knights responded to my words with nods, but their expressions were even more grim than Minya's. To think we've been living so carefree, unaware that something like this was under our feet. Self-reflection is fine, but haven't we made quite a bit of progress by now? No, we still have a ways to go before reaching the royal castle. That was when it happened. Giggin suddenly drew his sword. At the same time, his subordinates unsheathed their blades, forming a protective circle around me and Minya. Kuro followed suit, taking position alongside them. Minya and I were both a little surprised by their sudden reaction. I was a skilled magician, yes, but I wasn't a professional fighter. So naturally, I would have been slower to notice. They had sensed the presence of something not human. Gaya. It looked like a wolf on 4 legs, but it had no fur. Its skin was exposed, red-black muscle bulging grotesquely. Its head bore a set of malevolent fangs and a single, massive eyeball. A being outside the logic of life. A creature born of the abyss, said to have existed long before humanity ever came to be. An enemy of all living things. A symbol of abomination. A demonic beast, annihilate it. Gynn? But the moment it appeared, it was annihilated, slain in an instant by Gigan and his knights. Even Kuro didn't have time to lift a finger. As expected of the famed magic armor knights, even without their armor, they're impressive. Oh my, I didn't know the bearded uncles were this strong. Even I couldn't help but let out a voice of admiration. That's how utterly instant the kill was. To think we didn't even realize things like this were crawling around underground. Are we just useless or what? Damn it, you eyeball freak. Think you can mock us, huh? Looks like they're deep into self-loathing and taking it out on the monsters. The knights were venting their frustration while mercilessly tearing through the demonic beasts, though they were undeniably strong. Back when they fought Kuro, they'd been sluggish, slowed by the effects of the stagnation disease that much now seemed true. Compared to that time, their current movements were far faster, heavier, and far more precise. Their coordination was on a whole other level. It was reassuring. It had to be this way. They, the core of the kingdom's defense, had to be the strongest. Having someone like me in imitation, be the one to hold things together would be unacceptable. Too bad you didn't get a chance to shine, Kuro-kun. There's nothing more important than your safety, princess. Oh my, Kuro-kun, you're quite the sweet talker, aren't you? Only when I'm with you, truly. Can you two take your comedy routine somewhere else? Minya's retort landed without resistance. She wasn't wrong, it really wasn't the time to be joking around. It was reassuring to have these invincible knights on our side, showing no fear even against demonic beasts. But the real problem was this: that demonic beasts had appeared in this underground space at all. 5 in total, scouts, maybe. There's a barrier around the entire capital to repel demonic beasts. It should be impossible for them to get in. Then, where did they come from? If they didn't come in from outside, then... The knights looked forward. Our eyes followed theirs. The humidity, already thick, grew heavier the further we advanced. By now, the flooring was no longer stone. Instead, it had transformed into something disturbingly organic, like the pulsing interior of some living creature. Defects rose to the surface, writhing beneath our feet. No one believed anymore that this was just an underground passage beneath the capital. This was a corrupted domain, a demonic place. And up ahead, a door? There was a door. A steel door being swallowed by the pulsating flesh around it. This is about halfway between the royal castle and the tower. The very center of the capital, then. This was the place, everyone thought it. This was the source of it all, the center of the disaster afflicting the capital, the origin of the stagnation plague. No one sheathed their weapons. The knights, trained in combat, cautiously stepped forward and placed their hands on the door. They pushed it open just a little, and immediately a rush of pent-up air blasted out. The stench hit us hard, and everyone grimaced. A visceral discomfort filled the space. No one wanted to go in. Everyone felt it. Their instincts screamed, "Do not proceed beyond this door." But even now, not a single person turned back. Opening it, all units prepare for battle were going in. With Gigan's command, the door was flung open, and we charged inside. Somehow, I had a feeling. Not just me, everyone present had likely sensed it too. The results of everything we'd uncovered so far, our investigation, our deductions, the disease eating away at the kingdom, and its true source. Hello, Speechy. It's been a while. The current king, Rofin clan Grastol, just as everyone had feared. He was waiting, right at the very heart of this abominable nightmare. Chapter 10, the room beyond the door was vast, an abominable space, twisted and grotesque far beyond the eerie hallways that had led them here. Minya had likened the hallway to the inside of some creature's belly, but compared to this place, even that unnatural corridor was tolerable. The walls and the floor were not just red-black and covered in meat, they were meat. It didn't just look that way. The surfaces occasionally writhed, pulsed. A raw heat radiated upward through the soles of their feet. This place was unmistakably the inside of a living body, as if they were standing within its very organs. The air was thick and sickly warm, clinging with a sweet, rotting stench like that of a beast. The odor was so overpowering, inhaling too deeply might cause one to gag. The knights guarding Minya instinctively lowered their stances, shielding her more protectively. Even to them, this place must have been utterly abnormal. "Oh, are you the Magitech Knights? Why aren't you wearing your armor? That's the pride of the Kingdom of Grastol, you know. I'd like you to keep it on during missions, if possible." And in the center of this grotesque space stood the very king they served, Rofin clan Grastol. For the knights, this must have been nothing short of a nightmare. And Speechy, I never imagined you'd return to the royal capital, let alone bringing such calamity with you. King Rofin looked younger than his age. A youthful, wise mage king beloved even among the common people, known as a sage. His brilliance was still intact. But the fact that even in this horrifying abyss, his regal charm remained undimmed only made the scene more disturbing. "Now then, knights, seize her at once." The king ordered the Magitech Knights. By the blood contract forged between kingdom and knight, they were bound to obey the king's commands, and may I ask why, your majesty? Naturally, even they weren't so foolish as to blindly follow orders in a situation this bizarre. None of the knights moved. In this unnatural space, the king's command echoed in vain. Gigan was the one who questioned the king. His expression clearly brimmed with suspicion. "Of course, because she's the root of all of this." Ignoring Gigan's doubts entirely, King Rofin declared it proudly, without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, he should have questioned why Gigan and the others were here at all, why they were with Speechy. But the king acted as if none of that had even occurred to him. Everyone present could feel it, something was terribly wrong. Madness lurked behind the king's every word and action. "Your Majesty, what has happened to you?" You are Minya Hollow Valentine. It's been some time, your Majesty." He seemed dazed for a moment, but upon hearing her name, King Rofin nodded. Yes, it's been a while, of course. He nodded repeatedly, stumbling over his own words. No matter how you looked at it, he was acting strange. Minya continued, her voice cautious and guarded. "In response to the kingdom's peril, I came as quickly as I could from the Valentine domain. But, your Majesty, what exactly is the meaning of all this?" "The meaning of this?" He wasn't feigning ignorance, it was more like he truly didn't understand what she meant. That was terrifying. Minya had met the king a number of times due to her noble status. Though they had never shared intimate conversation, she'd seen him speak publicly many times. He was the man who had cast aside Speechy, the woman once chosen as his fiancée. Because of that fact alone, Minya had never held warm feelings toward him. Even if Speechy's dismissal had been justified crafted by Priscilla's maneuvering as a necessary move for the kingdom's safety, it didn't erase the bitterness. Yet even with those feelings, Minya had never found fault in Rofin's reign or conduct. As a ruler, he had always performed his duties admirably, or so she had believed until today. "First, may I ask, what is this room supposed to be?" This is my laboratory. Why?" "Labo," Minya trailed off. She was at a loss for words. Needless to say, no sane laboratory would look like this, a monstrous chamber, cloaked in pulsing flesh. Even the most arcane magical sanctums wouldn't be so foul. Nothing could justify such repulsiveness. "This is the place I created to uncover the cause of the stagnation disease. The fate of this kingdom rests on my shoulders. That's why this room was necessary." With eyes gleaming brightly, the king declared it triumphantly. It was repulsive. The king she had known until today and the king now before her were far too consistent. His words and demeanor were unchanged. He still looked every bit the mage king of Grastol. And that unchanged image, even in a place like this, was what made it so disturbing. "Now then, seize her. And I want you all to leave this place. Just a little more, and everything will become clear. Come on." "Excuse me, but how long are you planning to keep up this farce?" And then, Cutting through the tension that had gripped everyone, Speechy spoke up as if none of it concerned her. What's the point of humoring someone who's just putting on a show? For a moment, no one understood what Speechy meant, but she repeated herself. You know, a show-off. I didn't know much about him, never cared to, but after seeing the Tower of Divine and Demonic and hearing how he talks, it finally makes sense. The king gave no rebuttal to Speechy's words. In fact, he had no reaction at all. He simply stopped, completely still. You know the type, the kind of person who only shows others the good parts of themselves, hides their failures right away and just keeps repeating what sounds pleasant. The king's frozen expression twitched. The muscles in his face began to spasm. But those who live on vanity never pay the price for it themselves. That's what you are, the embodiment of it. And then it happened. The fleshy walls writhed toward Speechy. A crimson serpent, or rather, a monstrous creature like a giant worm, surged forth, wriggling violently. The Magitech knights, who reacted immediately, had their blades knocked away by its sheer momentum. The beast didn't slow. Its dull, gleaming fangs opened wide to tear Speechy apart. Demon sword now! Kuro leapt in front of her like a shield, activating the demon sword. A wave of darkness burst from the blade, repelling the creature's charge. At the same time, Kuro's small body was launched into the air, slammed down beside Speechy. You're seriously too earnest, Kuro-kun? Without even glancing at him, Speechy sighed and snapped her fingers. Instantly, Kuro's fallen body was enveloped in a gentle light. Her eyes remained fixed on King Rofin, whose radiant smile had twisted into spasms, his lips frothing, his expression convulsing grotesquely. Ah. I really do hate you. You. His voice was trembling, completely different from earlier, laced with rage, hatred, and envy. And yet, compared to how he had been just a moment ago, this emotion felt less abnormal. It was the kind of madness that fit this revolting space. I went out of my way to save you. I'm the one who lifted this old, decaying kingdom up again. I did, so why do you keep getting in my way? And then, something began to move behind the king. Accompanied by violent tremors, something massive drew near. The knights raised their swords defensively, and then realized with growing horror that whatever was approaching was far larger than they had expected. What in the world is? It stood well over 10 meters tall. Two hairy, beast-like legs with hooves slammed into the ground, crushing the worm-like creature Kuro had repelled earlier. Its four unnaturally long arms grabbed onto pillars and walls, claws sinking deep into the flesh. Its head resembled that of a ram, twisted and elongated, with grotesque horns and 6 eyes. Each breath it exhaled was sickeningly warm and spread far through the room. On its torso were 6 massive, engorged breasts. A sweet, unplaceable scent emanated from it, rattling the brain. Their very guts trembled. It was a creature too vile, too abominable to exist in the world of humans. A malformed, forbidden entity. One of the knights screamed its name. A demon? An adversary to all living beings, spawned from the depths of the abyss. A demon had appeared. Very few know how demons first appeared in this world. Some say they've existed since long before humanity was ever born. Others claim they emerged from interdimensional rifts, beings that live by laws completely separate from this world. There are even stories that say they are evil gods once sealed away by the gods of light. But none of those theories can be confirmed. What's certain is, they appear from the depths of the abyss. They are the root cause of the creation of magical beasts. They wield terrifying magic that far exceeds human understanding. They cannot manifest physically in the world, and instead drift between dimensions. Because of that, they lure people with forbidden knowledge, offering deals to find a vessel through which they may enter this world. And at the end of those deals, they always bring about irreversible destruction. They are enemies of humanity itself. That much, at least, is known. In other words, to sum it up, they are, without a doubt, beings that should never be in the royal capital or anywhere near it. What have you done? What have you brought upon us? Gigan shouted, his voice tight with disbelief, condemning King Rofin. Even if the man was king, this much had to be said. What the hell were you thinking, you bastard? A monster with knowledge of magic far beyond human comprehension, and possessing overwhelming magical power if mishandled, such a creature could easily wipe out an entire nation. Whenever a demon is discovered, it must be swiftly contained beyond the borders of human territory. And depending on the case, even surrounding villages might need to be burned down to prevent catastrophe. To bring such a thing into the very heart of the kingdom was sheer madness. Don't order me around. Unsurprisingly, Rofen didn't take Giggen's rightful condemnation well. His voice exploded in fury. The composed, dignified mask from before had cracked entirely. Now he was ruled by desperation and anger. In a way, the bizarre mismatch between his behavior and the scene was finally resolved. He now fit this grotesque space, utterly mad. Of course, that didn't make it better in the slightest. Your Majesty, did you make a pact with a demon to complete the Tower of Divine and Demonic? She brought prosperity to this nation. It was necessary. Pressed by Giggen, the king confessed. If he no longer had the capacity to lie, then this must be the truth. But oh, how Giggen wished it had been a lie. Chapter 10, Part 2, I thought it was strange. Speechy muttered quietly as she watched the king spiral further into madness. Even she could no longer smile. Her eyes, emotionless and calm, observed the monstrous demon before her. Turning mana essence into usable magic is something only living beings can do. To replicate that with an inanimate tower, such technology shouldn't exist. I was curious how you made that old fantasy from 20 years ago into reality. But she turned her gaze toward the tower, placed her hand without hesitation against the wall that looked like the inside of a creature's organs, and spoke in a voice utterly filled with disdain. So that's all it was. You just had a bigger living creature do it for you. Even Giggen understood what she was saying. He had to understand. This space wasn't designed to look horrifying for show, like the upper floors of the Tower of Divine and Demonic they had seen earlier. It was horrifying because of what it truly was. The demon is converting mana essence into magic. If only living beings can produce magic, then you make a living being produce it for you. That's the logic. A twisted, extreme logic. To be precise, he probably turned the entire tower into a magical beast to perform the conversion process. No way a human could have developed something like this. So this is the true nature of the Tower of Divine and Demonic. Anyone who lived in the royal capital would look up at the tower with gratitude and pride. It was a symbol of prosperity, something to be revered. No one could have imagined that such a grotesque, hideous truth lay beneath it. But as the tower kept growing, the magic conversion rate increased too fast. And judging by the situation, that magic is being skimmed or drained, leaving behind just ash. That's what accelerated the spread of the disease. It's under control, King Rofen screamed in desperation, trying to reject Speechy's flat, measured assessment. But she didn't stop speaking. No, it's not. Not even I can control a demon, and there's no one in humanity who can. However, the moment she said that, the king suddenly halted his frenzy. His face twitched again, muscles spasming, and then, "That's good to hear," he laughed. It was a twisted, grotesque smile. Giggen could no longer deny it. The man he once revered as king was completely broken. I see. So even you can't stand up to a demon? Yes, this is perfect. That's right, I'm a genius, but only by human standards. Like a child, the king began hopping up and down in joy. He paid no attention to Speechy's exasperated mutter, energetic for someone his age, or to the others around them, who stared at him with horror, as if he were something utterly revolting. That means you're no match for me either. Now, crush that foolish woman to bits. I don't care what method you use. The moment he uttered that strange, indecipherable phrase, something Giggen and the others couldn't comprehend, the demon behind Giggen began to move. The knights tightened their grips on their swords. They didn't know how effective their blades would be against a demon, but at the very least, they had to get Speechy and Minya out of here. Ah, how pathetic. Huh. But before Gigan could fully commit to his decision, Speechy spoke with quiet pity in her voice. Rofen let out a dumb, confused noise. At the same time, the demon crouched, its beast-like face twisting. Ah! Its massive mouth curled upward at the corners, and its 6 eyes narrowed, distorted with amusement. It laughed a scornful, mocking laugh, and that laughter was aimed at Rofen alone. Then, with all 6 of its hands, the demon grabbed King Rofen. Wah! And then came a horrible squelch as flesh was crushed. The demon's countless palms hid the king's body from view, but it was clear that it had been twisted into a shape no human body should ever take. Yet there was no blood. His form was being destroyed, not slain, not wounded, but obliterated like an object. Protect the king, prepare spells. For a moment, the knights froze in shock at the brutal sight, but quickly sprang into action. No matter how deranged he had become, they couldn't just stand by and watch their king be annihilated by a monster. But, what? The sword Gigan swung down didn't slice through the demon's arm. Instead, the blade sank into the flesh with no blood, swallowed up like it was plunging into thick mud. He couldn't even pull it back out. Magic fared no better. Spells aimed at the demon's head and eyes merely created ripples, like tossing a stone into water. Then they vanished, absorbed entirely by the demon's body. They hadn't expected to do much, but seeing it with their own eyes made the futility crushingly real. Demons were higher beings, ones that humans had no power to harm. And worse, it seemed the demon could interfere with them. The moment it spoke again, the tower began to writhe. Massive worm-like creatures like the one that had attacked Speechy before crawled from the walls and surged toward the knights. It's fast, damn it, don't let it hit you directly, you'll die. They couldn't even get close to the demon anymore. While the knights struggled against the waves of flesh, the demon calmly brought what remained of the crushed and balled-up king Rofen to its mouth and swallowed him whole. Gigan clenched his jaw. There was no room for excuses like, we couldn't help it. Get back, keep it at bay, don't let it anywhere near Lady Speechy and the others. Now wasn't the time for regret. They had to prevent the situation from worsening any further. Fireball! Hey, Speechy, what the hell is that demon doing? From behind, Minya was shouting, casting spells against the writhing tentacles emerging from the floor and walls. It was a question that Gigan himself wanted answered. Fighting back the encroaching tentacles, he strained his ears to hear Speechy's reply. The demon, which originally should not have been able to interfere with this world, began to move the moment the contractor gave it the words. I don't care what you do. What does that mean? It means that under the pretext of crushing me, it can now do whatever it wants. No matter what atrocities it commits, as long as the result is crushing me, the contract is fulfilled. That's the worst. It really was the worst. If Gigan had the composure to spare, he probably would have shouted the same thing as Minya. A demon's goal differs from one to the next. Some are truly hostile to humanity, while others may offer knowledge and technology far beyond human comprehension. However, what they all have in common is, no matter what kind of demon it is, the human who contracts with it always ends in ruin, and they drag everyone around them down with them. Isn't everything about this the absolute worst? It really, truly was the worst. If Gigan had a moment to breathe, he would have grabbed his head and screamed. But even that moment was stolen away. What is it this time? A violent tremor shook the ground, forcing everyone present to their knees. It wasn't the kind of shaking one could remain standing through. Speechy, for example, fell flat on her face. Ow, seriously, you're so clumsy. More importantly, what the hell is that? Slowly pushing herself up with Minya's help, Speechy rubbed her forehead where she'd hit it. Then, as she leaned on Minya and watched the violently trembling interior of the Divine Demon Tower, she spoke. Demons don't have physical forms, which means they have very few ways to directly interact with the world. But now, they've obtained a contractor to serve as a bypass and a tower to serve as a fleshly armor. In other words, the demon is about to manifest in the physical world. The moment she said it, the tower's tremors grew even more intense. The ground itself began to rise, and from the ceiling, structures fused with chunks of flesh rained down. The knights, Gigan, and even Speechy and the collapsed Kuro all moved to shield one another. But before long, everything in that space was engulfed. Most of the people of Grastol, threatened with extinction by the terrifying plague known as the stagnation disease, had barricaded themselves inside their homes. They didn't even know how the disease spread. Going outside unnecessarily was nothing short of terrifying, and this was no ordinary illness. Once infected, the victim would become motionless like the dead and never rise again, a living nightmare. No one wanted to risk catching it. That fear had turned the entire population into shut-ins. All they could do was peer out from their windows and pray. Pray that this dreadful calamity would pass, if only a little sooner. Naturally, the object of their prayers became the divine demon tower. The majestic tower visible from anywhere, shining with divine brilliance, the pillar of knowledge. It had once brought prosperity and wealth to the kingdom, so it was only natural for people to direct their desperate hopes toward it, which is why many of the citizens of the royal capital witnessed it. Hey, the tower collapsed. The once beautiful white tower suddenly cracked, then shattered completely. No one could comprehend what had happened. As murmurs and screams spread through the streets, it revealed itself. Red-black flesh. 6 ominous eyes. What rose from beneath the ruined tower was a being so immense, so terrifying, so vile it could only be described as a giant of calamity. A catastrophe had appeared, one that seemed to signal the end of the kingdom of Grastol itself. The people, already drained by the spreading disease, could only stare upward, with despair and resignation. Chapter 11, the ground trembled, crumbled, and vanished beneath them. The moment Minya fell along with Speechy, whom she had been protectively holding, she was certain she was going to die. So in the end, I'm going to die because I got caught up with this awful friend again. I still had work left. I wonder if the Valentine shop will be okay. I should have talked more with my husband and sons. Those were the kinds of things that kept swirling around in her head. She kept thinking and thinking until she realized the fall was lasting longer than she expected. And suddenly, she found herself sprawled flat on the ground, but her body hadn't been crushed on impact. She had been too scared to open her eyes, but now she did. And, where is this? The scenery had changed. This wasn't a fleshy-walled space deep underground. It wasn't even inside a building. Instead, she was somehow sitting with Speechy atop the clock tower, once a landmark, though shorter than the Tower of Divine and Demonic, without realizing when or how it happened. This is everyone safe? It seemed Gigan and the others had also been transported along with them. In the blink of an eye, all of them had somehow moved from underground to the surface. Wondering if this might be some kind of illusion, Minya pinched her cheek, but it hurt. Apparently, this wasn't a dream. But if that's the case, how did they get here? A teleportation spell. Speechy, did you do this? Emmu, Yumamu. Oh, sorry. Realizing she had been hugging Speechy so tightly her face was completely smothered and flailing, Minya quickly let go. Gasping for air with her face flushed red, Speechy let out a long sigh. I thought I was gonna die, and no, it wasn't me. Not even I can teleport this many people at once. It was teleportation magic, though, she added. But that only raised more questions. Then how? Who did it? For something of this scale, it'd have to be one of the relics of the ancient gods, and if you're asking who, she pointed ahead. Them. There, multiple figures stood. Boys and girls with black hair and youthful appearances stood surrounding them. Black hair was rare in this country. Having this many of them gathered in one place was already unusual. But even more bizarre was, Kuro boy? Every single one of them looked exactly like the boy, Kuro, lying unconscious next to Speechy. Even if their genders or heights differed, their faces and auras were nearly identical. Siblings, maybe, but it didn't feel like that either. The Shadow Knights, I'm guessing? When Speechy asked, one of them stepped forward. The tallest among them, a man who looked like an adult version of Kuro, bowed respectfully before her. Thank you for saving our comrade. I'm the one who got saved, actually. One of the shadow knights gently lifted the unconscious Kuro, while others began tending to the fallen Magitech knights. They worked with frightening efficiency. I understand the situation is dire, but do you require an explanation from us? I have a rough idea of who Kuro and you all are, so no. We've got bigger problems. Saying that, Speechy peered out beyond the clock tower's railing, toward the direction of the Tower of Divine and Demonic. Or more accurately, the direction where that tower used to be. The elegant, pure white tower was no longer there. What now stood in its place was a grotesque, red-black demon like a writhing mass of flesh. This is real bad. Even Speechy's casually delivered words couldn't possibly mask the scale of the disaster. Of all places, in the very heart of the royal capital, a demon that must never be summoned had appeared. The only small mercy, if it could be called that, was that the streets were empty due to the sloth plague. But that was a cruel irony, since the plague's source was that very demon. The demon wasn't moving yet, but if it suddenly started swinging those massive 6 arms around, catastrophe would follow in an instant. There was no way all the surrounding buildings were miraculously empty. There was no more time to spare. As they all stared at the scene, Gigan let out a heavy sigh. Then he turned toward Speechy and knelt down before her. "Lady Speechy, thank you truly for all your assistance up to this point." His subordinates followed suit, kneeling as one. Their expressions as they looked up at Speechy were filled with unwavering resolve. "What are you going to do now?" "We'll stop that. This is our nation's mess to clean up." Of course, a demon with a physical form wasn't something they could take on through conventional means. Worse still, according to what they had heard, this demon had spent the past decade or more supplying mana to the kingdom, while secretly siphoning off the excess to empower itself. Its strength was beyond imagining. And yet they understood that. And still, their resolve didn't waver in the slightest. You know this is all because of that dimwit of a king, right? The failure to correct his path was a failing of us knights. I should have been more aggressive in climbing the ranks. Gigan gave a sheepish smile at Speechy's jab. He really wasn't good at flattery, which was why he never rose in the ranks. The ones who held real influence in the current knighthood weren't the Magitech knights who risked their lives on the front lines, but those comfortably sitting in safe positions, issuing orders from afar. Gigan felt ashamed, felt responsible for leaving things in the hands of such people and letting the king run unchecked. He was, through and through, a serious man. He exchanged glances with his subordinates, then gave a small smile and bowed his head one last time. "Well then, if you'll excuse," just as he turned and began to dash toward the demon. Suddenly, chains of light erupted around him, binding every one of them in place without exception. "Gwa, you really are such a serious man, Gigan-san. I've started to like you a little." Of course, the source of the chains was Speechy's magic. But unlike her usual mocking grin, this time her expression was more playful, almost childlike, as she smiled while binding the knights. I can't move. I wouldn't say it's a waste of a death, but we still have a little bit of time left, so please be patient." Time? As they spoke, a change occurred in the demon wreaking havoc in the center of the capital. It suddenly began to fidget, glancing around in apparent confusion, swatting at the air like it was trying to brush away invisible bugs. At first, Minya and the others had no idea what was happening until, what is that? Gradually, the thing restraining the demon began to take visible form. The same translucent chains that bound Gigan and the others were now wrapped tightly around the demon's body. I set it up while we were chatting inside it. Just a little something to buy time. "You're seriously insane? It's nearly impossible to cast spells on a fully materialized demon from the outside. But up until a few minutes ago, we were inside it, remember?" No matter how unnatural or law-breaking a being that demon was, once it had a physical body, it was still a creature. And no creature could defend itself from attacks launched from within its own internal organs. I've placed multiple overlapping binding spells on it. It won't be able to move for an hour. That helps immensely. We'll start evacuating the residents immediately. Clear out everyone within at least a kilometer radius around that thing, all right? And Speechy turned around, shifting her gaze to the Shadow Knights. The knights stood still, as though waiting for her to speak to them. Given the situation, you will be guiding us, right? Kuro-kun and company? Chapter 12. In the kingdom of Grastel, there existed a wise princess. A beautiful noblewoman who had captured the heart of the current king. Her name, Priscilla Clan Grastel. However, her family of origin, the House of Fyrance, was never a house meant to stand in the spotlight. The Fyrance family was a house that rose to power through battle. A martial lineage that had produced generations of powerful knights, they served as both sword and shield to the royal family, rising through sheer strength alone. So why had Priscilla, the eldest daughter of such a family, become queen? More to the point, why had she been forced to usurp the position of queen from Speechy, the prince's fiancé at the time? There was a reason, a very clear reason, and it was, who are you? I'm not interested, so please go away. Because Speechy, the first prince's fiancé, was utterly hopeless. After recovering from her illness and returning to school, she never once appeared at social gatherings. Even when Priscilla attempted to approach her for a formal introduction, the woman who showed up before her was appalling. It wasn't a matter of being unattractive or having terrible scars or burns. No, her hair was a tangled mess, as if it hadn't been washed in weeks. Her skin was a disaster. Her clothes were wrinkled and tattered, and she reeked of what seemed like magical potions or something similarly foul. This wasn't nobility. In fact, she wasn't even acting like a woman. Priscilla herself had never been overly concerned with appearances. Unlike the girls her age who constantly fretted over face creams or which shades of lipstick were in fashion, she found such things tedious at best. However, even she had to draw the line somewhere. I am Priscilla Lara Fyrance. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lady Speechy Male Crossheart. Okay, goodbye. With that, Speechy didn't even give her name before turning and walking away into her room. Seriously, this woman? Priscilla didn't say it aloud, but the words blared in her head. Still, she kept her composure. But honestly, she was on the verge of despair. That thing was going to become queen of this country. Why hadn't anyone tried to fix her clearly unfit for society state? Did the first prince and the Grastel royal family even understand the situation? As a result, Priscilla began investigating the circumstances of Speechy and the Crossheart family, and what she uncovered explained much. Speechy, as a child, had suffered from a dreadful illness, something akin to a curse, that left her bedridden and completely isolated from society. During that time, she had withdrawn from the world and immersed herself in magical research. As a result, she had received virtually no formal education as a noblewoman. It seemed her family had already given up on her, assuming she wouldn't live long. Astonishingly, she recovered from her condition, or rather, she overcame the curse herself. And from that moment on, neither the royal family nor the Crosshearts knew what to do with her. Having been abandoned during her illness, she had lost all interest in others. She didn't care about people anymore. A tragic disease, her prodigious magical talent, and an environment that allowed it all to spiral out of control. Several factors combined to create that monster. And while Priscilla came to understand the circumstances, she was furious. Yes, Speechy had been unfortunate. Yes, she was a difficult person. And sure, she could even understand the Crosshearts' failure to intervene and the royal family's fear of ruining relations with them. But for everyone to hesitate and quietly pass the problem onto someone else, what kind of mess of a system was this? Priscilla felt like she had just glimpsed one of the root causes behind Grastel's decline. Centuries of tangled relationships had bred a culture of avoidance where no one acted unless forced. Raise your voice to point out a problem, and you'd be the one punished. So the voices grew quieter. People became more concerned with how they were perceived than with what was right. And yet, the kingdom was crumbling. And if they left things to that socially inept woman, and the prince who just laughed it off and accepted it as inevitable, Grastel would fall for real. In the end, what drove Priscilla forward, what compelled her to seize the crown, was her overwhelming sense of crisis for the future of this kingdom. Why she moved, why she had to seize the throne of Queen Priscilla took action. At first, she had considered the possibility of helping improve Speechy's condition, but the chance to even meet with her was non-existent. Her only friend had already lamented that helping her was practically impossible. So Priscilla reluctantly shifted her approach. Instead of reforming her, she would knock her off the seat of fiancé, even if Speechy herself had no desire to be sitting there. Fortunately, the Fyance family bore a noble and respected name. They had simply never taken an active role in politics before. There was just cause for Priscilla to step in and take her place. And most conveniently disgustingly, when Priscilla began moving in the shadows, many welcomed it with open arms. Everyone had seen Speechy as a problem, but avoided getting involved to keep themselves out of trouble. The same people who ignored their responsibilities discovered in Priscilla a convenient, portable shrine to hoist up, and they were thrilled. What sheer negligence! What utter sloth! Even so, Priscilla made use of them. Naturally, there were those who resisted her, but even those she skillfully persuaded. She hadn't realized it herself until she acted, but she had a gift for this. The more she refined her appearance, the more radiant she became. In conversation, she quickly learned the skill of pinpointing and exploiting weaknesses in others' defenses. Conversation is also a form of combat. Once she understood that, she moved swiftly. Exchange words, test the waters, find an opening, and strike with precision. Never let your guard down. Keep repeating the process. Do that and victory will fall into your hands. And so, in a flash, she laid the groundwork. Eventually, she brought the Crosshart family and the royal family into line. She arranged everything so that Speechy could be cleanly removed from the royal line, and took every precaution to ensure that neither house would suffer public disgrace from the ordeal. Once that was assured, both sides eagerly welcomed her. Thus began the so-called Speechy exile incident, and with it, Priscilla claimed the queen's throne. She wore the crown of a wise princess, the heroine who saved the kingdom from the tragic fate of being overtaken by the witch Speechy. She became engaged to the king, held him up publicly while controlling the government from the shadows. She began cutting into the rot and stagnation that had long plagued Grastol. Whether by fortune or misfortune, she also had the wind at her back in the form of the divine demonic tower. Priscilla had little knowledge of magic and didn't understand the mechanics behind it, but the tower's limitless magical energy was more than enough to support a kingdom on the brink of collapse. It was the first time she genuinely reevaluated her husband, Rofen, the man who had created it. She had thought him the type to discard even a cherished fiancé like Speechy the moment she became inconvenient. But it seemed that every person held at least one true talent. Magic was a field Priscilla could not handle, so she left it entirely to Rofen. Only later would she learn that this was her greatest mistake. That said, at the time, her life as queen was smooth and prosperous. If there was one problem, the joint administration talks with House Gloucester over the disputed territory have been called off. What was the reason? A trade guild offered better terms and snatched it away. Which one? A guild identifying itself as S. Again with that woman, the exiled Speechy, had somehow awakened. Speechy had been exiled to the remote outpost of Zeraid. She was to live out her life as a warden of that cursed land, never again to set foot in Grastol or influence its affairs. Was this a punishment Priscilla herself had wanted? Not exactly. If anything, it had been demanded by her birth family, the Crossharts, and the royal Grastol house. Put simply, no one wanted this troublesome woman to ever re-enter the public eye again. Zeraid was a land riddled with terrifying abysses, a forbidden territory even among the people of Grastol. Many criminals, when faced with exile there, begged instead to be made slaves for life. That's how horrific it was. To say Priscilla felt no pang of guilt in banishing her, there would be a lie. After all, she bore no personal grudge or jealousy toward Speechy. And yet, for the sake of the kingdom, it had to be done. Priscilla made no excuses. She had exiled Speechy to the frontier. To protect the kingdom, she pinned false charges on her and mercilessly cast her out. At the very least, to ensure she didn't die, Priscilla had arranged for minimal maintenance of the tower and only just enough of a surveillance system for her to survive. If she wants to spend the rest of her days buried in magical research, let her. That was what Priscilla had thought. However, for some reason, she awakened. After taking full control of the surveillance tower systems, she began working on sealing the surrounding abysses and succeeded. She then used that achievement to negotiate with multiple guilds, constructed countless magical herb farms on the vast, empty lands of Zeraid, and used the revenue to launch a business that skyrocketed her influence in the kingdom. And with that wealth and influence, she started launching what could only be called attacks, thinly veiled harassment against House Grastol. No. If she was capable of all this, why didn't she just do it from the start? Why did she only awaken to political competence after everything had gone too far? If she'd been like this in the beginning, Priscilla would never have needed to become queen at all. She wanted to throw a fit, but she didn't have the luxury. With Speechy's sudden interference, Priscilla had no choice but to resist. While her carefree husband proudly boasted about the staggering profits pouring in from the divine demonic tower, Priscilla was engaged in a silent war waged in the shadows for the very soul of the kingdom, against the ever more influential Speechy. If Speechy extended her reach toward potion making, Priscilla would cut it off. If Priscilla moved to develop new lands, Speechy would slap her hand away. If Speechy sealed an abyss, Priscilla would immediately begin interfering. If Priscilla succeeded in exterminating magical beasts, before she knew it, Speechy was running a magical beast processing business. It had gone on like this for 20 years, to the point it was no longer clear whether they were fighting, helping each other, sabotaging each other, or raising each other up. And then, at the Grastol Royal Castle, in the detached palace, Priscilla clan Grastol awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she began assessing the situation. She had been afflicted by the stagnation disease, a curse with no known recovery, irreversible and misunderstood. And yet now she was awake, which meant a cure had been found. That could only mean one thing: you're awake, Your Majesty. I am glad to see you've recovered. A female attendant offered her a pitcher of water. Priscilla took it wordlessly and drank it down in one go. It was blessedly cold. Her long-dormant body began to stir back to life. What is the situation? The first words from her mouth were not those of a fairy-tale princess freed from a sleeping curse, but of a commander regaining consciousness on the battlefield. We've identified the root cause of the illness. The tower, I assume. Exactly so. Even I, who know so little of magic, could see that much. Too late, though, Priscilla muttered bitterly. She had long observed her husband, King Rofin, growing increasingly erratic as the disease spread. That man only panicked when something threatened him, and the only thing with such widespread reach from the royal capital outward and tied to Rofin was the tower. She had suspected as much, though she hadn't wanted to believe it, but before she could pursue the truth herself, she, too, succumbed to the stagnation curse. That had been the fatal blow. She had to find someone untouched by Rofin's influence and with unmatched magical knowledge, someone who could identify the cause in her stead. Only one person came to mind. Even now, Priscilla wasn't sure if she had made the right call, but the fact that she was now awake was undeniable. The one who cured the disease, it was the slothful witch, Speechy. Yes, that is correct. I suppose I should thank her. Even if I hate every fiber of my being for it, Priscilla muttered with a deep sigh. But then, oh, don't worry about that. We're friends, aren't we, Priscilla? Spoke the attendant in a voice full of gleeful amusement. Jay. Priscilla let out a shrill, undignified sound, wholly unbefitting a princess. What an unflattering voice, Priscilla. I'm so glad to see you're well. Wearing an apron and dressed like a palace servant, Speechy smiled radiantly, absolutely overjoyed. The one person Priscilla most did not want to see upon waking was standing right there. Chapter 13, according to Minya, since her exile, I hadn't had the opportunity to see Speechy face to face. Publicly, that is. She's an exile, and I'm the one who exiled her. And since it's officially recognized that she once tried to assassinate me, it stands to reason that we're not supposed to meet again. Yet behind the scenes, we've met countless times over the past 20 years. Each and every time, this woman has made me swallow bitter defeat and left me in the foulest of moods. But today's encounter, it was the worst of them all. This is the worst way to wake up. Oh my, is that really something you say to the dear friend who saved you from a terrifying illness? Speechy, the woman I had once labeled the Witch of Sloth, was spinning gleefully in circles around my bedroom. I wanted to ask where the guards were, but if she really was the one who pulled me back from the grip of the sloth plague, then no one would have dared throw her out. That fact alone made everything feel even worse. Did the word friend take on a new meaning while I was asleep? Something more along the lines of grotesque. How rude. Do you know any grotesque creatures as adorable as me? Hearing a grown woman act cutesy straight to my face is mentally exhausting. You're so mean. I've come to understand, however reluctantly, that indulging Speechy's nonsense is a complete waste of time. So I moved quickly to the main issue. So, you're the one who resolved the crisis in this kingdom. Now that she had cured me of the sloth plague, I couldn't help but ask with a glimmer of hope. If she really had saved the nation plagued by that illness, then by rights I would be obliged to repay her. Even if she wouldn't care for it in the slightest, I would still have to atone for her disgrace and offer proper compensation. But Speechy shook her head. No, not yet. What? In fact, as we speak, this country is on the verge of collapse. With that, Speechy drew open the curtains. My room, located in the detached palace, boasted one of the best views in the entire estate. From the window, one could overlook the capital. I'd always found the sight rather pleasing, but what lay before me now was nothing short of hell. At the heart of what was once the lively royal capital, a monstrous entity was writhing and groaning with an earth-shaking voice. It flailed violently, trying to tear apart the glowing chains binding its 6 arms. And there it was, right at the center of the kingdom, something that should never have existed. A beast. I pressed a hand to my temple, a headache blooming. If I could, I would have thrown myself right back into bed. Put yourself in my shoes, waking up only to be greeted by a vision of the world's end. I managed a feeble protest, groaning. Speechy just laughed brightly. Oh dear. Want to hide away from the ugly truth and only look at the pretty things in life, like your darling husband does. That infuriating choice of words made the whole situation click far too easily, and I cursed my own sharp intuition. Rofin, I was a fool not to notice my husband's madness. Yeah, I've gotta admit, even I feel sorry for you. To end up married to a monster who brings ruin to a kingdom just for vanity's sake. That's just tragic. Was that sarcasm? Would you like me to pat your head? You make my skin crawl. I slapped away the hand Speechy genuinely tried to raise. Regret surged in countless waves, and my heart seethed with burning fury, but I pushed it all aside. Now wasn't the time, I'd think later. So, I understand now why you woke me up. What do you plan to do next? Well, I've taken a bit of a liking to some people here, so I thought maybe I'll lend a hand, that sort of thing. Then do as you please. Just don't get in my way. Saying that, I pushed myself up from bed and stood. And suddenly, I caught a glimpse of myself. I wasn't in sleepwear. I was dressed in the summer uniform of the Royal Galbard Academy of Magic Upper Division. Gah! The scream beginning with that G shook the entire detached palace, a raw cry from the very depths of my soul. Ah, you really do scream so beautifully. Speechy closed her eyes and savored the scream of her beloved nemesis, her most cherished rival. It was a deeply satisfying cry of despair. Just hearing it made sticking her nose into this ridiculous problem all worthwhile. What at the hell do you think you're doo-woo-wooing? Queen Priscilla, 38, clad in a school uniform from roughly 20 years ago, grabbed Speechy by the scruff of her neck and shouted. Speechy responded with a beaming smile. You were sweating in your sleep, so I thought I'd help you change. You absolute idiot. At this point, All traces of queenly speech had vanished from Priscilla's mouth. Speechy much preferred her when she talked like this anyway. Please calm down, Priscilla, and rest assured. Rest assured about what? I'm wearing one too. With that, Speechy removed her apron to proudly reveal her own Royal Galbard Academy of Magic Upper Division summer uniform. A moment later, a massive pillow, the Queen's personal one, came hurtling through the air like a fastball. Speechy failed to dodge. The pillow smacked her directly in the face. Ow, do you have any idea how old we are? 38. Mini skirts are not something sober 38-year-olds should be wearing. The summers in the royal capital Grastol are hot and humid, which is why the Royal Galbard Academy's summer uniform is designed with breathability in mind. Whether that design choice was practical or a result of the designer being utterly brain-dead is up for debate, but the skirt length was undeniably risque. Honestly, it was probably the designer's fault for having a few screws loose. The result, the current scene was absurdly immoral, and yet Speechy found herself having an unexplainable amount of fun. Probably a high, definitely a high. If you'd rather escape reality, want some wine? I brought some. Yours, actually. D-I-I-I-I-E-E? Screaming, Priscilla began tearing at the uniform, trying to strip out of it without care for decorum. But the moment she attempted to yank it off, there was a sharp clank and the fabric wouldn't budge. The uniform began to shine with a dazzling glow. Speechy grinned. Ah, I put a curse on it. You can't take it off until the situation is resolved. Undo it, right now? Can't, even I can't remove it. So I can't strip either. You've gone completely insane. Priscilla clutched her head and screamed. Wasn't she supposed to be known far and wide as the wise princess supporting the mage king of Grastol? Why did she look so utterly unhinged? While casually pondering that nonsense, Speechy patted Priscilla on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. It suits you." Then, with a finger to Priscilla's cheek and a dazzling smile, "Because I heart suit you." She completely asserted dominance. Something snapped, audibly, very audibly. Without a word, Queen Priscilla turned her back to Speechy and strode over to the side of the bed. There, mounted on the wall, hung a massive greatsword, easily over 2 meters long. She grabbed the hilt. Phew 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 ha 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 ha, and just like that, she let out a crazed laugh and calmly, deliberately lifted the sword. Then, without hesitation, she raised it high toward Speechy. At the same time, Speechy drew her staff and aimed it squarely at her. Not executing you and just going with exile was the biggest mistake of my life. Oh ho 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 ho, such a scary face. But today, I'll turn that scowl into tears. And thus began the latest round, probably their dozenth or so, of direct confrontation between Speechy and Priscilla. Chapter 13, Part 2, a tremendous explosion echoed through the corridor in front of the Queen's bedchamber. The source of the sound was, of course, the Queen's bedroom. Naturally, the knights on guard should have rushed in immediately to confirm Her Majesty's safety, but not a single one moved. Because caring for Queen Priscilla one-on-one was part of Speechy's payment. Of course, assassination and poisoning had been strictly forbidden by contract. The knights could do nothing but observe Speechy's rampage in silence. That said, Speechy never actually harmed Queen Priscilla, at least not physically. Ah, there they go again, never get tired of it, do they, those two? Minya, who had been waiting outside for Speechy's outburst to end, glanced to her side at Captain Giggin, who was also standing by. "And what exactly are you doing, Captain Giggin?" For some reason, he was standing still with both hands pressed firmly over his ears. "At present, I have rendered my eyes, ears, and nose non-functional. I am currently incapable of perceiving any combat activities taking place within this detached palace." So serious, but your men seem to be having a great time. She glanced over. From the crack in the door to the Queen's bedchamber, a group of knights were all peeking inside, eyes wide. Ah, Her Majesty Priscilla, how pitiable. That outfit, what a sight. And yet, somehow not bad. They'll all be doing 100 laps around the training grounds in full armor later, Giggin said coldly, sending a frigid glare their way. The knights are all such huge fans of Queen Priscilla. Still, Even they need to learn a little self-control. Well, she was amazing back in the day, had a big fan following even at the academy. Indeed. That incident with the sudden abyssal rupture in southern Grasstol is still talked about. So, aren't you going to peek too? Queen Priscilla in the Royal Galbard Academy summer uniform. I am a man devoted to my wife. Fair enough. As they chatted, thunderous crashes continued to echo from inside the room. Sounds of destruction that should never occur unless the world was ending reverberated one after another. According to reports from my subordinates, evacuation is underway, but over here, how are things? Well, no need to worry. It should all be over any minute now. Oh, suddenly the door opened. Giggins' subordinates scrambled to back away from it. After a short pause, two figures emerged from within. Your Majesty, we are pleased to see you've recovered. More precisely, it was Queen Priscilla, who appeared gripping Speechy by the head with one hand and clutching a massive greatsword in the other. Her eyes were cold and sharp as she glared straight at Minya. Valentine, was that a jab at me? Perish the thought. The relationship between the two had long been strained, mostly thanks to Speechy. Under normal circumstances, they maintained a proper dynamic between queen and noble, but right now, Queen Priscilla had no capacity left for formalities. Also Speechy's fault. As for Speechy herself, she was flailing helplessly in Priscilla's grip, groaning, oough in protest. Everything besides her uniform was shredded, her hair inexplicably scorched. She wore, for once, a look of genuine, bitter frustration. Ugh, I lost again, even though Priscilla just woke up. There's no way a fool like you, who relies entirely on magical talent, could beat me in close combat. Why didn't the sleep magic work? It cuts right through ancient wards. Your technique of inflicting magic has long been seen through. If I can't block it, then I simply burn away the cast magic upon impact and neutralize it. You super gorilla. Are you some kind of dragon? No wonder you got sloth-plagued, gorilla. Silence. Priscilla let go. Speechy's head hit the floor with a thud, and she writhed in pain. Ignoring her, Priscilla marched over to stand before Captain Giggin. Status report. Evacuations are proceeding. Field mages report the restraints will break in approximately 30 minutes. Mobilize all available knights. I won't allow harm to come to the citizens. Yes, ma'am, Giggin responded to the Queen's orders, and behind him, the knights immediately sprang into action. Her demeanor wasn't that of a noble princess supporting the king, it was that of a commander at the head of an army. A general, yet it didn't feel out of place. If anything, it felt as though this was her true nature all along. Relay the demon's restraint status as it updates. Once the binding breaks, we guide it all the way to the royal castle. To the royal castle, ma'am? From the tower's position, no matter where we lead it in the city, there will be damage. But the royal castle has the strongest barrier in the kingdom. It's been stocked with magic crystals to ensure it functions even without the tower. It should have been a reassuring statement, but Queen Priscilla's expression was laced with bitter irony. The reason behind it was obvious. The one who had gone to such great lengths to fortify the royal castle was likely none other than King Rofin. Back when the divine demonic tower's barrier had first emerged, he had prepared the castle's defenses extensively to protect himself. He had surrounded himself with layers of protection, hoping to be the only one to survive the disaster he'd sown. To be blunt, it was an act of sheer cowardice. And when that cowardice came from one's own husband, such a look on her face was inevitable. And now Queen Priscilla was planning to use that selfishly crafted barrier as a shield to protect her people. As always, the kind of person who'll do anything for the sake of the kingdom, Minya sighed. Minya disliked Queen Priscilla, but she was also no good at dealing with her. Because Priscilla was right. She was righteous and unyielding. She did everything that had to be done as a noble, as a ruler, and she expected the same from others. She had exiled Speechy because Speechy had neglected her duties as a noble and as a fiancé. And now, having taken her place, Queen Priscilla was fulfilling all the responsibilities Speechy had left undone. That at least Minya had to acknowledge, Priscilla was right. Priscilla was strong, not just mentally, but also, after we lead it to the castle, I'll be the one to kill the demon. Physically. Priscilla the Wise Princess, also known as Priscilla the Sword Princess. In her student days, she had single-handedly defeated and driven back countless magical beasts from both within and beyond the kingdom, protecting Grastel time and again. Now, with a massive greatsword in hand, that same genius protector declared calmly and firmly, "I will kill it." Chapter 14, as a prince of the great nation of Grastel, mistakes are unforgivable. A fading empire under the setting sun. Rofin clan Grastel, Prince of Grastel, had those words drilled into him since childhood. They came from his father, the previous king of Grastel, and Rofin had taken those words seriously. He came to believe that he must never make a mistake. His father had spoken them with such intensity, eyes bloodshot with conviction, that Rofin believed it had to be true. The former king, Calvé clan Grastel, was a man of utmost integrity. He despised corruption. So much so that he grew blind to the boundaries between cutting ties with the old nobility and allowing his nation to rot in isolation. Though he was convinced he was doing the right thing, he was reviled by those around him as a fool of a king. That reputation only drove him further into obsession, transforming him into a blind zealot for righteousness. Those who insulted and condemned him must be evil. He must never lose to evil. He must never, under any circumstance, be defeated by cowardly villains with misguided convictions. That blind faith, "I am absolutely right," ultimately shattered the former king's mental balance. And from that distorted ideology sprang the worst kind of pressure on his son. So what became of Rofin, who was raised under this doctrine of perfectionism? Needless to say, it's impossible for anyone to do everything perfectly. No matter how brilliant a genius may be, perfection is unattainable. You can watch the ground all you want and try not to trip, but that won't stop the skies from raining on you and soaking you to the bone. And when that happened, his father would scold him. "Why did you let the rain fall on you?" Furious, as if the world were ending, he would hurl abuse at him. So, what could Rofin do? Keep making futile efforts to become something unattainable? Rofin chose otherwise. He took a far simpler approach. He hid his flaws. He covered his mistakes with a heavy cloth. He buried his failures under layers of sand. He pushed his shortcomings into the shadows of furniture, out of sight. He hid them from view, buried, concealed, suppressed. To escape his terrifying father's gaze, he chose to appear perfect. It goes without saying, this was little more than a child's naive scheme. Normally, something like this would be quickly exposed, followed by a harsher scolding. A lecture to never do this again. But two misfortunes worked in Rofin's favor. First, Rofin had a talent for vanity, for polishing his outward image. Second, and most tragically, his father completely lacked the ability to see through people. Absolutely no eye for character. And so, pitifully, the king with no discernment was deceived by his son's vanity. He praised that warped image, exclaiming, "This is magnificent." As a result, Rofin learned something. Ah, so this is fine. From then on, he relied on that one terrible experience of success. He became adept at deception, fluent with words, a master of concealment. Even after entering the Galbard Academy of Magic, he lived the same way. In truth, he did have real talent for magic. Even without lying or hiding, with honest effort, he could have produced excellent results. But he didn't choose that path, because just being somewhat talented would never satisfy his father. By that time, the king had already fallen ill and was bedridden. He would die shortly after Rofin graduated from the academy. And yet, Rofin remained haunted by his father's phantom presence. Driven by that fear, he kept fabricating a more perfect version of himself. Even at the academy, his vanity worked. No one saw through his lies. By then, his deception had become highly refined. He knew how to fool people. He knew how to show only what he wanted seen. And those techniques, he had mastered them. And they worked on everyone. Good, this is fine. This is how it should be. This is, why are you smiling? It's disgusting. It was right then that he met the Witch of Sloth. The one secretly ridiculed as the Witch of Sloth was the eldest daughter of the noble Crossheart family. A pitiful woman, bedridden by illness and abandoned by her own family. Unwanted by anyone, yet still clinging to life after curing herself of her disease, a meddlesome pest. Neglected hygiene from years of infirmity, her skin ruined, her hair a mess, and leaving it all untended, an ugly, hideous woman of sloth. Such whispers flew around constantly. Tragically, even her own family and siblings never denied the rumors. There was no doubt she was a burden. And the worst part, she was his fiancée. The engagement had been arranged back when she was healthy, meant to strengthen the bond between the Crossheart family and the royal family. A promise that should have dissolved the moment she fell ill should have. But now that she had recovered, the promise could no longer be undone. How loathsome, if only she had just died. Even when her parents and siblings said such things, the Witch of Sloth paid them no mind. Of course, Rofen agreed. The idea of marrying that hideous Witch of Sloth was repulsive beyond belief. He had only seen her face a handful of times, as she remained shut away in her dorm at the academy, but yes, she was certainly ugly. The mere thought of being engaged to her sent chills down his spine. But naturally, he never let those feelings show. Even when his entourage hurled insults at her without restraint, he responded with sympathetic words toward the witch, never letting himself become the villain. He had no intention of letting the mask of the kind and wise Prince Rofen be ruined by someone like her. And so, of course, he never skipped a visit to the reclusive girl. Though visit was hardly the right word, he'd knock on her door, say a few gentle-sounding words, then leave as soon as he could. She rarely showed her face, and Rofen preferred it that way. Actually seeing her was a hassle he could do without. "Move, you're in the way." Which is why, on that day, he could only call it misfortune. He happened to run into the Witch of Sloth, Speechy, while she was out. She looked terrible. A tattered robe, unkempt hair, sickly skin, and a strange, foul odor. She didn't resemble a student of the prestigious Galbard Academy, nor did she seem like the eldest daughter of House Crossheart. Even a street beggar would have looked more presentable. Rofen fought back the disgust threatening to rise to his face. His entourage was watching. Perfect. A chance to show off his compassion. Composing himself, he fixed the usual gallant smile on his face. "Hey, Speechy, why are you smiling? It's disgusting." The very first thing she said was to dismiss him outright. "Don't smile when you're not even enjoying yourself. It's revolting." Without mercy, she tore through his vanity and destroyed it. And just like that, Speechy returned to her room, locked the door, and resumed her reclusive life as if nothing had happened. Rofen's entourage stood in stunned silence then. As they came to their senses, they erupted in fury. They began cursing and hurling insults at her for her disrespect toward their king, completely enraged. And yet, Rofen alone felt a fear entirely different from anger. He had been seen through. Seen through? Seen through. She saw it. She saw that he wasn't smiling for real, that he didn't care about her in the slightest. Did she see that? Did she really see that? He didn't know. He couldn't know. But it terrified him. Because if his lie was exposed, if someone realized who he truly was, if someone saw through his mistake, his father would be furious. By that time, his father had long since weakened from illness and was spending most of his days in a separate palace. The ministers had taken over the state duties. Rofen was already set to take the throne upon graduating from the academy. And yet, even then, he was still afraid of his father. That was the root of all his vanity. So Rofen understood he had to get rid of Speechy. As soon as possible. Conveniently luckily around that time, Priscilla, the eldest daughter of House Firenze, was actively working within the academy. She was in talks with House Crossheart too, and was quite enthusiastic about removing the rot that was Speechy from Grastol. Rofen rode that wave. Of course, on the surface, he kept up the image of a kind prince who cared deeply for Speechy. But behind the scenes, he poured all his efforts into making her disappear. He even used the fact that she opposed the plan he had proposed, the divine demonic tower. That plan had originally been little more than a whim, something he'd made up to please the sycophants around him. But he twisted it, made it look like a grand, magnificent vision, and painted Speechy as a narrow-minded fool for disagreeing. He used her. Every single thing. Without thinking of the consequences, he devoted himself solely to driving her out. If he could just exile her, push her out of sight, then surely, everything would be fine, just like before. Everything would be fine. Would it really? Really? With that gentle smile fixed on his face, he lived in a storm of doubt and obsession. Tragically, a life steeped in deception and cowardice had robbed him of the ability to nurture any real self-worth. Because he had lied. Because he had hidden. Because he had cheated, he believed that's how he had survived up to now. So he exiled Speechy, welcomed Princess Priscilla, took the throne, even had a child. And still, he remained trapped in suspicion and anxiety, and yet he couldn't confide in anyone, because he was the magic king of the great kingdom of Grasstol. He had built lie upon lie until he'd risen to the title of the king of magic. At last, at the top of the Tower of Vanity, he had piled so high that he could no longer climb down. At the trembling peak of that swaying illusion, he screamed a silent cry that could reach no one. The divine demonic tower, which Speechy had condemned, was steadily nearing completion. Only he knew its truth, that it was a hollow, meaningless tower that would accomplish absolutely nothing. One lie had called forth another, and now, faced with a colossal lie that could no longer be hidden, he clutched his head and he had touched something that must never be touched. Chapter 15, Ooh, Great King of Magic. What an honor it is to finally meet you. The woman claimed to be a merchant. She had black hair, wore revealing clothes, and boldly displayed her dark, sun-kissed skin. She said she came from a distant desert country at the far end of the western lands. This merchant brought with her a variety of goods: rare jewels and books, exotic spices, magical elixirs. She presented her wares with such flair that the ministers of the royal court were swiftly enchanted by her. And of course, Rofen himself couldn't help but be intrigued by her products. But she avoided the eyes of the knights inspecting her merchandise and quietly drew near to the king himself. "Oh, great king, are you, perhaps, troubled by something?" Crimson eyes, as if they could see right through him, pierced straight into Rofen. Then, without a word, she gently held out a book to him, an old, strange book with no ornamentation, no title, just a plain, ancient cover. And yet, for some reason, Rofen found himself drawn to it. An inexplicable pull, like gravity, kept his eyes from looking away. It was clearly a grimoire. Grimoires sometimes contain terrifying, ancient sorceries. Naturally, any such book must be carefully examined before being allowed into the king's hands. And yet, even though this suspicious book was handed to him in secret, out of the knight's sight, the great king of magic could not bring himself to reject it, because he truly was troubled. The divine demonic tower under construction showed no signs of completion, and it was no wonder. Despite the grandiose name, it was a hollow tower of vanity. The magicians working inside had begun to express doubts. The architects had started grumbling, "How much longer are we supposed to wait?" There was no time left. He was desperate. Anything he could cling to, he would. But he couldn't confide in anyone, not even in Priscilla, his queen. And so, he reached out and took the dubious grimoire she offered him. "If you are the true king of magic, then surely you shall be able to master this." The merchant smiled with wicked delight. When he opened the book in his private study, it was exactly as expected. A grimoire inscribed with ancient, sinister spellcraft. Strangely, the book would provide exactly the knowledge Rofen needed whenever he hit a wall in his research. As if the book were alive, offering what he desired the moment he desired it. Not just knowledge. Even when he muttered petty complaints and grievances, in the next instant, he was already enchanted. For Rofen, this was the first being that truly filled his loneliness. He had always faked perfection, never letting anyone truly understand him. Not his wife. Not the children born from their union. To him, they were closer to adversaries than family. Pathetically alone, he found the grimoire something that posed no threat of exposing his vanity, utterly irresistible. So, he ignored it when the grimoire began to grow in size. He ignored the strange voices that it began to emit. He ignored the fact that little by little, he was no longer using the book was using him. The tower began to change, warped by grotesque flesh that spread and consumed. The sweet voice that crawled from the grimoire dominated his mind and shattered what remained of his already fragile sanity. Grrrrahhh, and in the end, he clung to her, no longer even in the shape of a book. Without her, he could no longer sustain the tower's magical power. He understood that the tower was spreading disease. He understood that she was beyond his control, but he couldn't stop depending on her, because he had to be perfect. A hopeless avatar of vanity, he could think of nothing but himself until the very end. And then, at last, he was no longer even human. The Magic King Rofen realized something was wrong with his vision. It was far too wide, far too high. Below him stretched the beautiful capital city of Grastol. After being crushed, torn apart, mangled in her grasp, he had awakened like this. He looked down at his hands. His claws had grown long, fur covered his arms, he had 8 fingers and 4 more arms besides. Horns now jutted from his head. Rofen had become a demon. NGGGAHH? And yet, strangely, he didn't feel bad at all. He felt liberated, an overwhelming euphoria consumed him. A sense of omnipotence, as if nothing he did could be wrong, ruled over him. The only thing that annoyed him was the chain of light still wrapped around his arms, but even that was about to break. Once it did then, finally, he would be truly free. No more need to pretend, no more lies, he would be free from everything. Standing atop the crumbled Tower of Vanity, Rofen swung his massive arms. The chain of light shattered, tore apart, disintegrated. There was nothing left to bind him. GGAHH? With a cry of exultation, he released his power along with his unleashed frenzy. The buildings around him collapsed. The once beautiful capital of Grastol fell into ruin. It felt incredible. This was what he had truly wanted to do all along. Arrogant ministers, loathsome nobles, selfish citizens, he was sick of them all. Having to watch their expressions, having to constantly put on a pleasing face, it had become unbearable as the years passed. He had been at his limit for a very, very long time. So now, let's destroy it all, destroy everything, break it all, burn it all, fire! Just as he thought that, something slammed into his head, blazing heat and light. It was a magic cannon, the primary weapon used by the Knights of Grastol. Rofen was furious. How dare they? He was the one who had outfitted them with those advanced weapons, and now they dared point them at him. GAAH, he raised a twisted, clawed hand. Heat surged through it. A moment later, from his fingertip, he released a beam far more powerful than the one that struck him. It tore through the main avenue of Grastol and surged toward the Knights. Evacuate. Evacuate now? The Knights scattered, scrambling like insects. It felt good. They deserved it. He wanted to see more of their pathetic panic. His legs moved toward them on their own. His hooves pounded the ground. Every step made the capital tremble, sent the Knights know they are bugs into further chaos. It was fun. It was the best he had ever felt. Like a young child discovering a toy for the first time, Rofen surged forward in ecstasy, crushing anything in his path, led by some unseen pull. And then, GAAHHH, he stepped through the main avenue and stood before his own royal castle, the very castle he had spent decades living in. The pride of Grastol, with hundreds of years of tradition and history. Even Rofen couldn't say he hated it. It held many loathsome memories, yes, but it was still the place where he had spent so much of his life. However, his gaze, his focus was not on his home. What did steal his attention? All right then, shall we get started, Priscilla? Our little joint project. Stop speaking so disgustingly, Species. Were the 2 women standing before the castle. His former fiancée, the witch and the queen who had always supported him. The real ones, unlike the fake he had always been, they glowed with a light so dazzling he could never reach it. Now, reduced to what he had become, Rofin could only scowl at them with narrowed eyes, filled with bitter resentment. The truth was, he had always hated them. The real witch who saw through his lies. The real queen who had no need to deceive or hide. Whenever he stood before either of them, he was forced to confront just how small he truly was. Until now, all he could do was smile vaguely at their brilliance, avert his gaze, and pretend not to see. But now, things were different. Now he had grown to a size rivaling the castle itself. Now, their light was tiny in comparison. So small, he could crush them in his hand. So let's crush them. Without hesitation, King Rofin reached out his hand. Chapter 16, Move it. Do not approach. If you detect a concentration of magic power, retreat immediately. Captain Gigan of the Magi-Tech Knight Order shouted with all his might, desperately rallying his knights. As the leader of the unit tasked with handling the monsters emerging from the abyss, Gigan was no stranger to fighting abominations that defied the very laws of nature. He had faced countless beings that kept moving even after being decapitated or having their hearts crushed. But no, because of that experience, he could be certain. This manifested demon was on a completely different level from any beast he had ever faced. The second and third barriers are down, we can't even slow it down. Don't give up, keep going. Don't worry about physical or magical means. Just don't let it reach any route leading to the royal castle. Even as he encouraged his subordinates, Gigan couldn't suppress the dread gnawing at his spine. The Tower of Divine Demons no longer supplied them with unlimited magical energy, but their combat capabilities hadn't vanished. They still had their experience fighting magical beasts and the techniques to deal with them. None of it mattered. Nothing worked. Unlike what happened inside the tower, their attacks did connect. As Speechy had said, the demon had taken on flesh, it had fully manifested in reality. Their blows landed. That much was certain, but not a single one of them could wound it. Whether it was weapons or siege equipment, nothing could leave a scratch. Even a direct hit didn't leave a mark. Magical restraints, terrain manipulation, all ineffective. The only thing that had shown any effect was the binding spell Speechy had used at the start, and even she admitted that only worked because she'd managed to get inside the demon's body by chance. Now that it had fully taken physical form, infiltrating its body like that was no longer an option. And that wasn't even the worst of it. GRH, the Crimson Knight Order's magic core has been wiped out. They tried to launch an attack, but the counterattack. Fools! I told them not to engage recklessly. Don't think for a second that you can take it down on your own. You'll only bring destruction to the royal capital. Their coordination with the other Knight Orders was weak. To speak plainly, the other orders were soft. They had no understanding whatsoever of what it meant to fight a being beyond common sense. Then again, it was only natural. After all, they were Grastol's greatest military force. No one else had stood at the front lines, facing the most dangerous of monsters. Gigan didn't mean to say the other knights were useless or had done nothing, but the gap in training and experience was undeniable. And now, even though Queen Priscilla had entrusted Gigan with command over all knight orders, it was unrealistic to expect all the knights, especially those who hadn't risen through the ranks by fighting in the abyss, to follow him unconditionally. This outcome was inevitable. Even Queen Priscilla must have known that deep down. Knights of a nation don't just come together in perfect unity. They're nobles too, and nobles have their own factions and grudges. There was no way to force them into harmony. Still, even knowing that, they had no choice but to try. Pull yourselves together. Lady Priscilla is on the front lines. If we hesitate while she's standing strong, we'll disgrace the name of knighthood. Gigan roared. It was the most effective encouragement he could give in this situation. The operation was simple: lure the demon to their designated location. That was all they'd been entrusted with. The fact that they had been given only that was humiliating, but if they couldn't even accomplish that, then they had no business calling themselves knights. Spurred on by Gigan's fierce rallying cry, the knights on the field shouted back in unison. They too understood this was Grastol's greatest crisis, and they were displaying just how powerless they were. And perhaps because of that, even when facing a demon, their morale remained unshaken. A small mercy amid the tragedy. I will not allow a single casualty. Become a shield in the truest sense of the word and protect the royal capital to the end. Shouting this, Gigan and the others continued to attack the demon each time they pulled back to maintain distance. Of course, their attacks dealt no damage, they knew that, but the attacks did serve to guide the demon. Without hesitation, it was pursuing them. Gua, hi hiajia. Inevitably, the knights continued to fall, one by one, with each inescapable strike. That too was expected. Knights were dying to protect the capital and its people from the demon's onslaught. Blasted by the searing heat released from the countless fingers of the demon, they were incinerated. Neither armor nor shields could withstand it. With the collapse of the divine demon tower, the enchanted gear that had relied on infinite magical energy had become nothing more than chunks of iron. And to begin with, many among the knights were likely suffering from the stagnation disease. Truly, they were battered and broken in every sense. Even so, at the very least, this task entrusted to them, they would see it through. Collapse all paths except the designated guiding route. Gigan issued rapid-fire orders, but the demon moved even faster. As if mocking their resistance, countless spells began to glow in the air. It was as though the demon's true objective was the destruction of the capital itself. Evacuation was underway, but there were limits. Too many citizens were immobilized by the stagnation disease, and too few were healthy enough to assist. At this rate, but suddenly, the demon stopped moving. At first, Gigan thought it was preparing a new attack, but that wasn't it. Surrounding the demon, as if paving the road toward the royal castle that Gigan and his unit were trying to lure it to, a brilliant white magic circle had formed. The demon couldn't break it. The being that had previously moved almost entirely unopposed was now restricted. White flame has arrived. The specialist made it in time. We're saved. At his subordinate's shout, Gigan let out a cry of joy. At the same time, the demon began to move again. The demons charging through the main boulevard. Good! The demons surged down the main road. Ahead lay the royal castle of Grastole, and waiting beyond that was the only ray of hope left in this battlefield. Now it's in your hands, Lady Priscilla, Lady Speechy. Perched atop the remains of a building flattened by the demon, Gigan entrusted the rest to them. Chapter 16, Part 2, Grastole Royal Castle, Outer Passageway. Priscilla tied her hair back. It was her ritual, a routine she always performed before stepping onto the battlefield and staking her life. It helped her flip the switch. She hadn't stood in battle for a long time. Looking down at her hands, she bent each finger one by one, checking the functions of her own body. Even as she did so, the calm crystal continued to relay the knight's screams and status reports. They were desperately chasing the demon and, in the end, had entrusted everything to her. You're being relied on, aren't you, Your Majesty? By her side, Speechy spoke with an amused tone. But of course, even she wasn't playing around, not in this situation. Floating around her were several staves, suspended in the air. They danced freely, etching glowing magic circles around Priscilla. Focus on your job. Oh, how cruel. You shouldn't say things that discourage a volunteer's motivation, Priscilla. If you're a volunteer, don't ask for compensation. Dispel that vile curse immediately. Don't you mean our matching good luck charm? Die. Even as they exchanged those words, the magic circles continued to form with mechanical precision. Several other mages were assisting Speechy's work, but they were visibly overwhelmed by her acrobatic spellweaving. Even so, the magicians were giving it their all. Some of them had realized that Priscilla was the exiled Witch of Sloth, but even then, none dared to speak it aloud. They had no time to waste on something so trivial. Grrrrrahhh. The demon's massive form was already visible from the outdoor passageway. And even under such circumstances, those who remained at their posts and continued to fulfill their roles were people who had already made up their minds. There wasn't a single person here who'd falter because of Speechy's background or reputation. Hup there, Speechy, is this good enough? Among them, Minya was also helping with the setup. She was lining up multiple magic crystals taken from the royal castle at the designated points within the magic circle. Once they were in place, Speechy gave a satisfied nod. All good, Minya, that's more than enough, you should evacuate now. But at those words, Minya snorted and shook her head. I'll pass. I can take care of myself. Of course, it went without saying that few, if any, could actually protect themselves against that demon. Still, the reason Minya refused to flee was obvious. She was worried about Speechy. Perhaps sensing that, Speechy smiled. Overprotective. But thanks, Minya. Her tone contained not a hint of her usual teasing. Minya sighed at that rare sincerity and then focused entirely on assisting with the construction of Speechy's magic circle, just like the other magicians. GGAHHH? The demon was now practically upon them. Its heavy, hot breath could be felt blowing from its enormous nostrils. Wah, it's just bursting with energy. Speechy let out a breezy-sounding comment, but her eyes did not smile. With pupils devoid of all emotion, she silently studied the demon. Beside her, Priscilla too stared unwaveringly at the creature, but unlike Speechy's frigid, detached gaze, Priscilla's was burning with seething rage. Rofin's in there too, I'll have to drag him out soon. But still, her fury was directed at the demon, at her husband who had summoned it, and above all, to think this country's prosperity was built on that, I can only sigh. At my own blindness most of all. At herself. Still, it's an undeniable fact that a declining nation climbed back to rule the continent, no? Glory built of glass. Just thinking about the chaos that'll engulf Grastel when this is over gives me a headache. Sounds like you've already decided we're going to win, Your Majesty. I'm at least more honest than you. As she said this, Priscilla planted into the ground the greatsword she had used to defeat Speechy. It was a strange blade, twin-edged and as tall as Priscilla herself, but for something that had been displayed in the royal castle, it was utterly unadorned. Not a single embellishment. Even the hilt was devoid of decoration. And yet, this sword that should have been plain to the point of dullness emanated an overwhelming presence. It pulsed in sync with the magic power flowing from Priscilla. Then, gather beneath me, shadows. At her words, the shadow knights appeared around her. They didn't come walking from some distant place. They didn't descend from above. They rose, quite literally, from the ground at Priscilla's feet, dark-haired shadows bubbling up into human form. The magicians around her gasped in surprise. But Speechy didn't so much as blink. Instead, she scanned the summoned knights and smiled when she spotted the shortest among them, a young boy. Oh my, Kuro-kun, you've recovered, called out by Speechy. The boy among the shadow knights, Kuro, lifted his face and gave her a small, gentle smile. My apologies for causing worry, Lady Speechy. I'm glad to see you're safe, Kuro-kun. His voice, compared to when he had traveled the capital with Speechy, carried a strange resonance. His body itself shimmered faintly, like a mirage, filled with an otherworldly glow. It was clear he was no longer human. But even seeing that, Speechy showed no surprise. Embarrassed by her calm reaction, Kuro scratched his cheek bashfully. Lady Speechy, you knew what I really was, didn't you? I looked into it while you were sleeping. It seems you're not entirely non-human either. I'm a wraith, bound to a sword. And then, just like the pretend formality he'd once used when dealing with Speechy, Kuro gave her a courteous bow. Even knowing that, you still treated me like a person. I thank you, Lady Speechy. You're welcome. Well then, shall we both get to work? With that, Kuro approached Priscilla along with the rest of the Shadow Knights and knelt before her. His shimmering form flickered more intensely, and in the next moment, he was drawn into her plain greatsword. The armor, weapons, and garments the knights had worn all vanished into the darkness. Only the blades of shadow they had carried remained, their glow intensifying. Priscilla's sword glowed in kind, and finally it all became one. The black shadows gathered, clinging to the blade. Black flames, dark enough to swallow even light, wreathed the sword. Divine Shadow Blade, Grand Shader. When the gods of old departed this world, the king of earth forged the shadows they left behind into a single blade. A terrifying magic sword that would devour even the soul of a weak wielder. Yet despite that, countless heroes had gripped its hilt and laid down their lives to protect their homelands, their families, and their comrades. And now, the one who had completely mastered the blade, the one worthy of the divine relic, raised it. Flame butterfly Fira, Earth's grand tortoise Diga, dancing wind sprite Fura, mermaid princess Wara. At the same time, the lazy witch standing beside the sword princess began casting a series of enchantments. Speechy's greatest strength lay in this art of enhancement. Rather than obstructing or harming, she bestowed. That difference in approach made her techniques all the more dangerous. Even if one readied themselves to guard against an attack, their body couldn't reject something gently offered, because what she gave wasn't harm, but healing and empowerment. This was a craft only possible for someone like Speechy, who knew both magic and the human body inside and out. And of course, may the four sources converge and the divine maelstrom dwell within grand force. To grant power to the one who needs it most, that was the very essence of enhancement. With the divine shadow blade already unleashed, Sword Princess Priscilla had become a walking storm of raw magical power. But the instant Speechy's enchantments took hold, she transcended even that. Her overwhelming aura surged forth, so intense that even nearing her would scorch flesh and soul alike. Ooh, ooh. The magicians, who had cowered in fear at the demons approached just moments ago, now knelt before her, pressing their hands together in prayer. No ornamentation. No grand tale needed. In the face of such pure, overwhelming power, fear of the demon was simply overpowered, faith was born. And to think they're praying to someone in a miniskirt. Keep talking, and I'll use you for a test swing. My, how scary. Even with Queen Priscilla's voice overflowing with such killing intent that it nearly became a magical incantation in itself, Speechy remained cheerful, as if this very moment of fighting side by side was the most delightful entertainment of all. Grahh, the demon advanced. The ground shook so violently that the magicians collapsed. Minya too was forced down. Even Speechy, finally, could not withstand the force. She levitated her body into the air. Only Priscilla remained, standing firm. Strutting around like you own the place, demon, the demon charged. All 6 of its arms stretched toward the space where Speechy and Priscilla stood. It looked as though it intended to crush the enemy it so loathed, or perhaps as if it reached for light and salvation. Too bad. There are too many things I still need to say to that fool inside your gut. And so, no matter what the demon's intent, there was only one answer Priscilla would give. Begone! And she brought the sword down. Grahh. In the next instant, a blinding flash like lightning and a darkness as deep as the midnight abyss swallowed the demon whole. But there was no deafening roar, no earth-shaking devastation. The shadow of a god does not produce destruction in forms that mortals can imagine. A darkness meant to blot out the world itself took the shape of a blade and came crashing down upon the demon. Even as it fell into that abyss where no light could reach, the demon still squirmed. It stretched out its 6 arms in a desperate attempt to escape, digging its fingers into the barrier along the castle walls. The backlash burned its flesh, but it did not hesitate. Anything was better than being swallowed by that darkness. That was what its actions conveyed. At the same time, incomprehensible magical utterances poured from its beastly throat. It sounded like countless human voices layered and compressed together. Among them, the voice of King Rofin, who had been swallowed earlier, could be heard. It was not a hallucination. Then, the highest tier of magical formations began to activate indiscriminately around the demon, in every direction. Their aim was no longer clear. Should they trigger, the entire royal capital would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Too bad, that's not going to work, Mr. Demon. But before it could activate, Speechy laughed at the demon. You made a contract to provide infinite magical power to the nation, didn't you? I bet you skimmed quite a bit for yourself by twisting the rules, didn't you? That was why magical energy consumption far exceeded what Speechy had projected, and the mana stagnated. The rate of Grastel's growth had been unnaturally fast because it had been fueled by the demon's own blood and flesh. Just like the rest of the citizens, you'll be paying your dues too. Speechy snapped her fingers. Ay. Instantly, the glowing magical circles surrounding the demon lost their light. Like stone, they dimmed and began to crumble. The demon dropped to its knees. Its limbs, arms, and legs alike began to petrify, turning stiff and ashen like rock. A strange phenomenon, but everyone present understood what it meant. I gathered all the dormant mana throughout the country and concentrated it at the front of the castle wall. Normally, it would be hard to isolate, but in this nation's current state, it was easy. The stagnation sickness. Taking on a physical body was your biggest mistake. As long as you exist in this world, you can't escape the laws of mana. Ah! It let out a roar filled with fury, but its outstretched limbs were already turning the dull, sickly shade of the afflicted. Just like the people of this land, the demon was losing all functionality, and once it could no longer flee. Return to the abyss, black abyss demon cleaver. There was no resisting the shadow of a god wielded by the sword princess. GGYHHHH, the grotesque shrieking, the quaking earth, the outpouring of magic, all of it crushed in an instant beneath the surging tide of darkness. The demon's body vanished from the surface of the world. Chapter 16, Part 3, You're alive, huh? Only an idiot would get themselves caught up in that, take responsibility. It felt like he had been having a pleasant dream. A dream where all burdens vanished, where he was wrapped in a sense of invincibility as he destroyed everything, the best dream imaginable. Ever since he became aware of the world, fear and anxiety had always trailed him. And now, in that dream, all of it had been wiped away. But a dream is still a dream. Dreams must end. Ugh, ooh, Rofin groaned as he opened his eyes. His whole body felt sluggish. There was no pain, but it felt like he was submerged in water, everything heavy and slow. His vision was off too. Even when his eyes opened, the light was too intense to see anything. As if he had wandered in complete darkness for so long that his eyes had forgotten how to handle light. Even so, little by little, his vision returned. The blurry shapes slowly sharpened, and the world began to take form once more. Good morning, ex-fiancé. And only then did he finally realize the woman who was once his fiancé was standing right in front of him. This is. King Rofin lay collapsed on the ground above the sunken boulevard. He wore none of his usual opulent royal garments. He was naked. There was nothing to protect him. Surrounding him were Priscilla and the knights. Yet even though their king had survived, their gazes were cold. They stared at him the way a father might reproach a son for a mistake. His body trembled, but there was nowhere to hide, nothing to shield himself with. Only Speechy still wore a faint smile. Rofin panted heavily, then pointed a trembling finger at her. This is your fault. He spit out the words like a desperate excuse. I didn't do anything wrong. The demon, this witch, summoned it. I was trying everything I could to stop it. The excuse was aimed at everyone present. His voice was pitiful, strained to sound sincere. Had he been seated on the throne, wearing his crimson cloak and glittering crown, perhaps someone would have listened. But here, stripped of everything, his words were unbearably feeble. The witch he blamed, Speechy, neither tried to run nor justify herself. She simply nodded a little, looking vaguely bored. And then she said, well, that's what he says, as she turned her gaze to Priscilla, Rofin's former partner. Priscilla, for some reason wearing an old, nostalgic school uniform, looked at Rofin with a cold stare. Faced with her gaze as icy as frost, Rofin still couldn't stop talking. Priscilla, don't just stand there, help me. Knights, too, arrest this woman. But neither Priscilla nor the knights moved. Just as they followed her into battle, they remained unmoving now. Priscilla let out a quiet sigh. Being so close to you and still not noticing the darkness inside you, that was my failure. I don't intend to leave the burden of atonement to you alone, but, she shifted her eyes toward Speechy, there must still be accountability. Speechy. My, what is it? When asked, Priscilla raised one hand. At once, the surrounding knights removed their helmets, shut their eyes, and covered their ears. It was a strange gesture, but then Priscilla did the same. From this point forward, my knights and I will lose all function of sight and hearing. We will not perceive anything that happens now. In other words, no matter what Speechy chose to do next, they would not be involved. No need for such courtesy. Now, what should I do with you? With the obstacles out of the way, Speechy took a step closer. Rofin frantically looked around, breathing heavily, but not a single person met his eyes. No one, truly no one, would protect him now. And standing before him was the witch he had banished from the country for his own convenience. From where I stand, I wonder if I'd be justified in taking revenge. It was Priscilla who orchestrated your exile. If anyone deserves vengeance or accountability, it's her. Oh my, you didn't know, Your Majesty. I already got my revenge on Priscilla a long time ago. Huh? Rofin blinked, dumbfounded, not grasping the meaning of her words. Speechy continued, if you're talking about getting even, I've already done so much to Queen Priscilla. For what, 20 years now? I've been at it non-stop. She got back at me too, though. Rofin turned to look at Priscilla, but she showed no reaction. She remained utterly composed. While she lived in the royal castle, she had never once spoken of such things. But now that it was said, it somehow made sense. She rarely displayed the fierce persona of the sword princess in the castle, yet whenever something serious happened, she was the kind of woman who solved it all without fuss and without help. She was never the type of woman to flaunt her achievements or boast as if she were wise. Nor was she someone who leaned on others at the first sign of trouble. While Rofin had been lounging upon his throne of vanity, it wouldn't be surprising if she had been clashing with Speechy all along, and still, she would have said nothing to him. You dumped all the dirty work on Priscilla, so you didn't know anything, did you? Speechy let out a giggle and took another step closer. The staff in her hand shimmered and writhed. Rofin knew full well what that meant. He knew the power of her magic. Now that the tower's support was gone, there was no logical way he could match her. Rofin exhaled shakily and then threw himself at her feet. Oh my, Bo, I'm sorry, forgive me. With a swift movement, Speechy evaded his grasp, but Rofin still didn't stop trying to cling to her at her feet. She floated just slightly in the air to keep her distance, and below her, Rofin desperately cried out, I really cared about you. I did. But back then, I had no choice. He apologized for what he had done 20 years ago, for exiling her from the royal castle, the royal capital, and the entire country with nothing but the clothes on her back. Even Speechy widened her eyes slightly in surprise, clearly not expecting that. My, when someone's this committed to self-preservation, I can't help but be impressed. Forgive me? Yes, that's it. I'll clear your name publicly. I'll expose the crimes of the wicked queen who exiled you and pave the way for your return to this country. He was now offering up the partner who had been by his side for 20 years as a scapegoat, without an ounce of shame. It was the height of disgrace. Priscilla's decision to blind and deafen herself and the knights had been a wise one, because no matter the knight's oath to protect the king, it would have been impossible to suppress the disgust and contempt they'd feel. That way you can be queen. Let's throw Priscilla out. That does sound a little fun, I'll admit, but yes, Speechy replied, then slowly descended to the ground. She reached out and helped Rofin to his feet. Standing before him, sweating and grinning awkwardly like a crushed bug, she gently placed her hand on his shoulder and gave a soft smile. There's probably a lot I should say, but it's all such a pain, so I'll just sum it up in one line. And with that, she calmly raised one hand and packed several layers of enchantment spells into her palm. Her right hand began to shine with an unnatural brilliance. Seeing that, Rofin instinctively tried to step back, but for some reason, his legs wouldn't move. Then, you're 20 years too late. With a thunderous crack, Speechy's empowered slap slammed into King Rofin's cheek, sending his body spiraling violently through the air. And so, the great crisis that had brought Grastol to the brink of ruin came to an end. After the incident, the stagnation plague that had spread throughout Grastol gradually began to heal over time. Fortunately, or perhaps miraculously, those afflicted had become stiff as stone and were thus unable to be harmed or injured. As a result, tragedies such as people being disposed of as corpses while still alive were thankfully avoided. That said, since there hadn't been enough places to store the afflicted, some regions had simply buried them directly in the earth. When the plague lifted and people began to recover, frantic efforts were made to dig them back up from the ground. As a result, stories began to circulate of forgotten people groaning beneath their graves and crawling out of the earth by night. In any case, the terrifying stagnation plague that had nearly brought the nation to ruin finally came to an end. It was concluded that the demon had been the root cause of it all, thus bringing the investigation of the illness to a close. However, as a result of the incident, Grastol lost its tower, along with its limitless supply of magical power. The decline of Grastol was thought to be inevitable. But the sensational event, where the demon that manifested in the present world was defeated head-on by none other than Sword Princess Priscilla, alongside the slothful witch Speechy, whom she herself had once exiled, was passed from nation to nation as a moving tale. Calls for supporting Grastol, weakened by the plague, did not cease. Additionally, many desired the remnants left behind during the demon's subjugation as research materials. Thanks to active trading of these items, the fall and losses suffered by the once great magical nation were far more moderate than originally expected. Also, as for King Rofin, who had played a prominent role in the demon's defeat, he sustained serious injuries and was transferred to a detached palace for recovery, effectively switching places with Queen Priscilla. Prince Marin, previously named as successor, ascended to the throne, with Priscilla supporting him as a guardian and advisor. As a result, no significant disorder broke out within the royal court. However, rumors about the king's condition became just as much a source of gossip as Queen Priscilla's tale of slaying the demon. Some said he had suffered an irrecoverable curse in the confrontation. Others whispered that he had gone mad. None of it could be confirmed. Among the rumors circulating in the streets, there was one in particular. After getting slapped by the slothful witch Speechy, the mark on King Rofin's cheek never faded. That's why he could no longer show his face in public. Of course, most dismissed it as nothing more than a joke to laugh at. Yet for some reason, this rumor spread wider and endured longer than the more plausible ones. In fact, it would eventually inspire parables and proverbs in later years, but that is another story. And so, the crisis that nearly led to Grastol's destruction was thus averted. Chapter 17 in the royal castle of Grastol, within the office. Is the recovery of the citizens from their illness progressing smoothly? Yes, more or less. However, there still seems to be a clear difference in mindset between those who fell ill and those who didn't. Troubles that occurred while the sick were bedridden are now becoming issues. It's quite noisy. Tell the knights to remain on alert for the time being. Also, prioritize the repair and restoration of the old infrastructure. Use as many resources as needed. Gather those who possess knowledge from the past. Understood. Also, a letter has arrived from the Kingdom of Gautry. What does it say? They're requesting an exchange of information regarding the demonic debris. In return, they offer support for the reconstruction of our capital. Queen Priscilla was currently acting in place of King Rofin, who was recovering at a detached palace. Her son, Merlin, now held the throne, but he was only 19. Technically an adult in a year, yet still quite young. Entrusting him with the unstable throne of Grastol at this stage brought many concerns. That's why Priscilla served as his regent and took on governmental duties, but the burden was heavy and the problems endless. As she scanned the contents of the letter her subordinate had handed her, Priscilla furrowed her brow. They've clearly gauged our position and are trying to take advantage. Shall we reject them? Though their kingdom lies far, it is a vital relay point for trade with the Western countries. I'd prefer not to stir conflict. Saying this, she began swiftly writing on a blank sheet of paper. Once done, she sealed it with wax and handed it to her subordinate. Arrange a meeting using the communication crystal within this week. Make sure the ministers are informed. The subordinate nodded and left. Letting out a small sigh, Priscilla turned once more to the mountain of documents she needed to handle. However, her pace was slowing. She had been working almost non-stop for the past month, and the accumulated fatigue was beginning to show. Her body was pleading for rest. "Someone bring me some tea." Just as she raised her voice to make the request, the door to the office opened again. At the same moment, a pleasant aroma of tea drifted in. Brought in at just the right time, by none other than I asked the kitchen to prepare it. "Mother, won't you take a short break?" "Merlin," it was her son. "What a lovely fragrance. What kind of tea leaves?" "I had them brought from the Valentine territory. Good for relieving fatigue and easing eye strain too. As always, their social manners are dreadful, but they do produce fine goods there." "You disapprove?" "No. Just that an unpleasant woman's face popped into my mind." Priscilla and Merlin sat at the guest table, enjoying a quiet tea time together. It was a calm, peaceful moment, something that had been in short supply lately due to the hectic days. She didn't consider it wasted time. Not after what happened recently, when neglecting this kind of bonding had led to a painful, costly failure. "How have things been for you lately? I know it was quite sudden to thrust royal responsibilities upon you like this." When she asked, Merlin smiled. His golden hair glistened as he gave a gentle smile, one that reminded her of his father. It hurt her heart a little, but she kept it from showing. "If I can't handle at least this much, I can't shoulder Grastol. I had hoped to pass Grastol on to you in a more stable state. It's fine. It feels more fulfilling than having everything simply handed to me." As he spoke, Merlin gave his arm a light slap, as if to reassure her. He had grown into a fine young man, or was that just a mother's bias? Still, she believed he had grown into someone who could genuinely care for others. He must have been hurt, too, by what happened to Rofin. Especially since he carried Rofin's blood, unlike herself, surely he felt it even more deeply. Yet he never showed it on the surface. In a good way, he used pride as a mask, making sure others didn't worry. When used correctly, even vanity could bring about good results, though in excess it became poison. "You're not overworking yourself, are you?" Even so, she still worried. It felt awful to doubt one's own family, but turning a blind eye to unpleasant truths had already led to one tragedy. She would not allow a repeat of what happened to Rofin. Sensing Priscilla's thoughts, Merlin gave a solemn nod. "Yes, I had two negative examples to learn from after all. One of them was surely Rofin. As for the other, am I the second? Both were extreme in different ways, but they shared the same flaw. They never consulted anyone about their problems. I'm ashamed to admit it." She had no words to refute that. It was true, Priscilla had kept her conflict with Speechy hidden from both her husband and her son. She had tried to resolve it quietly, fearing the consequences if it spread. As a result, since Speechy was far from an easy opponent, the battle had dragged on for an incredibly long time. She had never imagined that the conflict would stretch out for 20 years, becoming such a significant secret in the process. "Fortunately, I have many friends. Even if I don't put on a front, there are those who accept me as I am. It's thanks to you, Mother, for improving the environment at Galbard Academy." I won't deny that it was a place meant to build connections from an early age, but the imbalance had become too much of a problem. Galbard Magic Academy was now gradually returning to its true role as an institution of magical learning, rather than a den of political scheming. Priscilla had devoted time and effort to restructuring the faculty and rooting out corruption and grade manipulation. Even if the Tower of Divine and Demons allowed limitless access to magical power, it would mean little if its users lacked proper magical knowledge. That's why Priscilla believed the state of the academy, where such knowledge had been neglected, was undesirable. It's ridiculous for nobles to spend all their time chatting in a place meant for learning magic. Who was it that said that during their school days? Priscilla pushed aside the drifting thought. Now was the time to speak, to fight with her son. "Did you notice Rofin's madness?" Priscilla stepped into dangerous territory. Even now, for both her and likely for Merlin as well, Rofen remained a deep wound. A vivid scar carved into their hearts. No matter how inhuman Priscilla's combat abilities might be, it was not something easily touched. And yet, if they didn't confront it now, they would go on pretending not to see each other's wounds, never knowing what pain the other carried. They had just learned how dangerous that was. To be honest, I did think something was off. Merlin answered with a pained expression, as though holding back something sharp. Priscilla widened her eyes. Truly? Of course, I never imagined it would be this severe. If he had known the truth, things would never have escalated so far. Priscilla reproached herself for failing to sense the darkness within Rofen, but at the same time, she could not deny how masterfully he had concealed it. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong. That was the danger of Rofen's obfuscation. Unless you scrutinized everything closely, it was almost impossible to detect the deception. That was part of why Priscilla's current workload had doubled. Few were capable of instantly seeing through such a clever cover-up. And because it involved high-level national affairs, only a select few had access, further delaying its exposure. Still, Merlin said he had sensed something was wrong. Father always acted as the perfect magic king in front of me, but he never tried to teach me anything. Teach you? A pioneer, unless they're a true recluse or a misanthrope, usually wants to give guidance to the inexperienced ones who follow after them, right? But Rofen never did. Even when Merlin demonstrated magic before him, or made mistakes, Rofen never made a move to instruct or advise him. Merlin wasn't claiming that all fathers had to take an interest in their children, but in Rofen's case, that wasn't it either. Even if it was only an act, he spoke kind, fatherly words. He had never behaved as if he had no interest in his son. But in just one area, when it came to teaching, there was a complete lack of initiative. Probably, he didn't have confidence in himself. In his words, in his magic, he had no conviction. To teach, someone requires a foundation within oneself. Whether it's knowledge or experience, without the firm belief that what I'm saying is not wrong, one normally cannot instruct another. And he lacked that confidence. There was a void inside him, because what he had built up were not real achievements. They were hollow, empty vanity. There was never any foundation for confidence to grow in the first place. Looking back now, with all that's happened, I realize I was hardly ever taught anything by Father, nor was I scolded. He probably couldn't bring himself to say anything. If someone has no confidence at all in themselves, how can they preach to others? No matter how it's delivered, the act of teaching requires a certain arrogance. And Father simply didn't have it. That, to Merlin, was a painful truth. To believe one's father is a great man, though it may be intimidating, is also something to be proud of. It's natural for a child to want that. So realizing that the truth was otherwise, it was a sorrowful thing. Priscilla couldn't fully understand his pain. The wounds she had suffered were of a different kind entirely. Mother, did you love Father? Chapter 17, Part 2, Mother, did you love Father? Until he turned out like that, I didn't dislike him. Perhaps he was just playing a role, but the way he acted as a gentle king, it wasn't unpleasant. Even if his true nature had been terrible, it wasn't easy to completely deny all the days they had spent as husband and wife. For Priscilla, her engagement to the king had been nothing more than a duty for the sake of protecting the country. A necessary ceremony, but even so, she hadn't been able to kill her heart completely. Severing all emotional ties is not so simple. If she had, Merlin wouldn't exist. Even if it's an act, I think being able to show kindness is still a virtue. Yes, truly. It's just unfortunate that he couldn't make proper use of that virtue. At present, Rofen was recuperating at a detached palace. Considering the sin of summoning a demon to the surface, one could argue that even capital punishment wouldn't be too extreme. But for the sake of maintaining the kingdom of Grastol, they couldn't formally accuse him. That said, Rofen would likely never return to the political stage again. More accurately, Priscilla would never allow it. He was not someone who should ever be placed in a position of responsibility again. Over the past month, she had met with him several times. His mental state seemed deflated, and his replies had been vague and absent. And yet even then it felt like, for the first time, she had finally been able to have a real conversation with him. If only we could have spoken like that from the beginning, maybe things would have turned out differently. It's hard to say. It was a meaningless, overly sentimental what if. Perhaps it was the fatigue talking. Or maybe, because she was in the presence of family she could trust, she had let her guard down and allowed herself to whimper a little. But don't worry. I'll keep learning more and more, so you can take it easy, mother. Sensing her feelings, Merlin pounded his chest with determination. To notice the emotions of others and say the words they needed, he had inherited none of his father's bad traits, and instead carried forward his better ones. It truly was something to be proud of. However, that's reassuring, but really don't overwork yourself, all right? Overwork? Not at all. Please rest easy, and... With that, Merlin raised a clenched fist high, declaring, I want Mother to once again fight gloriously alongside Lady Speechy the Witch. Priscilla narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Merlin? Ahaha, well, the truth is, I love heroic tales. I've always wanted to witness something like that with my own eyes. And to think my own mother would square off against a legendary demon and defeat her head-on. Merlin, calm down. A life where Mother just ends up buried in paperwork doing royal duties is such a waste. You have to live a second life of glory. Now that she thought about it, ever since he was a child, he'd always asked her to read him old tales of heroes. Not children's picture books, but those thick tomes only avid readers would gravitate toward. She remembered how difficult it was to read them aloud while he clung to them. And apparently, even now, that taste hadn't changed one bit. Please rest easy. From now on, I'll record all of your new legends and publish them myself. We'll make a fortune in tourism based on the heroic legend of the demon slayer. If anything, he was getting worse. Granted, the idea itself wasn't necessarily wrong. After all, the incident involving the slaying of a demon was almost unheard of, even across the entire world. Using that event to help revitalize the nation did make sense, at least on paper. But still, Priscilla couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was this really okay? She had this sinking feeling that, while completely different from his father, Merlin might one day pull off something equally outrageous. Ah, by the way, Mother, what is it? Still caught up in his excitement, Merlin turned around. Priscilla braced herself slightly, wondering what now. Then he flashed a bright smile and asked, what kind of outfit were you wearing during the demon slaying? I've been trying to get the details out of Gigan, but for some reason he's extremely tight-lipped when it comes to your equipment. But for a proper heroic tale, it's not just the weapon, the armor has to be legendary too, or readers just won't be satisfied. In the next instant, the teacup in Priscilla's hand shattered into dust. Not by physical force. The overwhelming surge of magical energy that burst forth from within her had destroyed the cup on a molecular level, unable to withstand the pressure. Merlin froze in place, still smiling. Priscilla slowly stood, leaned against the window, turning her face away, and spoke in a short, firm tone, never ask that question again. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Faced with his mother in full sword princess mode, Merlin offered no resistance and obediently accepted her command. Some years later, this is a story from the near future, Merlin officially ascended the throne. Unlike the previous Magic King, he was not particularly well-versed in magic. Furthermore, he dismissed the public's calls for the reconstruction of the Tower of Divine and Demons, declaring, that was a miracle born from the Magic King's golden age. Reproducing it is impossible. This statement did stir some discontent among the people. However, he ruled with good governance, and to address the damage caused by the stagnation disease, he released the nation's funds resources originally accumulated through the use of the tower, without hesitation. This helped to suppress the growing dissatisfaction. The process of downgrading the infrastructure that had become overly reliant on magical power was also handled swiftly, keeping the damage to a minimum. That said, the kingdom was not left unscathed. The royal family's influence, as well as Grastol's overall strength, had diminished significantly. To compensate for that loss, Merlin launched a widespread campaign celebrating the legend of Sword Princess Priscilla's demon slaying. He promoted it as theater and entertainment, drawing interest from beyond the borders and breathing new life into the tourism industry. In doing so, he succeeded in rebuilding the nation through a different kind of strength. Some criticized him, saying his approach was destructive to Grastol's long-standing traditions, but for the most part, his policies were considered successful. However, his plan to erect a pair of pure gold statues, one of Sword Princess Priscilla and the other of Witch Speechy, was met with fierce opposition, especially from those closest to him, and the project was ultimately scrapped. That ill-fated golden monument would go on to become a minor stain on an otherwise respectable career. Chapter 18, 1 month after the demon of stagnation subjugation, incident Crossheart territory. How could this happen? Groans echoed through the office of the Crossheart family estate, one of the great noble houses of the kingdom of Grastol. The voice belonged to the man who owned the room, Suzanne Mail Crossheart, the current head of House Crossheart. Clutching and raking his hair, he groaned continuously. Spread across the table in front of him were countless letters. Some had been crumpled in his hands in frustration. To think something like this would come back to haunt us now. The reason for his suffering was obvious. A cause they had discarded 20 years ago had come back around, piercing them through without mercy. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" The office door burst open. Suzanne weakly turned his hollow gaze toward it and saw a familiar figure. Slarsha! It was his younger sister, Slarsha, who had married into the Lest family. The heavy scent of perfume mingled with strong alcohol stung his exhausted senses and made him nauseous. He'd heard rumors that her husband ignored their children and spent his days in debauchery. And apparently, even now as everything was falling apart, she had been out indulging. "A bunch of knights came to my house too. They ransacked the rooms like they owned the place, with their filthy hands." But evidently, the time for playing was over. Twisting her crimson-painted lips into a snarl, she shrieked at Suzanne. He raised his head, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He was tired of how useless she was, always the first to scream when trouble came, never of any help. It's the Tower of Divine and Demon. Crossheart was involved in its construction. The Crossheart family's deep involvement with the Grastol royal family had begun 20 years ago. The elimination of Speechy, the prince's former fiancée, had been carried out under the direction of Princess Priscilla. Though it had failed to create a blood tie to the throne, it had led to a secret pact that cemented their alliance. Some aspects of that alliance had even been hidden from Priscilla herself. The construction of the tower was one such matter. It was proposed to King Rofen outside Priscilla's knowledge. Behind the scenes, the Crosshearts aided the plan to utilize demons. As a result, they reaped enormous profits. The prosperity of the Kingdom of Grastol had, in no small part, been enjoyed by House Crossheart, and now they were finally being forced to pay the price. That was the work of demons, wasn't it? That's what they officially declared. There's no way such an excuse will hold up. He almost spat idiot at her, but held his tongue at the last moment. If he insulted her directly, she would only start wailing louder, shrieking like a banshee, something he was far too worn down to deal with now. King Rofen had fallen from power, which meant that the current ruler of the royal castle was Queen Priscilla. She was a woman capable of accepting both light and shadow, just as she had once orchestrated Speechy's downfall. If something benefited the kingdom, she was flexible enough to overlook a certain amount of darkness. But on the other hand, she was the embodiment of national protection. She would never tolerate a darkness that threatened to destroy the nation. And the incident involving the tower was undoubtedly that kind of darkness. The nation had nearly been destroyed by the stagnation plague born from it. To the public, she revealed nothing about the true nature of the tower. But over the past month, she had relentlessly investigated and pursued everyone suspected to be involved. The mountain of letters now spread across Suzanne's desk was the result of that. Pleading voices from those who had once been connected to him, or still were. Others hurled accusations and insults, cutting ties or turning on him, all of it piling up like a landslide. Suzanne's head throbbed in agony. The reason so many had raised their voices against Suzanne all at once was just as clear. After all, the one who had brought the entire matter to light was none other than Queen Priscilla, and Speechy, damn her. Why didn't that woman just die? Slarsha shrieked curses filled with hatred toward her own sister. It was a cruel, no, utterly shameless thing to say, but Suzanne felt the same. Speechy, his biological sister, was a woman loathed by everyone in the family, pitied and cast out by both House Crossheart and the Kingdom of Grasstole. And now, after 20 years, she had returned to exact retribution. Suzanne and the others didn't know the full story. Why a woman who had been exiled was now cooperating with the very person who had orchestrated that exile. Priscilla. But what they did know was this: Speechy was once again a threat to them. Hurry up and do something about that idiotic woman, brother. He felt the impulse to strike his sister for barking selfish demands again, but he couldn't even muster the energy. She wasn't wrong that something had to be done, but the truth was they were backed into a corner. If he'd had any options left, he wouldn't be holed up in his office like this, holding his head in despair. If only King Rofin were still in power. But the man was now under de facto house arrest, cloistered in a detached palace under the pretense of convalescence. There was nothing left he could do until… ah, how pitiful! Suddenly, a voice moist and unnervingly intimate whispered through the room. Slarsha jumped back in alarm. At some point, silently and unnoticed, a new visitor had appeared at the door behind her. "Who are you?" It was a woman in strange attire. Adorned with countless trinkets around her neck, dressed in skin-revealing clothes that resembled a courtesan's garb, her body was covered in intricate tattoos. She looked young, yet not entirely. At times, she seemed like a little girl, at others, like a seasoned seductress. There was no telling her true age. She gave Suzanne a graceful bow and smiled sweetly. "I'm just a humble merchant. I inquired at the gate and was waiting there, but the situation seemed rather urgent, so I couldn't help but step in." "I don't know who you are, but leave. Guards, what are they even doing?" The Crossheart Estate's security wasn't lax enough to let such a blatantly suspicious woman wander in this close to him. And yet, here she stood without concern, dangerously close. Suzanne reached toward the emergency bell to sound the alarm, but before he could, her fingers were already wrapped around his hand. At some point, she had closed the distance between them. "Please wait and take a look at this." With those words, she held something out to him, something that had somehow appeared in her hand without him noticing. Suzanne had never seen it before, but he immediately understood what it was. That's Chapter 18, Part 2, a book. Plain and unmarked, no name, no design, no embellishment. Yet the more he looked at it, the more it pulled at him, as if it had a gravitational force of its own. "This will lift your current suffering. Go on, take it in your hands." Compelled by her words, Suzanne reached for the book. No, he tried to reach for it. GKKH? The next instant, countless swords erupted from the woman's body. That's far enough. The office doors burst open, and a squad of knights charged in, driving their blades mercilessly into her. Their swords pierced her abdomen and chest without hesitation, seemingly ending her life in an instant. Ow, 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 ow. But strangely, no blood came pouring out. Though she screamed in pain, her lips remained curled in a bizarre smile, directed straight at Suzanne. Her body spasmed violently as she wailed, but the way she moved twisted, unnatural, was clearly not that of a normal human being. Violation of the Forbidden Books Possession Act, violation of trade regulations, and various other crimes. You are under arrest. From the open doors, a man clad in armor indicating his rank as a knight captain entered. He calmly declared this while glaring at the woman whose grotesque movements filled the room. Suzanne recognized the man's face. Dendraharo Valentine, the White Flame Knights? Among the Knight Orders of Grasstole, they stood on equal footing with the Magic Armor Knights. But unlike them, who primarily dealt with physical threats like magical beasts, the White Flame Knights specialized in handling excavated relics and the demons who sought to exploit them. Yes, they were demon specialists. And if they had attacked then, how vexing, the woman wailed in anguish. Her body, her voice began to transform. Beast-like limbs, the head of a ram. Her form morphed into that of a true demon, something inhuman, beyond doubt. From the corner of the room, Slarsha let out a pitiful scream. I was this close to tearing a huge hole in Grastol. The demon shrieked in frustration, voice dripping with hatred. But she couldn't move. The pure white swords that had pierced her body, wielded by the knights, shimmered and pulsed with light. It seemed she couldn't escape their power. I was so close, damn it, damn it, damn it. Bit by bit, the demon's form began to collapse. The magicians behind the knights activated their spells, forming binding magic circles to restrain the demon's body. But it was too late, her collapse could not be stopped. Dendra, the captain of the White Flame Knights, scowled as he watched her fall apart. Sloth, wrath, and those accursed singularities. Next time, I swear, muttering her final curses, the demon vanished. The knights lowered their swords. The magicians wore bitter expressions, frustrated at having failed to capture their target. So it was another of those demon terminals. There's no end to them now then. Dendra's tone was laced with anger, but he shook his head and lifted his face as if switching gears. Raising one hand, he signaled his subordinates. At once, the knights began ransacking Suzanne's office. Suzanne shot to his feet, his voice rising in panic. What is the meaning of this? How dare you? By what authority? If it's authority you're looking for, we have it. Lord Suzanne Male Crossheart. Dendra now stood before Suzanne. Despite facing a great noble of the kingdom, he showed neither hesitation nor fear. In fact, it was Suzanne who instinctively took a step back, cowed by the man's presence. We are a knight order specialized in countering demons originating from the abyss. As such, we are granted full rights to investigate anyone, regardless of rank, should they be involved in demonic matters. Useless bastards, you didn't even manage to stop the demon incident. From the corner of the room, Slarsha shrieked. Dendra let out a small, self-deprecating chuckle, but his subordinates didn't stop. They confiscated every single letter spread across Suzanne's desk without exception. Yes, I can't argue that. Even with the risk I forced onto my own sister, all we managed was the aftermath cleanup. We failed to uncover the cover-up perpetrated by the royal family and high nobility. Suzanne flinched at those words. It was all out in the open. No, deep down, he had known this day would come. Ever since King Rofin had been effectively removed from power, this outcome had been inevitable. He simply hadn't wanted to face it. Now that truth had taken form and stood before him. Which is why we will be conducting a thorough investigation to ensure this never happens again. At Dendra's declaration, Suzanne dropped to his knees in defeat. In front of the Crossheart estate, countless documents were being confiscated. It was an uproar, as if the entire mansion was being turned upside down. Of course, the majority of the materials probably had nothing to do with demons. And yet, among them, there were likely numerous pieces of evidence of misconduct that couldn't be ignored despite their lack of direct connection to the demonic affair. Sifting through all of it to find what was relevant to the demon case would be exhausting. Dendra Hollow Valentine sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to return home for a while. Just thinking about the storm awaiting him was enough to drain his spirit. Brother, but suddenly, the voice coming from the communication magic tool pulled Dendra's mind back to the present. Minya, it was a call from his sister. When he told her that they were about to initiate an investigation into the Crossheart family, she had asked him to let her know the results. It seemed she had been eagerly waiting for an update. Dendra gave instructions to his subordinates to continue the search, and then pressed a hand to the earring-shaped communication tool. How's it going over there? The investigation is underway, though most of it probably can't be made public. So you didn't get much out of it? It's the opposite. We got too much. If we were to reveal everything recklessly, far too much blood would be shed. Lady Priscilla wouldn't want that either. It was Queen Priscilla who had issued the order for this operation. She didn't want the country's order to collapse. There was no way she would approve of Grastol, already weakened by the loss of its central authority, suffering a further collapse with the fall of a major noble house like the Crosshearts. Of course, action had to be taken, but it would be done covertly. Even though the mastermind behind this incident had also come from the royal family, the fact that Queen Priscilla was the one issuing commands was ironic, but still, among the knights, there was trust that she would not resort to half-hearted schemes or cover-ups. Crossheart will have to atone for their crimes. Most likely, just as you hoped, they won't be able to lay a finger on Speechy anymore. That's a relief. Minya let out a sigh of relief over the transmission. Indeed, that was the part she had been most concerned about. Naturally, as her older brother, Dendra found it endearing that his sister cared so deeply for her friend. But with things having escalated this far, his feelings were understandably complicated. I really wish you wouldn't push yourself too hard. Even I didn't expect it to turn into such a big deal, you know? You gave me the intel, so I warned Speechy, but it was all for nothing in the end. The first time Minya caught wind of suspicious activity around Speechy was when her brother Dendra, who was the only one among the Valentines to pursue the path of a knight, shared some intel with her. Of course, at the time, even Dendra hadn't been certain. It was meant only as a small warning bell. He never imagined it would spiral into such a large-scale incident. In particular, the demonic manifestation in the royal capital had been an absolute shock to Dendra, who had been investigating the abyss around the capital, suspecting the stagnation disease was related to demons. Back then, he had only barely managed to arrive in time for the operation led by the Magic Armor Knight's captain, Gigan. It had been a chillingly close call. After all, both Speechy and Minya had been right at the center of the incident. Just thinking about what might have happened if they hadn't been able to slay the manifested demon sent a shiver down his spine. Speechy seemed to have a natural tendency to cause and attract trouble. As her brother, Dendra honestly wished Minya would keep a bit of distance from her, but it was probably a hopeless request. They had already gone over that particular argument countless times over the past 20 years. So instead, Dendra exhaled to change the subject. His subordinate's work was starting to wrap up. It was almost time to end the call. But first, there was something he needed to say. I won't be able to come home for a while because of this investigation, but why don't you stop by the family house next week? It's been a while. Father and mother are feeling lonely. 20 years ago, when the Valentine family had refused to defend Speechy during that incident, Minya had grown somewhat distant from the household. Of course, Dendra didn't think their parents had made the wrong decision. They had chosen to protect the family and their territory. Minya understood that too, probably. But emotions weren't something one could just separate so easily. Still, their parents continued to worry about Minya. No matter how old she became, she was still their beloved daughter. Dendra conveyed that to her in a roundabout way. I can come by the week after next. Next week's no good. The reply was more positive than he had expected. Dendra, hiding his joy, asked, got plans next week? Speechy's being absolutely insistent about me coming over so she can thank me for helping with the demon incident. She won't shut up about it. Hearing his sister's half-exasperated, half-smiling voice, Dendra held back a laugh, careful not to let his subordinates hear. Chapter 19 in the remote region of Zeraid, at the farm in front of the watchtower. So, anyway, Grastol is gradually regaining its stability for now. Heihin, I have absolutely no interest in that at all. 1 month had passed since the attempted destruction of Grastol incident. Speechy, who had long since returned to her home at the watchtower, was listening to the report brought by the visiting boy Kuro with clear disinterest. Lying sprawled out on a portable bed laid outside, her posture was far from one appropriate for listening to someone's story, but Kuro didn't mind. It wasn't as if she had actually requested the details of the incident. He was simply reporting it out of duty, since Speechy had been central to the whole affair. That in itself, however, seemed to be nothing more than a nuisance to her. Thanks to being kidnapped by you, Kuro-kun, I ended up with a mountain of work piling up while I was gone. I'm busy now, so please leave it for laterer. My sincerest apologies for that incident. You seem to have quite a bit of free time, though. Must just be my imagination then? Yes, just your imagination, tilting a glass filled with pale pink juice. Speechy responded with a smile. Her attitude was cheeky as ever, but apparently the part about having work to do wasn't a lie. Her gaze was fixed on the farm ahead. When she moved her fingers with a flick of her hand, numerous farming tools began to stir, and even from afar, it was visible that her staff was casting multiple layers of magic on the growing plants. There were also several workers seen tending directly to the crops. This farm, we're cultivating specially blended culstoral leaves. They're used to make rejuvenating skincare lotion. It's for delivery to Minya's place, she added, snapping her fingers. In response, multiple scissors materialized, lining up in a row and snipping away at the plants as they began harvesting. At a glance, it looked incredibly convenient and made it seem like Speechy was slacking off, but that was simply a testament to her magical skill. Controlling countless objects precisely on her own must demand tremendous concentration. And yet she could carry on a casual conversation as if nothing were happening, proving once again that she was a witch of immeasurable power. By the way, Kuro-kun, why are you here? Or rather, so you're able to manifest again? As long as I have my master's permission, I'm granted a fair amount of freedom. Kuro, one of the ghostly beings residing in the divine shadow blade, a sword known as a divine relic, was no human. However, thanks to the power bestowed by that divine weapon, he could manifest in a form almost indistinguishable from a living being. As long as he had the approval of Priscilla, the wielder and master of the sword, he and the others could do nearly everything a human could. They could even eat. As expected of a divine relic, that's some ridiculous power that magic could never replicate. It's only because of Queen Priscilla's strength that we're able to function with such freedom. With that strength, Priscilla had created her own private military force. Because of their origin, the Shadow Knights had no names. Of course, those who became their source must have once had names. But the Shadow Knights are but shadows of their original selves. So they never tried to reclaim their former names, nor did they adopt new ones. They lived as nameless shadows. Priscilla, too, never gave them names. So I wouldn't get attached, she had said. But at the very least, the Shadow Knights were never treated coldly by her. So, with that power, you're just out for a leisurely stroll now, Kuro-kun? No, Lady Priscilla gave me an order. To keep an eye on you. My, how blatant. I guess I teased her a bit too much. Looks like she won't be playing with me for a while. In truth, Queen Priscilla didn't have the luxury to be involved with Speechy at the moment. It had been a month since the upheaval, and through what could only be described as near-miraculous political maneuvering, Princess Priscilla had managed to narrowly avoid the complete collapse of the nation. But the situation was still far from secure. There was also the matter of educating Prince Merlin, who had suddenly been thrust onto the throne. Fortunately, Prince Merlin himself was an extremely capable successor, without exaggeration or falsehood, so there wasn't too much concern on that front. However, if Speechy's antics were thrown into the mix, even Queen Priscilla might find herself overwhelmed. That was likely the reason for the surveillance, just in case. Still, Lady Speechy, are you really okay with this? And so, just in case, Kuro decided to ask. Even if Speechy had no intention of getting involved with Grastel again, with what? You had the chance to restore your honor thanks to this incident. Aren't you thinking of returning to Grastel? No thanks, Speechy answered without hesitation. I figured, but still, I see. If I went back to Grastel, my family would probably start poking their noses in again. Nope, no way. That sounds like a total pain. I doubt the Crossheart family would bother you anymore. Oh, so they finally got caught? Finally? I knew they were up to no good at least. I didn't bother looking into it further since I wasn't interested, she added offhandedly. And that was the truth. The White Flame Knight's investigation had revealed that the Crossheart family was rotten to the core. Ever since they cast out Speechy 20 years ago, their cozy relationship with the royal family, more precisely, with King Rofin, had bred a corruption that couldn't be ignored. The unnaturally booming economy, fueled by Speechy's endless magical power, had only enabled their misconduct. When King Rofin fell from power, their secrets were exposed and quietly dealt with. The Crosshearts would now have a royal leash, one held firmly by Queen Priscilla. That said, none of this mattered to Speechy in the slightest, and thus, Kuro had no intention of pressing further on the matter. Besides, I worked hard to make this place livable. I don't see why I'd leave it behind. Speechy gazed out at the farm. No, not just the farm, the entire landscape of Zeraid stretched out before her. Kuro followed her gaze. The remote land of Zeraid, once a perilous zone riddled with countless abysses where exiles drifted to the edge of the world. That had been 20 years ago. Ever since the Witch of Sloth, Speechy, began managing this land, it had changed completely. She quickly united the scattered exiles and launched a campaign to conquer the numerous abysses. She cleared just enough to make the area safe for people to live in, and carefully kept the rest under control to prevent their resurgence. And with the newly reclaimed land, she leveraged her connections to the Valentine family to establish a large-scale magical herb farm. Now, under the brilliant sun, the lush, thriving herbs were only a small portion of the farm she had cultivated with her own hands. "It's beautiful," Kuro murmured quietly. Workers, sweating and smiling as they toiled in the fields, who would ever suspect that they were once exiles driven out of the country, or that this land had been a cursed wasteland. Speechy had transformed this remote hell into a breathtaking paradise. "I really went through a lot, you know? Beating up her, giving heartfelt lectures to all the exiles who attacked me, making them see reason, then Ensel employing them, it was quite the process. I will pretend I didn't hear any of those suspicious words." That said, the exiles didn't seem particularly unhappy with their situation. Compared to the days before she arrived, when they lived in fear of the beasts spilling out from the abysses, struggling just to survive, this was heaven. "Why don't you live here too, Kuro-kun? There are quite a few empty houses, you know. I'll consider it." "Oh, that's surprisingly positive. Have you fallen for me, perhaps?" "That's not it." "So cold," Speechy kicked her legs playfully like a child, and Kuro responded with a small smile. "If I'm going to keep watch over you, it only makes sense to have a residence here." "How serious of you. Don't you have anything you want to do, Kuro-kun? You know, it's fine, you can quit that uptight place and come live with me." It was an unexpected offer. Truly, even after knowing what he really was, she didn't seem to care in the slightest. The only one bothered by it was himself. "I'm a ghost, a remnant that tried to use the shadow of a god without being worthy, failed, shattered, and still clung pathetically to the sword." All of the Shadow Knights were the same. Remnants of those who had clung to the fearsome power of the divine relic, trying to wield it, only to be consumed and erased from the world. The lingering traces of their failure. Kuro hardly remembered who he had originally been. All that remained was regret toward the arrogant person he once was, and a deep respect for the master who could now wield the divine relic that he himself had never been able to control. He believed he needed nothing else. He believed he shouldn't wish for anything else. That's why he hadn't even thought of taking a name until Speechy gave him one. But, oh my, who said ghosts aren't allowed to wish for anything? Speechy sneered, as if seeing right through Kuro's inner resolve. "What's the harm? Even if you sneak behind Priscilla's back and enjoy a second life, I doubt the heavens would punish you for it." With a snap of her fingers, water burst forth from a nearby well, showering down over the entire farm. The exiles working the fields were startled by the sudden rain, but soon burst into cheers, welcoming the cool relief after their labor. "The gods abandoned this land long ago. All that remains are shadows. There's no one left to judge you." A rainbow formed in the mist. Under the sun, the arc of color was dazzlingly beautiful. It was so brilliant that Kuro narrowed his eyes against the light. A very tempting offer. I am the Witch of Sloth, after all. She was, without a doubt, a terrifyingly dangerous witch. "I'll consider it," Seriously. How lovely. Well then, Speechy raised her hand high, and at the signal, the workers all nodded and began packing up. It seemed they were taking a break. Speechy, too, lowered her reclining bed and lay down, smiling. Let's nap until Minya comes to visit. What about you, Kuro-kun? I shall stand guard over your slumber, princess. But of course. And so, the Witch of Sloth drifted off to sleep in peace, protected by the Shadow Knight's watchful gaze.